皆さんこんにちは。
Hello everyone, I'm Yoshiaki Koizumi from Nintendo. In this Nintendo Direct for E3 2019, we'll showcase a variety of games, many of them coming soon. But before we dig into the next game, there is someone I'd like to introduce first. What? What are you doing here?
Wait a minute. There's been a bit of a mix-up. You're not the right Bowser. Sorry, but I'm the right Bowser for this presentation.
Not this way.
No, this way.
Bye-bye.
Maybe next time.
Are you related?
No, but we get that a lot.
Well, let's get back to it. Please, take it away.
Hi everyone, I'm Doug Bowser from Nintendo of America, and I'm thrilled to join you for today's Nintendo Direct. This is our chance to show the world we have games for every type of player on Nintendo Switch. Whether you love action, RPGs, or you're just looking for something new, we've got you covered.
Okay, so let's get a look at one of those games by taking a tour of Luigi's Mansion 3.
Hello? Mario.
Luigi's invited to a gorgeous hotel with Mario, Peach, and the others. Oh, lucky him. Luigi's Mansion 3. This hotel is much more than meets the eye, for not long after Luigi arrives, things take a dark turn. We begin our tour by taking in some sights and sounds. You may never leave. You want to leave. The other guests certainly don't plan to move on. They're ghosts after all, and they're rather aggressive. Simply scare them with the strobe bulb, then suck them up. Luigi's new Poltergust G00 has the powerful suction capabilities required, and other new features as well. First, the slam. While trapping a ghost, slam it on the ground to inflict some damage. It helps to get other ghosts in on the action. Next, the suction shot. Fire the plunger to attach it to something, then pull the string and you can destroy furniture and more. It's effective against certain ghost types too. Sometimes ghosts may feel inclined to gang up on you. In such situations, a burst should do. The powerful air pressure released will blow away ghosts, and it's perfect for when you need a little air. We simply can't overlook the latest invention from Professor Egad, namely Gooigi. Change between Luigi and Gooigi to use both their skills. Gooigi can do everything from slipping through metal fences to walking on spikes. Indeed, there are obstacles too great for Luigi to handle on his own. And if you pass a Joy-Con controller to a friend, he makes for a great co-op partner. But proceed with caution. Gooigi and water definitely don't mix. Now please direct your attention to the Scare Scraper. Spooky? Sure. Yet it also houses up to 8 players for local or online co-op gameplay. Defeat all ghosts before time runs out. Seek and find our dear misplaced toads. And face any challenges the tower throws at you together. What a place to wake up in. A haunted hotel with floor after floor of oddities. Many traps and mischievous ghosts lurk within. What will befall our missing Mario and friends? And his dear brother Luigi? Their fate rests Luigi's Mansion 3.
So that was Luigi's Mansion 3, the latest game in a series that I personally love. And we can look forward to seeing some of the new gameplay elements that await in this strange hotel as we dive deeper into this title on Nintendo Treehouse, live at E3 2019. We'll be streaming content, some you've never seen before, right from the show floor, including live gameplay of Super Mario Maker 2. And on day 3, our Treehouse staff will get their hands on some promising indie games that are new to Nintendo Switch. While you watch today's Nintendo Direct, keep an eye out for this icon to learn what other games will appear on Nintendo Treehouse live at E3 2019. You won't want to miss it. Or this. Have a look.
Ogre slept too long, far too long. Sing me your story. What has become of... Thra, no! What have they done? Avarice unchecked for an age. Evil takes root. Darkness spreads. But from this dark, light, brighter than the 3 suns, they spark to life. Heroes of Thra, strong and brave. Strength and bravery alone will not save Thra. No! Unlock your true potential. Unite as one! Only together can you defeat what is to come. Heroes of Thra. They're going to need all the help they can get.
Да.
Action RPG Trials of Mana is getting a global release on Nintendo Switch. destiny in motion with the power of mana. Trials of Mana.
I'm looking for a woman with ashen hair. Seen her?
Witcher, I was hoping you'd come.
Let's all agree to meet back at the monastery exactly 5 years from today.
Like a class reunion?
You will come, won't you? Years ago, we fought here as classmates.
As big class reunions go, this one's gotta be the worst in history. What should we do, Teach?
Kill every last one of them!
Still, we have no choice but to eliminate those who cling to unreasonable ideas of justice.
Someone must put a stop to this cycle of the strong trampling the weak.
So the Fellstar consumes even the darkness itself.
Yet we have the strength to scale the walls between us, to reach out our hands in friendship so we can open our true hearts to one another. That's how we win!
My teacher.
Both sides of time are revealed to you. What shall you do? How lovely it would be for this moment to last forever.
Nintendo Switch is the only gaming console you can play not only on your TV at home, but anywhere you go. In fact, with a system like this, it might be fun to play Resident Evil at a location like this.
This is perfect, right?
No lights?
No lights. Hey, we're there.
Okay, let's do this.
Resident Evil.
Can you open it?
Try. See what's through there.
Damn.
Did it just eat him? It's gonna come back. Okay. Did I get it? I got it. Oh, I knew it. Whoa.
Playing a Resident Evil game in a place like that might not be my way to play, but I bet you could find your way to play, don't you think? For now, please take a look.
Was today the 4th of July? If not, is the Empire striking back or what? Looks like things are gonna get weird today. Hey, she! Get some! As you can see, things got all funky real quick. There's probably some planet-eating type dude waiting for me up ahead. All yoked and powerful and trying to take over the world or something. But don't you worry. A hero descends. What? There are no heroes in this world? Oh, but there totally are. My name is Travis Touchdown. I'm the last hero around, here to save the world. I'm also just a passing assassin. Now let's do this. Start the game.
Welcome back, Travis, to the Garden of Madness.
This is Kaiser. He led an elite team of Contras during the war. Hungry Beast! HB is actually a cyborg. I love him so much. This is Miss Harakiri and her alien gut bucket. They survived by merging together during the alien wars. The gentleman, the sweetest bug you'll ever meet.
You soiled my armor!
Begin the mission.
It's your call, rookie.
The battle's already started?
If you get in our way, we will eliminate you.
A new awakening draws nigh.
Hello, I'm Shinya Takahashi from Nintendo. Earlier this month, we held a Pokemon Direct for the latest games in the series, Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield. The developers from Game Freak showcased the new Galar region, the location of your new adventure, and some new Pokemon you'll encounter there. It will be a while until these games launch, so please stay tuned. By the way, in these games, you can use certain functions of the Pokeball Plus accessory, allowing you to take a Pokemon from one of these games out for a stroll through the real world with you. You may not be able to use the device as a game controller, but if you spend some quality time with a favorite Pokemon of yours, then something good might happen. In the Nintendo booth at this year's E3, fans can play Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield for the first time anywhere in the world. In this gameplay demo, you can challenge one of the gyms in the Galar region, the one and only Water Gym, where the Water-type gym leader Nessa will be there waiting for you. If you're attending this year's show, I encourage you to experience a battle between Dynamax Pokemon, which is an advanced strategy from this region. Also, immediately after this Nintendo Direct, stay tuned for live gameplay of Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield on Nintendo Treehouse Live. And now I'd like to shift gears. Please have a look at this.
I've been waiting for you. As you know, Earth is currently under extra-dimensional attack. Chimeras, like the ones you've just seen for the first time. At this rate, all of humankind will be pulled into the Chimera's dimension. We're facing down the end of the world. Through blood, sweat, and years of research, we finally made it. The ultimate counter-chimeric weapon. By neurologically syncing captured chimeras with human operators, we established control and made powerful allies. I'm referring, of course, to the Legions.
I'll give you some parting advice. Your power, it's not the blessing you think it is.
When a Legionis and a Legion are perfectly synchronized, it's like they're two parts of one body.
No use! The override release isn't going through!
That's impossible!
And when half of that body is about to die, the Legion's survival instincts kick in to save it.
No way! There's no way! What good could this possibly be?
It's a long shot, but it's the only shot we have. It's all up to you, my friend.
A blessing from the Legion. Or maybe I should say, a curse.
We can't turn back now.
I've gotta know the whole truth. He's still alive out there. I know he is.
Death by our hands is not an honor they have earned. They deserve something
much worse.
Even with this stone at my command, this may not be a battle we can win.
Whatever's happening, we can beat it. Keep fighting!
Jump in anytime now, darlings. They will pay for what they've done in blood.
All hope is fleeting in the face of Thanos.
So, what do you think so far? Now for some follow-up information on a game that fans have been waiting for. Please take a look.
Your attention, please. The Nook Inc. Getaway Package charter flight will soon be arriving at the deserted island.
Originally, we announced this title as a 2019 release. However, we need to change its release date to March 20th of 2020. To ensure that the game is the best it can be, we must ask you to wait a little longer than we thought. We hope you look forward to the latest installment of Animal Crossing. On Nintendo Treehouse Live, the game's producer, Mr. Nogami, and the director, Ms. Kyogoku, will come on for a live demonstration of some early moments in the game, so please stick around until it starts. By the way, there are many different types of games coming to Nintendo Switch from Nintendo and our partners. So, we've prepared a highlight reel to show you what's in store for 2019 and beyond. Let's have a look.
That obviously wasn't Duck Hunt Silhouette, was it? Please stay tuned for more information about DLC in the future. As for Nintendo Switch, we have more games in development beyond what we've shown you today. I'm looking forward to the day we can introduce them to you. Speaking of, before we end this direct, I actually have one more thing to show you. Thank you very much for watching. Until next time.
Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome to E3 2019. I'm Doug Bowser from Nintendo of America, and he is Bill Trinen from Nintendo Treehouse. We're here at the Nintendo booth. We're going to spend a couple of minutes talking about what we just saw in that Nintendo Direct, and we're going to give you a sneak peek of the booth. So, Bill, I don't know about you, but I think there's a lot of folks out there that are pretty excited about what they just saw.
Well, Doug, I think it goes without question that I, myself, am a huge fan of the Legend of Zelda series. Like a lot of people, I put a lot of time into the Breath of the Wild. So, personally, I am incredibly excited that we're not getting new DLC. We are getting a full sequel, a brand new game in development for Nintendo Switch. Hopefully everyone out there is excited as well. Certainly, if you're a Zelda fan, there was a lot to like in this Nintendo Direct. A lot of other things as well. Lots of games for lots of players, from Dragon Quest XI-S to even things like Panzer Dragoon, the Dark Crystal, Astral Chain, looking great. Was there anything in the Direct that stood out to you?
For me personally, I'm looking forward to Luigi's Mansion 3. I'm a huge fan of the series, and I look forward to being able to walk through the various levels of this spooky hotel with my sidekick, Gooigi. And the thing I'm actually really looking forward to is the new Poltergust and its updated capabilities, including the slam move. It's going to be a lot of fun, killing ghosts with ghosts.
That's right. And, it feels really good, too.
Yeah, I have a feeling this game's going to suck up a little bit of my time.
You just did that, didn't you?
That was a dad joke, sorry. You know, one other thing I'm really excited about is what we got on the floor here, and that is Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield.
That's right. I think this year is probably the most space we've ever dedicated in our booth to a Pokemon game. The booth looks fantastic. I think we're going to go ahead and give you a quick sneak peek of that. It's themed on the water gym, and what we've done is we have recreated the gym leader battle arenas. So everybody here at E3 is going to get a chance to play Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield in the environment of the gym leader battle arena, and I think that's going to be really great for them. But we have something special for everybody watching live. Our very first segment on Nintendo Treehouse Live this year at E3 is going to be Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield, and we're going to give people a look at a much bigger part of that game. And I think that the team is almost ready, so I'm going to head over there in just a second, and we're going to get that kicked off.
Fantastic.
So
great.
Thank you everybody for watching, and stay tuned for some Treehouse Live coming up right away.
Great. Thanks everyone for viewing. Make sure you tune in next for Treehouse Live, and tune in for the next 3 days to Treehouse Live. We'll have discussions with developers about the games that they're building. We'll give you some sneak peeks at some first play, and we really look forward to giving you a chance to see everything that we have to offer at E3 this year. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Nintendo Treehouse Live 2019. My name is Teresa, and we're here to kick off to the first view of a live gameplay of Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield. I'm here with our very, very special guests, Mr. Masuda, who is the game producer, Mr. Omori, who is the game director, and they're accompanied by David from the Pokemon Company. Thank you very much. They also have little cameo appearances of Scorbunny, Gurki, and Sobble. They're super, super cute. And then I'm also accompanied by Terry and Bill, who just cartwheeled into our segment over here. All right, so to kick things off, there was a lot of announcements from the Pokemon Direct last week, and then there was some more information that came out this morning. Mr. Masuda, Mr. Omori, do you have anything to add to that information?
先日の任天堂ダイレクトもそうなんですけれども、先ほどの任天堂ダイレクトあと先日のポケモンダイレクトでいろいろ新情報が出たと思うんですけれども、なんか追加で話しいただけることありますでしょうか。
そうです。まず本作の大きな特徴の一つであるダイマックス、そして伝説のポケモンをご紹介することができたので、多くの皆さんがソードシールドの魅力をまず少し知ってもらえたかなと思ってます。
So we're really happy to finally be able to reveal one of the big features of the game called Dynamax, as well as the legendary Pokemon. And I think that's really getting a lot of the fans out there excited for the games.
Yeah, I'm actually really, really excited. I think we're going to get a sneak peek to that element. But Bill, do you have anything else to add?
That's right. I think today was anything you can share about what we're going to be showing on Treehouse Live for everybody watching at home?
本日のこのツリーハウスライブでどういったことを見せることになるんでしょうか。
そうですね。先ほどのダイレクトで水タイプのジムの挑戦というところと、あとジムリーダーのルリナーについて公開しました。で今回のツリーハウスライブではワイルドエリアとマックスレイドバトルについて実際にプレイして紹介したいなと思います。
So in the direct we just saw, we revealed the water type gym and the gym challenge and the gym leader Nessa. But in today's Treehouse Live, I want to demonstrate via actual live gameplay the wild area as well as some max raid battle gameplay.
That's right, and the wild area is something that's brand new for the Pokemon games. We have not had an area like this. Can you maybe give people just a little bit of information about what it is?
そうですね。今回ワイルドエリア、こういうなんていうんですかエリアっていうのは多分ポケモンシリーズでも初めてのことだと思うんですけれども、もうちょっと詳しく教えてもらえますでしょうか。
そうですね。このワイルドエリアなんですけども、最も多くの種類のポケモンが生息してまして、天候によっても出現するポケモンが変わる今までのポケットモンスターシリーズでは存在しなかったような広大なエリアともなってます。
So this is really kind of the first time that we've had such a huge, wide open area in the Pokemon main series RPGs, and in the wild area, you'll really find the widest variety of wild Pokemon out of any area in the games, and it also changes the Pokemon you can encounter depending on the weather conditions and where you go and the time of day.
あとその街と街をつないでいるので、冒険中にも何回もここに訪れることになります。あとちょっと見ていただいて分かる通り、カメラを自由に動かすことができるので、これによって落ちているアイテムであったり、空を飛んでいるポケモンを探すこともできます。
And the wild area, it spans across multiple towns, so your adventure will take you back to this, the wild area multiple times. And as you can see on screen here, you can control the camera freely in this area to better find hidden items that are lying about, and also see the Pokemon that are flying above in the sky.
Well, yes, and it looks like we are seeing Pokemon out in the field here, correct?
そうですね。フィールドポケモンがちょっとうろうろしているような感じには見えるんですけれども。
そうですね。ああいったその生き生きと動いているそのシンボルエンカウントって呼んでいるポケモンとのエンカウントと、あと先ほどちょっと出ましたけど、ちょっとびっくりマークが出てくるのがあるんですけども、あれはまたシンボルポケモンではいない新しいポケモンが出るかもしれないというそのランダムのエンカウントのドキドキ感、どちらも遊べるようになってます。
So yeah, we have the Pokemon wandering about the field. We call them kind of symbol encounters, where you can see the Pokemon before you actually encounter it. But at the same time, you actually just saw an exclamation mark pop up in the tall grass there, and that kind of simplifies that it's a random encounter, so you don't know which Pokemon you're going to encounter. We wanted to have a mixture of both types of encounters in these games to also let players enjoy that excitement of not knowing what they're going to encounter.
Yeah, that's great. And it looks like we've got a lot of different types of Pokemon that appear out here in the wild area as well.
そうですね、ワイルドエリアのこのフィールド上にたくさんいろんな種類のポケモンが出てるようには見えますね。
はいはい、そうですね。今ちょっとバトルでも見て分かる通り、今回は単性のバトルという風になってまして、今回の単性のバトルで、実際に戦ったり、ボールを投げたりして捕まえることができます。
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of Pokemon to encounter, and of course, as you can see here, the battle system, it's the traditional turn-based battle where you choose moves to defeat the wild Pokemon before you can catch it, or battle against it before you catch it.
ポケモンごとに、特性があったり、道具を持たせることもできますので、かなり奥深いバトルというのも体験できるようになってます、ね。
And you'll find that their Pokemon abilities are back, as well as the ability to give them items to hold. So there's definitely a lot of depth to the battle system.
Yeah, certainly I think fans are going to look forward to the depth within that battle system, and they'll be able to enjoy that both within the game as well as in their one-on-one battles as well.
そうですね、そういう深いバトルシステムは多分楽しみにしてるファンもいると思うんですけども、こういう野生ポケモンとのバトルだけではなくて他のプレイヤーとの通信対戦を通してもできるということですよね。
そうですね、通信で対戦したりその奥深いバトル、そうですね、待ってる方もいらっしゃると思うんで、そういった方にはすごく満足いただけるようなバトルになっていますね。
Yeah, I definitely you can have link battles with other players, and of course I think there's a lot of fans out there that are looking forward to kind of this return of the really in-depth or the deep battle system that we have to really compete with each other.
あとですね、今雨降ってますけども、雨降ってるんでその水タイプのポケモンが出てます。で、場所によってはその天候が変わったりすることもあって、それで雪が降れば氷タイプが出たりっていう様々なポケモンが天候に合わせて出てきます、ね。
You can see it's actually raining right now where we're wandering about, and depending on the weather condition, the kind of certain types of Pokemon will appear more frequently. Like right now, we'll see more water-type Pokemon, and maybe if it was snowing, you would see more ice-type Pokemon, for example.
毎日ワイルドエリアは天候が変わったりするので、行くたびに新しい出会いが待ってますんで、毎日ワイルドエリアに訪れてほしいなと思います。
And the climate's pretty dynamic, so if you come back a different day, the weather may be completely different. So we really think that players will have a lot of fun coming back multiple times and seeing the different Pokemon that appear depending on the weather conditions.
So we were talking about the different encounters, but it looks like Terry can also whistle to attract Pokemon, and different Pokemon have different reactions to when he does that.
エンカウントシステムの話をしてたと思うんですけど、今ちょっと口笛をして、いろんな反応をポケモンたちがしてると思うんですけど、もうちょっと教えてもらえますでしょうか。
そうですね。そのポケモンは種類によって、近づいプレイヤーを見ると近づいてきたり、逆に逃げていったりするポケモンもいます。で、なかなか空を飛んでいるポケモンとかが捕まえづらかったりするんですけど、口笛を吹くことで、こちらにおびき寄せたりとかですねして、いろんなポケモンと出会うことができるようになってます。
Yeah, the whistle is kind of key to encountering certain types of Pokemon. For example, if they're flying high above, you can't really encounter them very easily, so you have to attract their attention by whistling at them. But at the same time, like you said, they're kind of different Pokemon will react differently. Some might see you whistle and run away, for example, or others may be curious about you and approach you.
Terry's doing a great job of battling and capturing Pokemon here in the wild area.
Just got my Metapod.
Expanding the party.
That's right. So I think for today's Treehouse Live segment, we're going to explore this part of the wild area as we kind of head closer to one of the towns in the game. And that should give us a good sense of this one particular part of the wild area, but clearly there's a lot more to the wild area than even what we're showing here today.
今日お見せするのは、あくまでもこの近くの町に、近づく、この辺りだけをちょっと紹介するんですけども、もっともっと本当広くていろんな場所がワイルドエリアにあるっていうことですよね。
そうですね。かなりポケモンシリーズにおいては広い場所となってまして、遠くに行けば実は強いポケモンとかも出たりしてですね、自分の気持ちに合わせて遠くに行ってみたりとか、近くでいろんなポケモンを捕まえたりとか、いろいろ冒険してもらえたらなと思います。
Yeah, this is just a small portion of the wild area. If you wanted to walk really far out there, there's lots of stuff to discover, and it's much wider. There's a lot available to discover. For example, much stronger Pokemon that you may want to go try and seek out.
あと先ほどちょっとしゃがみながら草むらを歩いてたりしたんですけども、 ポケモンによっては、プレイヤーを見つけると逃げてしまうポケモンもいますので、こうしゃがみながらこう近づくと気づかれずにエンカウントすることもできます、ね。
Yeah, we were actually just, I think Terry was showing the crouching down motion where you can kind of get into the tall grass and quietly approach some of the more perhaps timid Pokemon. Otherwise, they might run away from you.
We had talked about how when the weather changes, that specific Pokemon like appear more often. So like right now, it's hailing, so there's a different variety.
そうですね。今氷が降ってるので、ちょっと違うタイプのポケモンがちらほらとちょっと見かけられますよね。
ここは今天候が雪に降っているので、氷タイプのポケモンが出るようになってます。
Yeah, since it's snowing right now, we might see a more ice type Pokemon appearing in the field.
And here we have Terry taunting Choke here.
挑発してるみたいな感じですね。
Always picking my fights.
Now, of course, you can access the wild area from very early in the game, but as we see here, there are some rather strong Pokemon out there.
結構序盤からワイルドエリアに行けるようになると思うんですけども、結構じゃあここではレベル高いポケモンも出現するということですね。
そうですね。ちょっと奥に行けばやっぱりレベルの高いポケモンって今かなりこうレベルに差があるんで、これはちょっと逃げた方がいいんじゃないですか。
Yeah, depending on where you go, there'll be some very high level Pokemon that you maybe can't take on, so you probably run away from this one.
Oh no! Spore Buddy!
強いですからね。もう逃げれるかな。
got away.
Of course, one of the other things that we saw in one of the Nintendo Directs was that to kind of help you navigate the wild area, we saw the return of the bicycle.
そうですね。先ほども見たんですけれども、自転車が今回復活するということで、多分喜ばれるファンもいるんじゃないでしょうか。
そうですね。やっぱり自転車はファンも結構多くいたりするんで、今回こう自転車に乗ってこの広大なエリアを冒険することができます。
Yeah, I think there are a lot of fans looking forward to the return of the bike, and it definitely helps you get around this wide area.
で、先ほどちょっとこうリエオスとダッシュでこう。いきなりこう加速することもできたり、あとは今水上にそのまま乗れたと思うんですけど、スムーズにこう水上にも入れるんで、こういう広大なエリアをこうなんでしょうね、自由にこう冒険することができるようになってます。
Yeah, it really helps you get around the wild area very quickly. You can even hold down the B button to kind of get a little dash move going, so you can get some extra speed. And as you saw, you can just kind of seamlessly transition to going above, on the lake there, kind of just riding over the water. So it definitely helps you get around.
This is definitely a bike I wish I had when I was younger.
子供の時にこういう自転車があればよかったな。
そうですね。ダッシュできたらすごいスピードで走れますから。
Yeah, definitely get you around quickly.
And then, of course, we also see that there's certain secrets out in the wild area for players to find.
なんかちょっとなんていうんですか、隠れ的なものもちょっと調べられてる気がしますね。
このワイルドエリアはいろいろそのキラキラと光ってるアイテムが落ちていたりするので、毎日訪れるとまた新しいアイテムを見つけることができます。
Yeah, every time you come back, you'll find like kind of hidden items in different spots in the wild area, so it's a lot of fun to walk around and discover them.
And of course, activities to enjoy like fishing.
あと釣りも今ちょっとポケモンちょっと釣って。
そうですね。釣りもワイルドエリアではいろんなことができるんですけど、釣りもその一つですね。
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to do in the wild area, and as you mentioned, fishing is one of them.
いろんなポケモンに出会えるんで、もう釣ったりいろんなポケモンに出会ったりしてほしいなと思います。
A lot of different ways to encounter the variety of Pokemon in the area.
Now, one other thing that we've noticed here on the left side is that we're seeing some icons pop up on the left side of the screen.
なんか画面左の方にちょっといろんなアイコンが出てるんですけれども、何でしょうか。
そうですね。Y と書かれているものと、その上にいろんなアイコンがステッカーがあるんですけども、これはYY 通信といって、今回のソードシールドでいろんな通信を遊べるような仕組みがこの YY 通信になってます。
So this is part of the new kind of communication functionality we're calling that's through this device called the YCOM in the games, and you can actually have these what we're calling stamps appear to kind of show what other players are up to.
今実はこれ近くで増田さんがそのまま遊んでいるんですけども、その交換をしたいっていうアイコンがここに出てます。
So this is actually Masuda-san playing right next to us. He's playing the Gloria character there, but this stamp is signifying that he wants to trade with us.
ここで通信交換とか対戦とかを自由に呼びかけたりして、例えばマックスレイドバトルもここで 呼びかけることができます、
So you can use these stamps to kind of invite people to battle, trade, or even try and get other players to join you in a max raid battle.
Gloria. これ増田さんです。
This is actually he's playing Gloria right now.
でワイルドエリアは、まあ、いろいろなこうプレイヤーが違う目的を持って遊んでたりするんですけども、そういった、プレイヤーが、出会う場所でもありますね。
So there's a lot of different reasons that players will come back to the wild area, but you can kind of encounter them, other players, if you're connected in the wild area and see them in your game.
ローカル通信であれば、まあ、近くで遊んでいるプレイヤーがそのまま表示されますし、まあ、インターネット通信をすれば世界中のプレイヤーがこのワイルドエリアで一緒に遊ぶことができます。
And this works either via local wireless with other players that are nearby playing at the same time. You can also connect with, to the internet to kind of play with other players from around the world.
That's right. And it looks like now Terry has gotten to the town that we were heading towards.
Right, but there's some lights in the background, these red pillar of lights. Could you guys explain what these are?
ちょっと目的地の町に今到着したんですけども、ちょっと遠くに赤い光の柱みたいなものがあるんですけども、それって何でしょうか？
そうですね。あれはですね、ポケモンの巣でして、で中に非常に強力な、ダイマックスポケモンがいます。そのパワー、エネルギーが赤い光で出ていますね。
So those are actually what are called Pokemon dens, and there's a red light emitting from them when there is a Dynamax Pokemon inside. So the red light kind of represents the energy of the Dynamax phenomenon.
光のところに行くとマックスレイドバトルをチャレンジすることができます。
And what that means for the player is that you can go there and encounter that Dynamax Pokemon in a max raid battle.
Well, perhaps we should show what the max raid battle is like.
そうですね。じゃあ早速じゃあマックスレイドバトルも
そうですね。
ちょっとやってみたいと思います。
はい。
All right, so as we're prepping up to do said max raid battle, Mr. Omori, Mr. Masuda, could you explain a little bit more to the people watching at home about what the Dynamax feature is?
ちょっとダイナマックスについてもう少し詳しく教えてもらっていいですか？
そうですね。これまでですね、メガ進化とか Z 技っていう要素があったんですけども、今作ポケモンがパワーアップする新要素として入ったのがこのダイマックスです。
So Dynamax is actually a new way to power up your Pokemon in these games. It replaces what we've seen previously, for example, Mega Evolution and Z moves.
これそうですね。そうですね。ダイマックスレイドバトルなんですけれども、好きなポケモンを1匹選んで戦うことができます。で、今回はボックスからも1匹選べるので、そこから1匹選んでルカリをちょっと選んで戦ってみようと思います。
And each player participating in the battle can choose one Pokemon from either their party or from the box. So it's important to choose one of your stronger Pokemon since you before you go into the max raid battle.
でも今回1匹なんで途中で交換はできないのでこの1匹大切に戦ってください。
And you only get to choose one, and you can't change during the battle, so you've got to make sure it's a good choice.
So strategy and communication is incredibly key here.
ということはもうプレイヤー同士のコミュニケーションというのは非常に大切になってくるんですよね。
4人で戦うのでその役割分担と連携がすごい大事になってます。
Yeah, cooperation between the players and also really determining the roles is going to be very important to defeating the opponent.
まあ例えばタイプ相性の強い良い技を持っているポケモンが中心となって攻撃してで戦況に合わせて補助技とか回復技で味方をサポートするっていうのがすごい大事だと思います。
So yeah, once you get into the battle, identifying maybe which of the 4 Pokemon will have the best type advantage to be the main attacker, and also like who can be the best kind of supporter or the Pokemon that will use healing moves to support the team.
Yes, I'm playing as Togekiss, so for my first move, I've used Reflect to try to protect all of us a bit.
そうですね。僕はトゲキスを使ってるんですけれども、今リフレクターを出してちょっとチームを守ろうとしてます。
はい。Thank you。こうするとみんなが守備力が上がるんで、これによって攻撃が強かったとしても防げることができます。
That'll definitely help protect against some of these powerful attacks.
All right, so I guess we should do roll call. I'm playing Ludicolo, so I'm actually just got hit. And as we can see here, Steelix is doing multiple attacks. Is that fair?
ちょっと今ハガネールが連続で、技をいろいろ出してきたんですけれども、それって結構不公平ですよね。
そうですね。ダイマックスをしているポケモンは、状況に合わせてやっぱり2回攻撃してきたりとかですねしますので、油断しないように戦ってほしいなと思います。
So yeah, when you're going up against a Dynamax Pokemon, sometimes they will take multiple moves, and so you really kind of can't let your guard down.
自分トムでウィンディ使ってるけどちょっとでかくなっていいですか？
So I'm actually the Tom character here playing Arcanine. Is it okay if I use Dynamax?
Absolutely.
Go ahead. I think we need all the help we can get.
Yes.
ぜひお願いします。
ダイマックスなんですけども、各ターン、プレイヤーは1回しか、できないんですね。でプレイヤー側が順番にダイマックス権利が回ってきます。でバトル中にどのプレイヤーか、1人しか、1回しかダイマックスできないので、このダイマックスタイミングも非常に重要となっています。
The ability to use Dynamax, it actually rotates between the players each turn, but your team can only use Dynamax once throughout the entire battle. So it's important to kind of identify what the exact right timing is to be able to, exploit its power.
So yeah, obviously a lot of strategy goes into these Dynamax raid battles.
結構じゃあ戦略性の高いバトルなので、
そうですね。でダイマックス技を使うと、その効果によって例えば今、炎の技を出したんで日照りになりましたね。
Yeah, and you can see that once you Dynamax, the Pokemon's moves will all turn into max moves, which are much more powerful, and they also have these added effects, like you saw a drought was just triggered based off Arcanine's attack.
Yeah, and they look really cool too.
見た目もすごいかっこいいですね。
迫力がすごいありますね。
Yeah, definitely. I think it's very impressive.
And as we can see, Steelix just put up a barrier around him.
今ちょっとなんかバリアを張ったみたいな感じになってるんですけど、
今日照りになったのでソーラービームが一旦で出せましたね。でこれもまた、連携のすごいいい連携だと思いますね。
そうですね。バリアの方は
そうですね。でバリアなんですけども、今不思議なバリアというものがダイマックスに貼られてまして、で今ヒットポイントがこう減ってくると、そういうバリアが登場します。
So yeah, with the barrier, what happens is once its HP is reduced, it'll put up this kind of barrier that you have to take down before it will actually start taking lots of damage again.
でこの今ゲージが5つあるんですけど、ダメージを与えるごとに1つのゲージが減ってきます。で攻撃力が低いポケモンでも高いポケモンでも1ゲージずつ減っていくので、この時はもうどんなポケモンでも攻撃してこのバリアを壊していった方がいいですね。
But you can see that there's a couple of different parts to the gauge, and each time you hit it with a damaging attack, at least one of those will be reduced. So even if your Pokemon isn't particularly powerful in the attack department, it can still reduce the gauge by just using a damaging attack.
ダイマックス技だと2ゲージ減らすことができますね。
Well, yes, as you can see, my Togekiss used Dazzling Gleam, which is not particularly effective, but was still good enough to break that barrier down.
そうですね。今そんなに威力の高い技を使わなかったんですけども、それでもゲージが減ったということです。
そうですね。なんで攻撃力がないポケモンでもこういった場では活躍することができます。
So it's a good opportunity for even the weaker Pokemon to participate and really contribute to the fight. And Dynamax moves, if you use it against it, it'll actually take down 2 gauges, two slots of the gauge.
ゲージを壊したんであとはもう本当に倒すだけですね。
So yeah, you guys have broken down the barrier, so now you just need to defeat the Pokemon.
We're very close, but one thing that we haven't talked about is that storm that's kind of lurking around Steelix. Could you talk a little bit about
上のなんかちょっと怪しい雲っていうか、その荒い天候というのは何でしょうか？
あれはもうダイマックスしたポケモンのエネルギーがこう頭上でこう現れている状態で。
That's really the kind of the energy of the Dynamax phenomenon, just kind of brewing above their head.
もうちょっとで倒せますね。
Looks like you're probably going to be able to defeat this one without too much trouble.
この指攻撃を集中させたりすることもできます。
Togekiss the center of attention.
これで
Trying to be the tank.
There it is.
マサさん倒しましたね。
Nicely done.
倒しましたね。
And we didn't have a single Pokemon faint. That was actually pretty good.
今回1匹も気絶してないので良かったです。
はい。
So now all of us have a chance to actually catch this Steelix. And so by catching it, can we add them to our party?
これで勝利して、捕まえるチャンスがあるんですけれども、捕まえたら、手持ちのポケモンとして加えることができるということでしょうか。
そうですね。なんでこの、ポケモンを倒すと、ゲットするチャンスが生まれます。で捕まえると、ポケモンをそのまま手持ちにすることができたり、結構実はいいアイテムも手に入ることもできます。
捕まえた。
So yeah, you can actually, every player who participates in the battle are able to get a chance to catch it. But even if you don't catch the Pokemon, there's still a variety of rewards for the players that participate to get items and such that will help be beneficial in their adventure.
なんでもう世界中の友達とか、プレイヤーとか友達とぜひ遊んでほしいなと思います。
So it's definitely something that I hope players will be excited to play along with their friends, but also other players from around the world.
Yes, my daughter has really gotten into Pokemon with Pokemon Let's Go, so I'm very excited to be able to do raid battles with her in Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield.
そうですね。レッツゴーピカチュウ、レッツゴーイーブイで娘がすごいポケモン好きになったので、結構こう一緒にマックスレイドバトルができることを楽しみにしております。
そうですね。
So I think Masuda-san, I think there was another topic that you wanted to touch on.
実機プレイは多分以上になると思うんですけども、ちょっと増田さんからお話ししたいことがあるっていうのは聞いたんですけども。はい、
そうですね。ちょっと皆さんにお伝えしたいことがあります。ポケモンホームはポケットモンスターシリーズとポケモン GO のポケモンたちを集めることが新しいサービスで、もちろんこのソードシールドとも連動します。
Yeah, there's one thing I'd like to talk about, and it's about the Pokemon Home service that we recently announced. So it will connect with the Pokemon RPGs as well as Pokemon Go to allow players to really gather all of their Pokemon in a single location. And of course, it will also work with the Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield games.
ただしここでこれまでポケモンバンクのサービスをご利用していただいているファンの皆さんにちゃんとお伝えしたいなと思っていることがあります。
But there is one important change from the previous Pokemon Bank service that I want to tell all of its users about.
これまでのポケットモンスターシリーズは例えばサンムーンではアローラ図鑑に含まれていないポケモンも、全種類をポケモンバンクから連れてくることができました。
So in previous games that worked with the Pokemon Bank service, you were able to, for example, in Sun and Moon, bring over any Pokemon even if they weren't in the Alola Pokedex.
でハードが任天堂スイッチになって、ポケモン1匹ずつに対しての、表現自体も、非常に豊かになりました。
But with the transition to the Nintendo Switch hardware, with its, it being much more powerful, allowing us to be much more expressive with each of the individual Pokemon.
でもう一つポケモンはもう今では図鑑番号でいうとやっぱり800を超えてます。
And now we're well over 800 Pokemon species in the games.
でその中で1匹ずつ大切にクオリティを上げてバトルバランスも取って、限られた開発期間の中で最新作をお届けするためにどうするかっていうのは長い間議論を重ねてきました。
At Game Freak, we really spent a lot of time thinking about what the best way to move forward was, really preserving the quality of all the different Pokemon, while also, taking into account the battle balance, having so many different Pokemon available, all within, a limited development time, so we don't keep fans waiting too long for every new entry in the series.
その結果今作から対応方針を変えることにしました。
And after a lot of discussion, we decided to come to kind of a new direction.
つまりですねポケモンホームとソードシールドの間を行き来できるポケモンをガラル図鑑に登場するポケモンに絞ることにしました。
And so what that means for Pokemon Sword and Shield is that players will be able to transfer their Pokemon from Pokemon Home only if they appear in the Galar region Pokedex.
図鑑の舞台に合わせて冒険の舞台に合わせてこだわって登場するポケモンを決めています。
So we were very careful. We spent a lot of time really thinking what the best selection of Pokemon to match the setting of the adventure would be.
さらに詳しい話は今後の取材とかインタビューでちゃんと説明していきたいと思います。
So I'll talk more about the details in future opportunities such as media interviews, but I wanted to let you know today.
ただポケモンバンクをご利用してくださっているファンの皆さんには少しでも早くお伝えしたいなと思って本日お伝えさせていただきました。
I know there are a lot of users of the Pokemon Bank service who are looking forward to Pokemon Home, so I wanted to let them know what the change would be well in advance.
But of course, as somebody who's been hunting for a lot of shiny Pokemon in Pokemon Let's Go, any of those Pokemon that do appear in Pokemon Sword and Shield, I'll still be able to transfer from Pokemon Let's Go into Pokemon Sword and Shield through Pokemon Home, correct?
レッツゴーピカチュウ、レッツゴーイーブイでたくさん色違いのポケモンを探して捕まえているんですけれども、それらのポケモンがガラル図鑑に登場するのであれば、ホームから、 転送するっていうのができるんですね。
そうですね。ホームを、経由して連れてくることができます。
That's right. Yeah, as long as they're in the Galar region Pokédex, you can transfer them from home.
That's great. Well,
そうですね。もちろんですね、今作のソードシールドガラル地方でもまだ見ぬ新ポケモンを含めてかなりのポケモンが出てきますし、ポケモンのボリューム、ゲームのボリュームとしてもかなりの、満足いただけるようになっています。
Yeah, in the Galar region, you're going to find a lot of Pokemon, including a bunch of Pokemon that no one has discovered yet. So the games are definitely chock full of content.
ガラル図鑑を完成させるのも非常に大変だと思うんですけども、皆さん頑張って集めてほしいなと思います。
And it will be no small feat to complete the Galar region Pokédex, but I do hope that players will give their best to try and catch them all in the region.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see how the story unfolds and to explore both the region and the wild area. But is there anything else that you want to add before we say goodbye and move on?
僕も非常に今回のゲームのストーリーとかワイルドエリアでの探索っていうのを楽しみにしてるんですけれども、ちょっと最後にお二人から視聴者に向けての何かお言葉ありますでしょうか。
そうですね。先ほどマックスレードバトルを4人でやりましたけども、やっぱりやっていてなんか楽しいんですよね。ちょっとなんですかね、今までのポケモンの中ではなかった新しいシステムになってますんで、やっぱり4人でワイワイ楽しく友達と一緒に遊べるっていう仕組みはすごい皆さんにぜひ体験してもらいたいなと思ってます。
Yeah, for me, it definitely is the max raid battles we just showed off. Playing together with your friends in this kind of cooperative battle feature that we've never had in the Pokemon series before is really just a lot of fun. I hope fans of the series will look forward to being able to try that for the first time.
そうですね。ワイルドエリアでいろんなプレイヤーと一緒に冒険したりするのってすごいやっぱり楽しくてですね、ローカル通信で友達と一緒に遊んだり、インターネット通信を使って世界中のプレイヤーと出会って、そこで対戦や交換を楽しんでもらえたらなと思います。
And even other than the max raid battles, we of course have all the traditional, multiplayer features where you can trade and battle with other players, either nearby with the local wireless or to connect with other trainers from around the world using the connecting via the internet.
Great. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you all for watching. What we're going to do is, as we get ready for our next segment here on Nintendo Treehouse Live, we are going to go down to our Luigi's Mansion booth and give you all a sneak peek at what people are going to experience here on the show floor. It's a very, very special booth. So take a quick look at that, and then we will come back in just a few minutes for our very next segment, which I think a lot of people will be looking forward to very much. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, I'm Morgan here with Audrey, and we're
in a haunted hotel.
Yeah.
Everyone stay calm.
Bill said Luigi's Mansion booth, but this is not. We're in the booth, but this is like a fully built out haunted mansion, which is sort of where the game Luigi's Mansion 3 takes place.
Yeah, I think it might actually be haunted, but let's find out and take a look at this.
Yeah, so
really
we just
cool
wanted
booth.
you guys at home to get a look at this. This is where we've got some players in here now, but this is when the booth opens soon. Fans are going to get in here to play the game, but also be surrounded by this really cool ambiance.
Yeah, we've got a spooky fish cauldron, skulls, jack-o'-lanterns, the whole...
Yeah, standard issue cauldron full of green goo and fish.
Absolutely, there are ghosts showing up all over the walls, so be careful, watch your step.
Yeah. And we can see up above, we've got a lot of atmospheric stuff happening.
All of our Mario friends have been X'd out. That's just not nice. It's a little foreboding.
Not sure if you guys are be able to hear the music at home, but there's a lot of sort of just sound effects happening. Weird, I don't even know. The kind of sounds you hear in a horror movie,
It's
basically.
intensely ooky, it's true. And every now
I just saw a crow fly through the air.
Oh, yes. And then every now and then you'll hear Luigi go, Mario. I'm gonna step back here. And of course, you wouldn't have a haunted hotel without a bellman.
Yep. And there's a little there's a shape back up here. Something hanging from the wall.
We better investigate, because that's what you do in horror-themed areas. Oh, it's fine. Morgan, why did you get scared like that?
I don't know. I don't know how that happened.
That's just creepy.
There's just things in here that things just happen.
It's fine.
So
it's a little reception desk, because we're at a hotel again. So, but nobody's here, Morgan. That's kind of strange.
Get a little closer.
Well, it's an abandoned lobby here in this haunted hotel. Nobody needs to worry about any of that.
Another spider come down the wall over there.
Yeah, I've got more bellmen. We've got tons of creepy fog and ghosts all over the place.
You can see over here we've got all the gameplay happening. We've got. Oh! The ghost just flew by.
There's a ghost. Keep your eye out. They're all over the place. Yeah, and this really, really captures the atmosphere of Luigi's Mansion 3.
Yeah.
Only maybe it's a little scarier because you're actually inside of it.
Yeah, I think so. I'm excited to see this place once people get in, because again, we're inside the convention center. It is so, there's so many like blackout curtains or whatever that I do not feel like I'm inside. I feel like I'm in somewhere else completely.
Absolutely.
It's
If
really,
you're
really
here,
cool.
we encourage you to come and check this out. If not, we're gonna brave this haunted hotel for you.
I just saw 2 more ghosts run by.
Of course you did.
Somehow in midair above us.
That's right. People are going to be able to check out the game
I
here,
know.
and of course later on Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3, we're going to get some live gameplay footage of this game as well. So please look forward to that.
Let's head back over here toward these, some of these.
Yeah, beware of ghosts again. I love those sound effects that you hear piping in all over the place. We've got coins, we've got ghoulish laughs.
Yeah, we've got some fog. There's some fog coming in too from like, I don't know where it's coming from.
We don't know where it's coming from, guys.
So let's go back over to these shapes over here. We didn't quite get a good look at all of them. There's a standard issue skull on a I don't know what, a platter. This is like a giant. It looks like a stein of green
Why don't
green
you have a
goo.
sip, Morgan?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's delicious.
Your legs are also glowing. There's
I know.
some sort of lighting
this
effects
is
in here.
completely
happening.
normal. Oh, and there are more ghosts. Everywhere you look, a different ghost is popping up. It's really, really cool.
I think like this is one of those booth experience. People that come to the Nintendo booth, if they come in here, they're not going to forget it. It's
Oh no,
really, really cool.
it really is immersive. You just lose yourself in the game. You're in the game world right now. We got some cool chandelier action over there.
I haven't seen Guigi yet. I feel like
Not
he could
yet.
just slide through the wall at
I
any
know.
moment, but
That would actually be pretty terrifying.
I know.
Oh, and that song, that music.
Yeah,
You've got to love that music.
Ooh, all right, well, we're going to see gameplay of this later, but right now we want to take it back to the stage for the first live gameplay of something else completely, something much happier than this. Animal Crossing New Horizons. Don't go anywhere.
See ya.
Bye.
すみません。はい、治りました。
Welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2019. And what we've got coming up here is something that I think a lot of folks are highly anticipating.
Yes.
This is the world premiere of live gameplay for the newest title in the Animal Crossing series, Animal Crossing New Horizons. We're going to be going into further depth in some of the stuff that we saw in the Nintendo Direct, but also showing off some brand new stuff. So before we get too much further, I'm Sam. I'm here with Sam from Treehouse also, but we also have Kyogoku-san and Nogami-san from the development team to give us some development insight. Thank you so much for being here. And Noriko also will be translating.
So just to kick us off here, I think fans of the Animal Crossing series who watch the Direct right off the bat notice that this time you're sending them to a deserted island, which is quite different from the games that we've previously had in the Animal Crossing series. Can you tell us a little bit about why you chose a deserted island as the setting this time?
そうですね、今回無人島という舞台にしようと思ったのは大きくは2つあります。一つは今まで動物の森シリーズっていうのはどこかの村に引っ越していって一人暮らしをしてその村の中で暮らしを楽しむっていう遊びだったんですけど、今回スイッチで新しい動物の森を体験していただくにあたって何かその流れで全く新しい体験ができないかと思いました。
So one of the reasons that we thought about having the player live on a deserted island, there's actually two main reasons. And one of the reasons being that previously in the legacy titles, we had the player come to a pre-existing village and then have them start a life there and from scratch. But we thought maybe we can give the players a new experience.
もう一つは、そうやって無人島という何もないところを一から作り上げていくっていうところで今までだったらもう最初から村として存在していたために選択肢としてなかったその新しい選択の自由っていうところでも新しい体験をしていただけるんじゃないかと思いました。
And then another thing that we thought was by giving the players a choice, a freedom to build something there, something that they may have not been able to in previous titles, that we were able to give them that opportunity to build everything from scratch. We thought that would be a great experience.
Awesome. And I know folks have been waiting a long time to get a chance to look at this title. So why don't we hop right into the game and give folks a look?
じゃあちょっと今日は見ていただきたいと思います。
So I'm going to start off.
So I think one of the things that to continue on what Kyogoku-san was talking about expanding the freedom, Animal Crossing has always been a series about freedom. You could choose to spend your time however you want, fishing, collecting bugs, pulling weeds, but I think we're going to see here is how much that has been expanded.
And I love everything about their outfits. They're ready for island life. Tom Nook and Timmy and Tommy look so ready to go.
And they're talking about E3. The line between the real life and Animal Crossing life is blurring even further.
They know we're watching.
今回たぬきちたちはたぬき開発という新しい事業をしていまして、でその無人島パッケージプランに参加している形になります。で豆吉つぶ吉もそのたぬきちを手伝って一緒に働いています。
So Tom Nook & Co., this time around, they have a development company called Nook Inc. And then the player is set to be relocating to the island through Nook Inc.'s Deserted Island Getaway Package. And then Timmy and Tommy also have a store in there, too.
It's definitely a bold new business plan. I like it. Even when they're in a beautiful tropical setting, they're thinking about the business. And before we kick off exploring too much, can we talk a little bit about what we're seeing right here?
はい、これ最初この島に移住してまだテントを張って、ここをベースに暮らしを始めたばかりの状態になります。ちょっと中も入ってみたいと思います。
So this is where your island life starts. This is the tent that you'll get, and then we decided to pitch it on the beach.
このようにちょっとまだ始めたばかりなので、讃吉に最初に支給してもらった簡単な家具しかない状態です。
So this is how it looks inside the tent. And then we only have bare minimums that Tom Nook gave us at the moment.
I think that's key. He really did only provide you with the bare minimum here.
ちなみに今回このようにハッピーホームデザイナーでもそうだったんですけど、家具を今までの半分の単位で動かせるようになっています。
And this time around, just like Happy Home Designer was, you're able to move the furniture in half units around the buildings.
で今までより自由な部屋作りを楽しんでいただけると思います。
And then so I think this will allow you to have more versatility in home decoration.
And worth mentioning here, so we're not at the very beginning of the game. It's early, but when you start, there's not even a tent there.
ちなみに家具なんですけど、動画で見ていただいた方お気づきだとは思うんですけど、今回このように全ての家具をフィールドに置くこともできます。
And as for the furniture, I think many of you have noticed in the video, but you can also place them outside on the field.
でフィールドで草原もなんですけど、テントも含めてそのビーチ、今ニューリーフの時は浜辺には公共事業をしたり家を建てたりできなかったんですけど、今回浜辺も使ってより自由にカスタムができるようになっています。
And then not just the furniture, but also the tent itself. You're able to place them on the beach. This was something that you couldn't do in New Leaf, but we're able to do that.
で今回動画でお見せしたDIY の要素と、今お見せしたそのフィールドに家具を置けるという要素ですね。この2つをメインにご紹介して、今このフィールドまだ無人島で何もないんですけど、ちょっとした家具を作っておいて、で今回ツリーハウスライブの記念に写真撮影をするということをやってみたいと思います。
So there are two main elements that I want to show you. One, both of them are something that you saw in the video. One of them is the DIY recipes, and then the other one is being able to put furniture outside. So since we're here at E3 at Treehouse Live, I think I want to make that as a goal and then start doing that right now.
Sounds great.
今これはたぬきちから最初に支給されたスマホなんですけど、その中にDIY の自分が作れるレシピのアプリがあります。この中から作るものをちょっと決めたいと思います。
So this is a smartphone called Nook Phone that I got from Tom Nook. And then there's a DIY recipes app. So I'm going to browse around and look for something that I want to make.
で DIY はこの道具ですとか家具ですとか島で取れるいろんな材料を使っていろんなバリエーションのものが作ることができます。
And then these DIY recipes include everything from tools to furnitures, and you can use a lot of the materials that you can find around the island.
ちなみに雑草とかも今無人島で草だらけなんですけど雑草を使ったDIY なんかもあります。
So since we came to a deserted island, there's a lot of weeds growing around on the island, but those things can also become a material to create something.
じゃあ今ベンチを飾って座れるようにしたいなと思うんでこのログベンチを作ろうと思うんですけど木材を取る必要があるのでまずは木材を取るためのこの斧を作っていきたいと思います。
So I want to make this log bench, but in order to make the log bench, I need some hard wood. So I am going to first make this axe.
So I wonder if, as we're looking around here, could we just take a look at the up in the sky because it really is a beautiful day.
そういえば動物の森ってファンの皆さんご存知だと思うんですけど現実の時間に連動していてその時間や季節に応じてその風景が移り変わっていきます。
So I think a lot of the Animal Crossing fans already know this, but the game clock is actually linked to the real time. So the seasons and the time of the day, it changes according to the clocks that you live in.
で今まで北半球の季節にしか対応していなかったんですけども今回南半球の季節も選択できるようになりました。
And until the previous titles, we only had the game set in northern hemisphere, but from New Horizons, we have a southern hemisphere as well, so the users can play in the southern hemisphere atmosphere as well.
今これ北半球の6月なんで夏の風景なんですけど、南半球で6月に設定すると今度冬になったりします。
So right now, since it is June and it's set to June in northern hemisphere, but if you have it set to southern hemisphere, then it'll be in winter.
It's really cool, I think, being able to give players that flexibility. So if you live in the southern hemisphere and you want the seasons and things, the weather to kind of match more like what you're experiencing in real life, you can have that choice. And we got lucky here, I think, that the weather is so good for the stream because you never know what's going to happen in Animal Crossing weather-wise, but this looks gorgeous.
斧の材料が揃ったんで、では次 DIY をしてみたいと思います。ただ私は作業台を今持ってないので、作業台を貸してもらえる場所にご案内します。
So now that I have all the materials for Flimsy Axe, I'm gonna go somewhere where they're gonna let me do this for free.
これタヌキチたちの案内所になっています。住民の生活をサポートしてくれるすごく便利な場所になっています。
So this is the resident service area by Nook Inc. And then they support all the residents on the island with their lives.
I love how proud they are of your accomplishment. I feel like Tom Nook's always proud of you.
ちなみに他にも、この案内所には豆吉だったら何かいらないものを買い取ってくれたりですとか。
So other functions of the resident service, Timmy would buy something that you don't need in the inventory.
雑草も買い取ってもらえるので草をそのままワイルドなフィールドを楽しみたい方はそのままにしていただいてもいいですし、もう綺麗にしたい方は草をむしってここで買い取ってもらうといいと思います。
So we've mentioned weeds on the island earlier, but if you want to clean it up, then you can clean them up and then sell it to Timmy, or you can choose to leave them as well because, why not, right?
I kind of like it. It matches the rustic setting. You're on a deserted island, having it look a little wild is kind of cool.
In contrast, I picked every weed on my island.
でもちろんちょっとした買い物もすることができます。で道具もこのように売ってたりもするんですけど、お金が余っていたり、もちろん買って済ませてもいいですし、自分で拾って材料を作ってもどちらでも自由に楽しんでいただければと思います。
So as you can see, you can do a little shopping here too, and then you have the option to buy the tools, purchase the tools here as well. But I mean, you can basically, you'll have that freedom of whether if you want to buy them or if you want to collect the materials on the island and then make it yourself.
でちなみにこのたぬき地のこの案内所でもう一つ特徴的な新しい機能があります。でそれがこのヌークマイレージになります。
So one of the new functions here is Nook mileage, Nook miles.
でこのヌークマイルというのは、実際のマイルのように例えば今回お出かけ飛行機に乗ってお出かけするんですけど、その飛行機に乗ったりですか、そのショッピングをしたりとか、今この斧を実際作ってこのように DIY ツールを作ったことに応じてとか、島で過ごしていろんな体験に対してマイルをもらうことができます。
So Nook Mile kind of works like the actual airline mileage programs. So when we moved out here on the airplane, you got miles for that. And then a lot of the activities that you do on the island, you also accumulate miles for that. We just made the flimsy axe, so we got miles credit for that as well. And then so there's so many ways to acquire these miles and then also use them as well.
ちなみに日本語ではたぬきマイレージですね。
It's called tanuki mileage in Japanese.
でこのマイレージを貯めるとなんかいろんなサービスとかまたオリジナルアイテムと交換できるので、マイレージによってまた新しい楽しみと遊びが広がるようになっています。
And then these miles, you'll be able to exchange them for items and other activities. So it's a new way of enjoying the game.
It is really nice that it feels like you can progress doing any kind of activity that you enjoy in Animal Crossing. On top of it just being a fun way for you to relax, you're making progress in the game. You're having a chance to earn some of those rewards.
And you can earn those rewards for doing things that you didn't always earn rewards for before, like even just picking weeds. Sure, it made your area more beautiful, but it didn't really give you anything else. But now you can earn miles for that and use them for something.
じゃあ斧も手に入ったことなんで木材を集めていきたいと思います。
Since I now have the flimsy axe, I think I'm going to start collecting hardwood.
And here we can see just the variety. Collecting things has always been a part of Animal Crossing, but there's so many different types of collectible crafting materials now. Even looking at the wood that you're chopping there, every time you pick something up, you're going to wonder, okay, what am I going to do with this? What am I going to make with this next?
こうやって斧を使って木から木材を切り出すことができるんですけども、ちょっと今今回時間も限られている中で木材って集めるのが大変なんで、今からちょっと野上さんに手伝ってもらおうと思います。
So as you can see, I can use this flimsy axe to collect hardwood, but since we have a limited amount of time today and there's a lot of hardwood to collect, I think I'm going to recruit Mr. Nogami here and have him help me out.
Right on.
どのようにするかと言いますと、この今コールアイランダーというアプリを使うと同じ島に住んでいる住人同士で一緒にプレイすることができるようになります。
So this is how I'm going to do this. On the Nook phone, there's an application called Call an Islander. And then when you call an island, you'll be able to call another resident on the island and then play together.
So since Nogami-san has a house on this island as well, he can come out and help out. Nogami-san, I love your outfit. That's awesome. Looks very appropriate for a squid researcher.
I don't know why I'm wearing this outfit, but all right.
It's a good look.
このようにそのジョイコンをお裾分けして同じ住民同士で遊べるっていうのが実は動物の森シリーズでは初めての体験になります。
So actually, to be able to play with your friend or family by sharing Joy-Con controllers is something that's very new to the Animal Crossing franchise.
でこうやって一緒にやることで木材集めなどもはかどるので、今までだったら一人ずつ別々に遊んで、見ているしかできなかった時間差でもちろん楽しんでいただくこともできるんですけど、今回こうやって同時に遊んでいただくことができます。
So in the previous titles, I mean, of course, you were able to watch each other play and then have fun that way. But with New Horizons, you're able to play together and then cooperate in sense. And then so it's basically a whole new way of playing together.
And just as you're collecting this material here, looking at the wind blowing through the trees, the graphics, it's really just beautiful to watch. But I'm also really drawn to the sound effects here. Nogami-san, can you talk to us a little bit about the sound design for this game?
そうですね。今回のニューホライズンズではよりこうユーザーお客さんにこの没入体験を楽しんでいただくためにいろいろな工夫をしています。
So there's a lot of things that we've experimented and then we've tried out for the users to have that immersive feeling when they're playing this game.
でそのためにはフォーリーサウンドという手法を取り入れていまして、例えば砂の上を実際に歩いたり、あるいはちょっとスタジオの近くの草を買ってきて踏みつけたりして足音の音を録音してよりナチュラルな音を再現しています。
And in order to achieve that from the sound perspective, we adapted this technique called Foley recording. And then what it essentially does is record a natural sound and then use it as a sound effect in the game. So we sometimes walked on sand to get that sound, or cut some grass from around the office and then walked on it to get that sound.
あと今木や草がちょっと揺れてるのが見えると思うんですけど、今度は風を表現していまして、風が強くなると木が揺れたりっていう風になんていうか現実の空気もちょっと再現しようとしています。
And then another thing that you probably noticed is that the leaves on the trees are kind of moving,
Yeah.
and then this is actually expressing the wind on the island. So depending on how strong the wind is blowing, some of them sway a little bit harder.
And the sound of the wind is really beautiful too. It's very relaxing and immersive.
じゃあベンチがそう言ってる間に出来上がったんですけど、ちょっとまだこれ1個だけでは寂しいので、もう1個何か作ってみたいと思います。
So now I have a bench, but just having a single furniture is a little bit sad. So I think I'm going to make something else too.
何か野上さん。
そうですね。僕がキャンプファイヤーを持っているので、それのちょっと大きい版のボンファイヤーを作ってみましょうか。
So since I already have a campfire, why don't we make a bonfire? Looks a little bit bigger and more fun.
ボンファイヤーは、キャンプファイヤーと木材を使って作ることができます。で、このように何か DIY で作った家具を使ってさらに作るというような DIY もあります。
So bonfire, you'll be able to make that with some wood and a campfire, which is an item. There are items where you will need another item to create. So there's a lot of variety in these recipes.
じゃあちょっと野上さんに交代します。
So I'm going to change the leader to Mr. Nogami.
このように今誰がリーダーでその誰に付き添ってプレイしているかっていうのが分かるようになっています。
As you can see, there's a little flag on top of Mr. Nogami's head, and then that shows that he's the leader, and then you'll be able to tell who'll be leading that gameplay.
Nogami-san, are you walking around with a squid?
はい。
Yeah.
なぜかイカを持ってますね。なんでこんなもん持ってるんでしょう。
I don't know why I have a squid, but I always have it in my pocket.
ちょっと僕これキャンプファイヤーを持ってますので、はい、これをとこれとこれを拾って、はい、10個あるんで、じゃあこれで。
Okay, so since I already have a campfire, I'm gonna pick up the wood and then I'm gonna go craft a bonfire on the workbench.
So it's one of the things that's really wonderful here for the first time in the Animal Crossing series, being able to play side by side at the same time with other folks who live on your island. This idea that you can have your different inventories, swap back and forth who's in charge, and then take advantage of that. You can actually have up to 8 players living on a single island, and 4 of them can play together this way just by sharing Joy-Con on a single system. So if you've got someone in your family, their thing is, I just really like collecting this material or that material, you can kind of share the load a little bit as you work on your island and then come play together. You're all enjoying the experience at the same time, and you're taking turns and trading and making these much bigger crafting projects. But on top of that, with the folks on your island, there's also local wireless and online multiplayer that we're going to be able to talk about, hopefully more later on. But with that, it can be 8 people all gathering on a single player's island to have the same kind of fun activity side by side.
Yeah, the trailer in the Nintendo Direct, if you saw that scene at the very end with all the different players there, that was actually made using that feature.
じゃあちょっとボンファイヤーできましたんで、ちょうど写真を撮るのにいいロケーションを探しに行きます。
そうですね。私最初のこのテントの周りを豪華にしたいんで、じゃあここにぜひ置いてください。
じゃあさっき作ったボンファイヤーを置きます。
So since
また間違えた。
今までのようにこのドロップアイテムとプレイスアイテムっていうのは、葉っぱの状態で置くこともできるし、こうやって飾ることもできます。
So since we now have a bonfire, we hunted a location. Miss Kyogoku hunted a location, and then decided that around the tent would probably be the best place. And then so they're going to decorate this area. And then Miss Kyogoku also mentioned that there's a place an item and drop an item option, and then the players would be able to choose whether they want to place the furniture, like decorate the furniture, or just place the leaf.
And it's really incredible. It opens up your entire island, really, the same way you decorated your house. You're going to be able to put stuff in so many interesting places and really make your island feel like your own.
じゃあこんな感じで場所も整ったので写真を撮ってみたいと思います。
Okay, since we have the location and we have everything set up, I think I'm going to take a photo.
カメラはもちろんそのスイッチの本体機能で撮っていただくこともできるんですけど、そこのスマホにもカメラのアプリがあります。
So of course you'll be able to use the switch function, the switch camera to take a photo, but we also have a camera app on the Nook phone.
このカメラを使っていただくことでズーム機能だったりこういうフィルター機能っていうのもあってなんかより自由な撮影を楽しんでいただけます。
And by using this camera app, you're able to select filters or zoom in and out, and then so you'll be able to take photos that you desire, that you can decorate a little bit more and have more freedom with.
It's a nice way to commemorate a big project, or when you've got a bunch of friends hanging out with you, take a little group photo.
じゃあこのちょっとポーズも決めて写真を撮ってみたいと思います。
Okay, I think I'm gonna strike a pose and then take this photo.
And something that folks maybe if they're very sharp-eyed are noticing, there's a little sort of spout that's coming out of the sand not too far from you. We can't really show this too much yet, but there's actually clams living on the beach, and if you dig those up, you can craft fishing bait using clams. So worthwhile keeping that in mind if you're really into fishing. That's going to be a lot of fun for folks who want to catch some really cool fish too.
今この辺りにいましたよね。
I think I saw some spout coming out here.
Oh, nice! Got it.
ね、このようにDIYレシピっていうのは例えば動物から教えてもらったりとか何かこのアイテムを手に入れたことがきっかけでひらめいたりとか、買ったりとか、いろんな手段で DIY レシピは増えていきます。
So DIY recipes, you'll be acquiring them through other animals, or when you acquire a new item, that's something that that you'll also be able to acquire, or you'll also be able to buy them at stores as well.
I think it's interesting how that's really going to mix up players' experiences, depending on how you and maybe a friend of yours have been experiencing life on your island and what activities you've been doing. You might have quite a different collection of recipes at your disposal. So then when you have a chance to get together and play together, it might be, oh, by the way, what have you been making? What did I find? This is how I got this recipe. But it's a nice way to kind of share that knowledge and information as you play.
そうですね。今日お店初めてアニマルクロッシングニューホライゾンお見せしましたけども、なんかだいぶできてるんじゃないかっていうふうに見えると思うんですけども、実は我々開発スタッフにはまだまだこれからやらなければいけないことがあります。
So as you can see, we've shown you some of the gameplay of New Horizons, and then you may think that a lot of this is close to being done, and yet there's a lot of elements that we still want to work on.
2020年3月20日の発売日に向けて我々スタッフ一同頑張ってますので、もう少しだけお時間をください。
So I'm sorry to ask, but if you would let us work a little bit longer and release this game on March 20th, 2020, we would very much appreciate it.
Well, I can certainly say, based on the experiences I've had having a great time with this game in the office, it's very much worth the wait. So I know, folks, if you're fans of the game, it's hard to be patient, but it's coming together so beautifully. I think the hardest thing for me right now is working on the game. I'm just ready to get my island, but it'll be soon. And Kyogoku-san, do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to share with our viewers as well as we wrap up?
はい、今回この新しい無人島っていう舞台で長くこの動物の森を楽しんでいただけるようにともう少しお時間いただくんですけども、楽しんでいただけるのを作るに引き続き開発頑張っていきますので、もう少しお待ちいただければと思います。
So we'll be asking you for a little bit more time in order for us to have you enjoy this desert life on an island for a very, very long time. So we're all working hard to release this game. So thank you very much for your understanding.
Yeah, but in the meantime, if you wanted to hang out with some of your Animal Crossing friends, you could check out Animal Crossing Pocket Camp on smart devices. It's free to download, and there's a lot of stuff that's been added to that game since we released it. So please check that out. But that's all the time we have for today for Animal Crossing New Horizons. Thank you so much, Sam, Kyogoku-san, Nogami-san, and Noriko. And coming up next on Nintendo Treehouse Live, we got The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Stay tuned.
Bye.
Hi, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live. I'm Dan Osen. I'm here with Audrey, Sam, Yoriko, and Mr. Aonuma. We are going to take a look at some live gameplay of the Nintendo Switch version of one of my favorite Legend of Zelda games, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. So, Sam, please go ahead and kick us off.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a fine choice for favorite game, Dan. As you can see right off the bat, this is a beautifully reimagined version of Koholint Island. It looks like a clay diorama come to life, honestly. There's a beautiful... Sorry, I had to break the pot. It's over now.
He's just chowing down on those bananas.
I know. But I love this beautiful tilt-shift visual effect we've got going.
Oh,
There's
it's
kind
gorgeous.
of an ethereal haze off on the corners of the screen. So it's just a really lovely reimagining of this classic game. And since we're lucky enough to have Aonuma-san here, I was hoping perhaps you could tell us a little bit about the creation of this art style and why it was chosen to reimagine Koholint Island.
本作でこのようなアートスタイルを選んだ理由など説明していただけますでしょうか。
このゲームのオリジナルは実は私がまだゼルダを作る前のねゲームなので、私はこのゲームは本当に一ユーザーとして純粋に楽しんだんですよ。
And so, actually, this game, I wasn't actually involved in creating it. I was just a player playing this game.
でその時その当時ねゲームボーイで遊んでるわけですけど、このゲームボーイの小さなこの画面からその下にこう広い世界が広がってるみたいな、そんなイメージでずっと遊んでたんですけど、その感覚を生かす形でチルトシフトって言ってね、画面の上と下にこうちょっとボケが発生してますけど、ちょうどそのミニチュアのジオラマの世界を覗いてるみたいな、そんな感じのイメージになるように、グラフィックを考えてみました。
And so when I played it on the original Game Boy version, it was on this small screen, and it felt like a small world, but very vast as well. And so it was kind of had this tilt shift perspective, and so that's why I thought this miniature diorama-like art style would be perfect for this game.
It really is the perfect way to bring this world to life. And I didn't mean it. I'm sorry much. I didn't mean that. I only mean to hit Kukos. So
Don't do that either.
Oh, I disagree. We hard disagree on that point. So I'm going into the Chindi game shop here, and even fans who played the original game are going to notice a little bit of a difference here because there are actual real crane physics going on here. So I'm going to try my best to get this Yoshi figure, but it's pretty difficult with the crane.
Yeah, the crane physics make this a lot more fun, I think.
And speaking of Yoshi...
It's looking good.
Oh, I might...
Oh, yeah.
Am I going to pull it off?
It's looking pretty good. Oh, no.
No, I slipped
almost.
out.
That was so close. So close.
No, but speaking of Yoshi, that's not a face that you usually see in Zelda games. So since we have Dan here who worked on the original localization of the game, perhaps you could just really quickly... I want to ask Dan what it was like to see a Mario face in a Zelda game for the first time.
Well, I was surprised as anyone. I think the team was trying to create sort of an otherworldly atmosphere and bringing in some things that would make people kind of wonder, what's going on here.
Yeah.
And I think that adds to the mystery of the story and is really like a great feature of this game. And I think really makes it feel like a different world.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it really does. And like we said, this is a true... I'm going to try and get that heart one more time. I won't make people watch me fail over and over again.
You got plenty of rupees.
I do.
Just keep going.
But this really is a truly classic Zelda game brought to life. So I was hoping Aonuma-san could tell us what it was like returning to a more traditional Zelda game after working on The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
ブレス・オブ・ザ・ワイルドが完成した今、またこういった伝統的なゼルダに戻ることについてお話しいただけますでしょうか。
まあこのゲームも26年前に作られたゲームなんで、もう今やなかなかそれを遊べる機会も減ってきてたんで、いつかはリメイクしたいなっていうふうには思ってたんですよ。
And so the original Game Boy version was released 26 years ago, so it's a little bit hard to get your hands on the original game. So I've always wanted to remake this title.
And we're so very glad that he did.
で、じゃあなぜ今なのかっていうことなんですけど、やっぱりそのゼルダの今までの伝統的な遊びをこう変化させて生まれ変わったブレス・オブ・ザ・ワイルドを多くの人に遊んでもらって、今だからこそこういうねまた伝統的なゼルダのゲームも 新鮮に楽しんでもらえるんじゃないかなと思って今リメイクすることにしたんです。
And so why now, you might ask? It's just because we thought, well, Breath of the Wild broke the convention of Zelda. And now, because a lot of people have played Breath of the Wild, they could go back to something, a more traditional Zelda, like Link's Awakening. And we hope that this gameplay will be fresh for people.
It absolutely feels brand new. I've played Link's Awakening probably a million times, but this feels like a brand new game. It's absolutely delightful. And so now that I somehow managed to get that Yoshi doll out of that crane game, I'm going to chop all the grass in the world. No, I'm not really. This Yoshi doll is actually a part of a pretty vast trading quest in this game. So I'm going to go into this house, which I love looking around. There's so many little details in this house. There's like a chopped up piece of fruit on that cutting board, all these little beds in a row.
I love how they're all
toys.
bunched up together. I suppose if you want to get into the one at the very end, you have to get in the first one and just roll all the way over.
Absolutely. So before I do this lady a favor, I didn't mean to throw that at her baby.
She's holding a baby.
I didn't mean to throw that at her baby, but I'm doing her a solid here, so it's fine. To break her pots, throw things at her baby, and then give her a Yoshi doll.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair trade, I suppose.
Absolutely. And so in exchange for that, I got a ribbon, and then I can exchange the ribbon with someone else in this world. So everybody wins.
So I know that Audrey touched on it a little bit earlier with Dan, but Dan, you did work on the original localization for this title. Yeah, and this world is filled with all kinds of different charming and quirky characters. And I was wondering if you had any particular favorite.
It's really hard to pick a favorite because there's so many. I was trying to think of a good answer for this, and the only one I could remember was that alligator named Sail.
Oh,
Yeah.
This is how you think.
Right?
I don't know why he stuck in my mind, but I just thought it was very funny that there was an alligator named Sail who would sell you things. But I'm curious what Aonuma-san's favorite characters are again.
青沼さんの一番好きなキャラクターは誰でしょうか？
はい、そこに今画面にいますけどワンワンっていうねマリオに出てくるキャラクターですけど本当にネタバレになっちゃうんであんまり言えないですけどすごい活躍をしてくれてもう僕はずっとこのワンワンと一緒にいたかったぐらいです。
And so, as you can see on the screen, my favorite character is Bow Wow. You know, he's kind of maybe a familiar face from the Mario series. And I won't go into too much detail because I don't want to go spoiling everything. But, you know, I honestly hope that I could travel the whole world with Bow Wow.
That's a solid choice. And look, there's a little baby one.
Oh, yeah.
Adorable. And so my favorite character is actually Marin, and
Yeah.
I'm going to go and talk to her right now. The story actually, again, we're not going to spoil anything, but Link is shipwrecked on this island, and Marin actually rescues him. And so then he has to go and try and find a way off of this seemingly inescapable island by finding the 8 instruments of the sirens and awakening the windfish. And Marin here is singing one of my all-time favorite songs, Ballad of the Windfish. It's an original song from this game. It's absolutely heartbreakingly gorgeous.
It's hard not to get emotional listening to
It really is. I'm not going to tear up. I promised myself I wouldn't, but it's really beautiful. I have to go ahead and grab this Kuko just to lighten the mood so I don't cry. But
all of the music
to the segment.
yes, Zelda's known for its music,
Yeah.
and this game is no exception. The music, the sound design, everything is just expertly done, as all Zelda games are. And so, one other thing I want to do here is I'm going to jump in a well, because that seems to me like a good idea.
Don't try this at home.
Yeah.
So there I go. And my brilliant plan paid off.
Yeah,
I
in
found
this
some
case, you're
hearts.
rewarded for it.
Yes. Don't try this at home, kiddos. So we already asked about your favorite character, Aonuma-san, but there's so much to love about this game. Could you tell us what your favorite thing about this game is?
さっきこの今作で好きなキャラの話していただきましたけど、今作で青沼さんが好きなことは何でしょうか？
このゲームね、2D マリオのプロデューサーの手塚が作ったっていうこともあって、さっき言ったワンワンとかマリオのキャラクターがすごくいろんなところに出てくるんですね。
So, as many of you may know, Mr. Tezuka was involved in creating Link's Awakening. And so, as like characters like Bow Wow, you see Mario characters that usually aren't in the Zelda series.
であとダンジョンに 横スクロールの画面が出てきたりとか、今までがこの後もそうなんですけど、ゼルダにない要素がたくさん入っている、とっても異色作なんですよ。
And so, a lot of the dungeons even have side-scrolling stages, which is again not very something you see often in the Zelda series.
あとキャラクターもすごく個性的で、ちょっとコミカルなんですけど、でもこうじんわりと感動させられるようなシーンもあったりして、その世界観がすごく好きで、私はこの後ゼルダを作っていくことになりますけど、この作品には随分影響を受けたように思います。
And so, the characters also are very memorable. They're lively, they're comical, but they also bring tears to your eyes, you know. And so, a lot of that influenced what I had to do when I was developing Zelda going forward.
Absolutely. And you may have seen a second ago, I was using my shield. I want to point out that a huge UI improvement of this game is that your sword, shield, things like your power bracelet, Pegasus boots are always equipped. Which is a huge improvement on the original because that frees up your Y and X button for whatever else you want to equip, and it just makes things a lot easier. And that's one of the things I really love about this version of the game is that it retains the classic feel and personality of the original, but with the just perfectly refined UI of modern Zelda games, which is really, really cool to see. And one last thing I'm going to point out here in Maybe Village is we see Dampé's shack mentioned on this sign. And that's kind of interesting because Dampé was not originally in this game.
Yeah.
And what is he doing in this game? I'm not going to tell you, but we're going to tell you a little bit later in this segment. Just a little bit of a tease. But I think I've explored Maybe Village enough, and I'm going to go ahead and show us a little something else.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Full of secrets on this day.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, we're very, very excited to announce that the Color Dungeon is indeed in this version of the game. The Color Dungeon was first introduced in the DX version from the Game Boy Color, and this is the complete version of this. So, as I said, we're very, very happy to confirm that the Color Dungeon is in this game.
Right. Color maybe not quite as novel as it was on the Game Boy Color, but still really neat to see that all of the content of that DX version is represented here.
Absolutely. And as you can see, these camo goblins kind of sink into the ground in their various colors. And as you can see, I'm going to break
You
the
have
pots.
to break pots.
I'm sorry.
Because we're playing a Zelda game.
Thank you for your patience, Aonuma-san, while I break all these pots. So this is a puzzle. I'm not going to go too far into this dungeon. I don't want to spoil it for everybody, but basically you hit these switches and it changes the switches next to them. I've played this about 1 billion times, so I know what I'm doing here.
You know what to do here.
Yes. And I'm not going to go too much farther, but I would be remiss as a Zelda fan if I let this clearly bombable wall pass me up.
Right.
So it's got cracks in it. It makes a different sound when you hit it with your sword. It's begging to be bombed. So I'm going to go ahead and do it justice.
Oblige.
Boom. And I'm rewarded with a room full of rupees, which is one of the best things in the world.
Please collect them all.
Let's be honest. I'm going to get them all.
Okay, thank you.
We can go about our business. Da-na-na-na. I'll stop being a nerd now and just get the rest of the rupees. All right, and that was all I'm going to show you of the Color Dungeon. As I said, it's just kind of a sneak peek, and now we're going to show you something that's brand new to the game. Take it away, Sam.
That's right. So we saw this in the Nintendo Direct. But there was a new little bit that was added to The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening for Nintendo Switch. So just as the Color Dungeon was brand new content for the DX version, what we've got here for the Nintendo Switch version is called the Chamber Dungeon. And just to give you an idea of where we are in the world here, we're in Tal Tal Heights, and we're just slightly to the east here of this Moblin hideout. We see this new location. And this is something that DX players might recognize as being the camera hut, but but in this game, it's something brand new.
It looks like a shack.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like a shack, and it's filled with our friend Dampe here.
He was looking for an adventuring assistant, too. I think.
Right,
Yes.
yeah. So this is something that I actually wanted to ask Anuma-san about the introduction of Dampe into the world of Link's Awakening. He wasn't originally here on Koholint Island, so would you like to talk a little bit about what he's doing here and about maybe some of the inspiration behind the Chamber Dungeon?
断片の紹介とあとパネルダンジョンについてお話しいただけますでしょうか。
このダンペイさんって、時のオカリナから出てきてるキャラクターで、墓守の設定の人なんですけど、今回その人に新しく登場してもらって、そこでパネルダンジョンという新しい遊びを体験してもらおうと思います。
And so many of you may know Dampe was maybe in, I think, Ocarina of Time, and he was a gravekeeper there. But in this game, he's going to be the one that introduces you to the new game called Panel Dungeons, or Chamber Dungeons.
パネルダンジョンというのはそこまでクリアしてきたダンジョンの一部屋をパズルのピースのようなパネルにしてですね、それを並べることで実際のそのダンジョンがアレンジできるっていうそういう遊びで、そのお題をですねこのダンペイさんが出してくれるっていうそういう遊びになってます。
And so what are chamber dungeons? So they are where you can create your own dungeons. If you complete a dungeon, you get pieces that for each room that you cleared, and you can rearrange them to make your own dungeon. And so Dampe will be the one that introduces you to challenges in creating chamber dungeons.
でダンジョンもねユーザーが自分でアレンジできるって遊びは前からゼルダに入れてみたいなってずっと思ってたんですけど、誰もができるようにするために難しいこと考えなくてもできるパズルを解くような感覚でやるとそれを解くとダンジョンができるっていうね、そういう遊びにしました。
And so I've always wanted to create a way for players to create their own dungeon, but I didn't want to make it anything too hard. So just like a puzzle or solving a puzzle, I wanted to make this chamber dungeon easy enough for people to play and feel like they're solving a puzzle.
Yeah, that's right. And you can see here, so I've started a little bit of a dungeon arrangement here. And the way these chambers are arranged, up at the top here, they're categorized in depending on how many doorways they have. So you can see here, these are all chambers that have one doorway. These are all chambers that have two, etc. And then you can see they're further categorized into where the doorways are exiting out of the chambers. So a few things about dungeon arrangement in the chamber dungeon. You'll need to make sure that you have at least an entrance and a nightmare. Those are kind of the primary components of any dungeon. But also you'll want to make sure that all of the doorways are connected to other doorways. So you can't leave any of those just hanging or unfulfilled there. So you can see I'm starting to make a little bit of a dungeon arrangement here. And you might notice a few other things. So some of these chambers have icons on the underneath of them, and those give you an idea of the sorts of features that are available in this particular chamber. So you can see this one has a treasure chest, and this one has a staircase, and some of them have locked doors. If you're using locked doors, you need to make sure that you include enough chambers with treasure chests to supply enough keys for you to get through all of those locked doors. And the way those stairways connect is really fun, because what you can do is if you use stairways, they'll automatically create a sub-area that you'll have to go through between the two stairways. And that's one of those 2D side-scrolling sections that Anuma-san was talking about a little bit earlier. And you might see some fun enemies in there. But so this is like a Picross-like puzzle. So the chamber dungeon, unlike any other dungeon before, you arrange these yourself. But they're challenges. You have to go through this puzzle portion of the arrangement. And once you're finished with that, then you have to adventure through your dungeon. So the challenge comes in two parts. The chamber dungeon can actually take a little bit of time to arrange. Like I said, it is a puzzle, so it takes some time to get through. So I'm not gonna go through the entire thing just here. So I'm gonna skip ahead to one that I have arranged previously. If it works.
And you're very, very devious, so I'm sure that it's full of all kinds of terrible, awful things.
I seem to have a little bit of issue with the controller here. Let me try and get that sorted out. But while we're getting this figured out, I was wondering if Aonuma-san could talk a little bit about the Chamber Dungeon and how it mixes up the gameplay for someone who has already played through the Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening.
このパネルダンジョンの追加で過去にゲームを遊んだ方でも遊んでない方でもどのようなプレーを期待できますでしょうか。
そうですね。オリジナルはを遊ばれた皆さんの記憶に強く残るそういうゲームだったと思いますけど、実はあんまりダンジョンのことは覚えてない人が多いんじゃないかなと思うんですけど。
So I know this game left a strong impression on many players, but honestly, I don't know if everybody remembers exactly how to play everything.
でこのパネルダンジョンってそのパズルを解くような形で感覚でそのダンジョンをアレンジするっていうお話をしましたけど、そこまで遊んできたダンジョンの記憶をもとにそれでダンジョンをこうアレンジするとですね、またちょっと面白いダンジョンが作れるんで、これを本編のダンジョンをクリアしながらこのパネルダンジョンも遊んでいくと、そのダンジョンの記憶っていうのはすごく強く残るものになるんじゃないかなと思ってます。
And so, as I mentioned earlier, this is just like figuring out a puzzle. So, if you go back to your memories of how you completed the dungeon and then play this dungeon as well, I think it will leave a very strong impression while you play. And also, if you play this while you progress the main story, I think it will even leave a stronger impression.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we've got this up here now, and you could see now that there's a little green check mark there next to the Fill Up Your Hearts challenge. Well, I guess I should have explained that. This particular challenge, you needed to fill in every single one of the empty tiles with a chamber. And so this one I've already completed. You could see I've cleared it. And when you complete it, you get a clear time. And you'll see that that's 7 minutes and 42 seconds right now. And one of the fun things that you can do with those clear times is you can challenge yourself to beat your dungeon faster and faster. Or you could challenge a friend to see if they might be able to beat your dungeon in a faster time. So I was wondering if Aonuma-san, would you please play through this dungeon and see if you could please beat my clear time?
さんに遊んでいただけるでしょうか。そして僕のタイムを早くクリアでしていただきたいんですけども。
えらいことをお願いされてしまったな。
That's a big ask, but I'll do my best.
私ゲーム開発者ですけど非常にゲームが下手くそなんで。
So I'm a game developer, but I'm not very good at games.
まあでもとりあえずチャレンジしてみます。
But I'll do my best.
This is a great, rare treat for all of us.
Yeah. Aonuma-san, of course, has spent, I'm sure, many, many years thinking about the dungeon arrangement and the flow of a player's movements through a dungeon and about pacing the puzzles properly. So I'm really curious to see how he's going to get on with this dungeon where I've thought about none of those
how much
things.
time have you spent thinking about those things, Sam?
This was designed to torture other Treehouse members.
Yeah, apologies. I admittedly, I did include some more devious elements here. Yeah, using the map is really an effective way to get through this particular dungeon.
止まってますから、まずこう言ってここまで宝箱を開けるっていうのがいい感じですね。
So I'm gonna go through that route and try to get that key over there where you saw the cursor hovering.
Okay. He's calling his shots. I like
being
it.
Strategic. I like
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah, these guys could be really challenging. They're more like a timing puzzle almost.
Yeah.
Trying to defeat them.
And as you mentioned, since it times your completion, it's a real fun and terrible treat to try and best your friend's time beating a dungeon.
He's doing really well so far.
Well.
So yeah, I said I think my clear time again was like 7 minutes 42 seconds. So he's on a really good pace right now.
Already got another key.
But this is almost like a randomizer of sorts. So these are all familiar rooms. So you've seen these rooms in other dungeons. And Dampé will create these chambers for you. And even though you know the puzzle, you may know the way through it, because they're all arranged in a completely different order, it's a new type of challenge.
Yes, and that really adds someone, even if you're somebody who has memorized every corner of this game, all of those dungeons, those rooms become brand new when you or a friend has arranged them into something completely different.
Right. Quickly dispatching all of those keys and finding yet another treasure chest.
This isn't his first Zelda rodeo.
Yeah, apparently not. I think it's really funny, Anuma-san, that...
Oh, he knew about your devious tricks, Sam.
Yeah, okay. I love using those spinning blades because usually when you walk into a room in Zelda, you're thinking about, okay, what kind of puzzle am I going to face here? What kind of, am I going to have a challenging enemy that I'm going to need to battle? But with those spinning blades, the challenge really is just walking into the room.
Really can shake your confidence.
Using the
I'm
map
gonna check
again.
the map again.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I think it's really funny that that Anuma-san has Rock's Feather on Y because the
correct answer, Sam.
Yeah. Oh, really? Well, in Breath of the Wild, the jump button was X, so I always put Rock's Feather on X.
そうなんです。トラップはジャンプで受けれるんですけど、結構失敗するんです。
So you could, you know, avoid that enemy with jumping, but you know what? Sometimes you fail. So.
He's making really great time through this dungeon.
I love just pushing those enemies off the edge.
Right.
Let's get out of here.
He might just beat your time, Sam.
I'm thinking that's going to happen. So the chamber. Ooh. Yeah, this room is a little bit challenging. So yeah, those chamber dungeon challenges come in two parts, and you're going to have different conditions that you need to fill for those challenges, for both the arrangement portion of the challenge, but also through the adventure portion of the challenge. Oh, nice. Already. My goodness.
He's only at 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
I am. I'm kind of awestruck. I don't know how. Oh no! All right, you've got it. There you go.
He's trying to make your time feel better, Sam.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's just delaying to try and make me feel better.
Oh, he's already at the boss.
Yeah, he's already at the
We're
nightmare.
at the boss now.
And this is a really fun one.
Yeah.
I like this guy.
Yeah, this isn't your kind of standard hit him 3 times and you're done kind of boss.
Yeah, as we briefly mentioned, so all of the characters, the bosses, the NPCs in this game are so unforgettable,
Right.
so quirky.
I like how they kind of talk to you.
Yeah.
He's giving you a little clue about what to do here.
これでも
Got a
僕
bit
ち
of
ょ
an
っ
attitude
と
on
ネ
that
タバ
one.
レになってしまうんですけど。
But if I beat him, wouldn't it be a spoiler? Are we okay?
It's this is only for the boss of the second dungeon in the game, so I think maybe it's still early.
まあ2番目のダンジョンなんで、まあ大丈夫なんですけど。
Making
But
quick
yeah,
work
he's
of
making
him,
really
too.
quick work of it. But I really like the sequence. He's using a technique, actually, that I've never seen before. He's staying really close to the boss and then getting under the fireballs, which is not something that I've seen before.
I think the normal strategy is to get hit by lots of fireballs.
Right.
Yeah, that may be different from the original game too. 'Cause this has more of a 3D feel to it.
Right. No, that's
I
true.
can tell you for sure. It's been 26 years.
Oh, and
after
he's in the second phase.
Oh.
Nice. Oh, I didn't know you could hit multiple times there.
Am I doing pretty well?
He's doing
really
great.
well. すっごくうまいです。
I think you're making him angry though.
Yeah,
He's got this. He's going to laugh at you, I think.
I was going to say, at this rate, he's going to shave 4 minutes off of my time.
Got
Goodness
him.
gracious.
Wow. And that's how you do that.
Nice work. Nice work. And a new record,
Yes.
completely
Good job.
obliterating my dungeon clear time. Thank you so much for playing through that. I appreciate it.
schooling us
It
on
doesn't seem to
Zelda.
have tripped you up all that much.
Yes.
All right, well, we're running low on time for The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. But before we go, we had something really cool that we wanted to share with everyone. And
Na, 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 na.
yes,
And it's this little guy here. It's a new amiibo for The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening.
Yes.
And he's so shiny and adorable.
Oh my
and
God.
I'm never letting him go.
Yes. He's gonna mess up some bokoblins and melt your heart.
このアミーボ本当にゲームの中に出てくるリンクそのままなんですよ。これだけアミーボとそれからゲームの中のキャラクターが一致してるのって今まで初めてじゃないかなと思いますけどね。
So this might be the first amiibo where Link looks exactly like he's taken out of the game. He
Yeah.
looks just exactly like what he is in the game.
100%.
Absolutely.
Oh, he's adorable. So what he's going to do for The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening is he's going to add into the chamber dungeon what's called a plus effect. and the plus effects are layered on top of the chambers, and they add a new gameplay variant to what would otherwise be a familiar room. So what Link adds, the Link's Awakening amiibo here, what he adds is Shadow Link to your dungeon. And Shadow Link is not like a normal mini-boss where you fight him in a single room. He'll actually chase you through several different rooms.
Oh, wow.
So if you're playing through your own chamber dungeon and you add Shadow Link and you defeat him, you can earn a lot of rupees. So that's a great thing to do if you're maybe running low in the main game. But it's also a fun thing to do if you have someone else play your chamber dungeon like I had out on Uma-san. I could have laid a little trap for him and maybe placed Shadow Link on top of one of those chambers. And there are other plus effects in the game that we might be talking about a little bit more later. And in addition to the Link's Awakening amiibo, there's also the other Legend of Zelda series amiibo will work with the Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, but not just that. Any Legend of Zelda character amiibo will work with the Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. So if you have from the Smash Brothers series, if you have Sheik or Ganondorf or something like that,
So
will
you
also work
don't
with this
need
game.
this, right, Sam?
No, I need it. Please don't. I have a hole in my heart
Yes.
already.
But yeah, we wanted to share this beautiful new amiibo with everybody. It's absolutely lovely.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Next up, we have a new trailer for a different game, and after that, we're going to see some live gameplay of Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, The Black Order. So stay tuned to Treehouse Live.
Thank you, Anuma-san.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hey, stop staring. Haven't you guys ever seen a dragon before? Here comes Spyro. Nicely done. I just want to kick some.
and welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live here at E3 2019. I am Demetrius, and I have some really good people with me. I have Dan, Sam, and a special guest from Marvel, Mark. Why don't you say hi, Mark?
Hey, how you doing?
All right. Now, we're here to show Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, The Black Order. So, Dan, why don't you go ahead and just take us away on that?
Yeah, thanks, Demetrius. We're going to just jump into a stage here in just a minute, show some of the stories, show some of the characters. There's just such a great cast from all different groups, the Avengers, Guardian of the Galaxy, X-Men, and whatnot. We want to show some of that and just show some gameplay. And Mark, you can kind of show us some of the finer points, or tell us some examples of really good story parts that you were involved with. So
absolutely.
We're just going to jump into a state level here. It's the Xavier Institute, which is going to be known to comic fans as the home of the X-Men. And we've got the Sentinels coming in.
It's probably the house that cannot get insurance anymore. I don't think anybody touches
They have
the
a tough
mansion
time.
room.
Gets knocked down a lot.
Every time I hear the X-Men, I just want to go X-Men really loud. I have to hold myself to that.
So, Mark, you being the writer on this game, it must have been so fun to have a chance to jump into this franchise where really you've just got Marvel's toy box open to you. All these characters, all these cool locations. What was that like diving into this writing experience?
It was really amazing. There are so few places that you get to use all of these characters from all these different families of Marvel heroes at the same time. There haven't been many games in the past other than the Marvel Ultimate Alliance series where you've gotten to bring all of these great heroes together and fight villains from all of those families of characters as well. So to be able to have that whole world at my fingertips while I was writing and to be able to pick and choose lots of amazing characters from Marvel's roster was really something special.
And I imagine it's nice with this since it's been about 10 years since we had one of these games. You had a good chance to do a fresh start. People don't have to have played the first two games. They can just jump in, so you could just write a really nice, solid new story.
Exactly, yeah. We wanted to make it accessible to everyone, whether you're a fan of the original series or you're a brand new person coming into Marvel for the very first time.
Speaking of jumping in, how about we get into some multiplayer?
Awesome.
Yeah. We're going to just jump right into multiplayer here.
Oh, you want me to jump in too?
Yeah,
Yes.
jump on in.
Thank you.
I'm just going to start out here with Luke Cage. He is
super cool.
Am I gonna
He
get
is a
here?
I'm kinda
cool
jealous
character.
you get
He's
to
kind of a
play
big
as Luke Cage,
bruiser.
actually.
How are you doing there, Spider-Gwen? You with us? Okay,
There we go.
There we go.
We're going to come in here. All the characters have kind of light and heavy attacks, which you can combo by pressing buttons.
Pressing the various X or Y corresponding.
Right, X or Y. And they also have special abilities, which are activated with the R button and then one of the other A, B, X, Y buttons.
There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, that was Spider-Gwen's giant web ball.
And I apologize. I'm just getting too busy nerding out about comics to remember, I get
Yeah.
to play this too. Yes.
So why don't we get into who we're playing? Because I know, Dan, you said you're Luke Cage. I am Iron Man.
Yep.
And I'm playing as Captain Marvel.
I got Gwen.
Yes, there we go.
So we made short work of those Sentinels, but there's quite a few more up here. You can see Iron Man's got one of their power cores. If you defeat them, they drop that, and then you can use it to hit the other ones. But
blow them up
we're
with
gonna
some additional
make you
damage.
drop it.
I love all these cutscenes.
Yeah, the cutscenes are so great. And I like that there's just so many different inspirations from movies and comic books and animated series that kind of play into the look and feel of these.
And that was really important to us. One of the things we wanted to do was make sure that it was accessible to fans no matter where they were coming from, whether they're fans of the Marvel movies or the comic books or the old game series. We wanted to make sure that they were able to jump into this game and have all the knowledge that they needed, feel like they could relate to the characters and have that connection that's so important when you're playing a game, and give each character a moment to shine.
Yeah, so here we have Nightcrawler and Psylocke coming in. They're going to join the Alliance. We'll be able to play with them after this. But first, we've got more Sentinels to defeat.
Let's get them.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, yeah. Send them to the scrap heap. You can see the arcing line that appears between our characters. That indicates that there's some synergy between our abilities. And we can probably trigger a special attack.
Good.
If we time it right.
Oh, nice core throw. That was a good start.
Oh, yeah. Each of the enemies has a hit point meter and also a stagger gauge. And when they're staggered, they kind of go down like that, and you can kind of hit them as much as you want before they get up. And then they'll also drop items as well.
It's a good way to keep them from damaging you, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's another core. Yeah, I think we're going to just mop these guys up.
That's what superheroes do.
Yeah. You can see there's a few item drops there, too, that we're getting leveling up as you go, getting experience.
Okay, let's see.
Which core there somebody could get?
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna throw it off to the right here. Okay, I'll come back and fight this guy.
One of the things I love about this game is depending on which characters you bring with you, the ways their different abilities synergize are so different, and each character really feels distinct. So it's just so fun to experiment and see who kind of feels like they meet your play style, who works well together.
Yeah, and that was one of the considerations we really took when we were putting together the roster, is not just who would make great characters for the story, but who would play well. You know, we wanted to have a wide variety of powers and ideas behind these characters so that everyone could find somebody that they love.
Yeah, and it's really great how like the synergy moves sometimes mirror what you see in the movies or comics. So there's a move between Captain America and Iron Man where he can kind of bounce his repulsor ray off of Captain America's shield, which is straight from the show.
Yeah, there's all kinds of great combos. There's you can electrify one of Storm's tornadoes with Thor's hammer. That one's a lot of fun.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's really cool. I had to try that.
Yeah, there's elemental attributes that can be added through the synergy, so it's really nice. So after we beat those guys, we're going to have these two join us. And we can go ahead and switch characters if we want. Try out some of the guys.
Please. There's so many I definitely want to go through and try out a bunch of them.
So let's go to Hero Select.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, are we coming dibs, or are we just going to...
I don't know who I want
should...
next. Let me see.
I would like to play as Iron Fist.
I might grab Wolverine, actually.
Yeah.
I got Ms. Marvel.
I think I'm going to try the Hulk.
You know what?
So press B when you're ready with your selection.
I'm trying to decide. Okay, yeah.
When you're a fan of all these characters,
her
it's
for now.
hard. It's hard to decide.
It is.
Yeah.
It absolutely
and you
is.
can see there's so many, like the Inhumans are in there, just all kinds of different groups that haven't been represented much in games before.
I think a lot of us too, like we were saying, a lot of us were back home, in the office, we're still big comic book fans at heart. So this type of game for us is just like really, really fun. I can't wait to actually play this with you guys in the office.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can kind of make your dream team. You know, all those characters that might not team up every day in the comics or in the movies, you can finally bring them together.
Hulk got shocked. He wasn't talking very well.
It's so interesting
Oh,
the
now I'm gonna
dynamic
smash.
between the characters and what you get to see as far as
See, there was a
even
scene-
characters that maybe don't meet each other all the time. It's got to be really cool to get a chance to write those interactions and write those meetings.
Yeah, we tried to find different unique interactions that necessarily wouldn't be found in the comics all the time, and just give these characters a moment to highlight their relationships. There are a lot of characters who have deep history together, and trying to fit that into the game was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Speaking of somebody who's
Oh,
fit
who's
into
in
the game
there?
over here.
You can see through the window.
Cooking
Is it
tacos in there?
It's Taco Tuesday, right? It's
It
Tuesday.
is.
No,
Hopefully
it's
they'll have some
tacos.
tacos over there at the cafeteria.
Can we go out for tacos after this?
So Nick Fury is telling us to search the area, and over here we see an Infinity Rift. These are lead to things called Infinity Trials, which are kind of side missions. We're not going to go into those in this segment, but we are going to talk about them in our next segment. So we're just going to pass over that for now. There was a message earlier that we might have missed in all the action to meet the Beast behind the mansion, and he's going to be over here by the Blackbird.
There's my ride.
Yeah.
What you got
Exiting in
for us?
style.
What you got for us, Beast?
I do love every one of these little under the name introductions. They're very appropriate.
Yeah, we wanted to give everybody an intro where they were kind of summed up in a quick phrase, in a fun, catchy way that you could get to the core of the character at the moment he was introduced or she was introduced. And so we put those in, and they seem to be going over quite well.
Yeah. So here's another chance to switch characters if we want. Why not?
So did you have any characters you were particularly fond of that you found were especially fun to write for?
It did. I thought that Ms. Marvel was a lot of fun. That was a character that I hadn't had much chance to write before, and so getting to explore her voice a little bit was fun because she's a real new, positive, up-and-coming Marvel character that a lot of people really love, and I really enjoyed what character that was announced this morning, Elsa Bloodstone. She is a British monster hunter who is all the saucy. And she was great. And then I love writing Star-Lord and Rocket. Anytime I can get those two together in a scene, they steal the show from me. So
Quality smarmy banter
Yeah,
going
oh
on.
my goodness, so much fun.
So we're going to talk to Beast again. He took that Infinity Stone from the Hellfire Club, who I think we know has some powerful friends.
Yeah.
Collection?
He's
Keep hope alive.
All right, what's going on?
So I think someone's a little angry about it. And there goes another Blackbird. Again, like the mansion, we can
Right.
repair that.
They've got a whole hangar full of them, luckily.
Just the spares. Bring out the next one.
Oh my goodness.
and this can't be good.
That is a much larger Sentinel.
And he has one of the Infinity Stones. So the Infinity
that'll
Stones
work
are
out
in this
right.
game, but it's a
That'll be fine.
completely unique story from any other game. It's unique for this game, so that's kind of cool.
And
to
that was
see.
really important to us as well. We
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that we weren't just rehashing a story that had already been told.
Yep.
And it's almost impossible with this group of characters
Yeah.
to do that, because even if you tried to follow the track of Infinity War Endgame, you're adding the X-Men to it, you're adding the Defenders to it, and you wouldn't be doing them justice by just shoehorning them into an existing story.
Yeah.
So we wanted to create something new and fresh that everyone could enjoy for the first time.
Oh,
All right.
Hey guys.
So you got some
cool.
additions,
Colossus and
guys.
Cyclops are going to help us out.
Okay. So now we gotta try to take
Okay.
out these enemies, and then So what do we get?
What's
picked
our
I'm
strategy here?
Psylocke.
Not
Ow.
getting hit.
Deal. Okay. Strat 1. Don't get hit.
I am just gonna do the best I can. I picked Captain America, so I'm gonna brave everything.
One thing we could also do here is I think we have our Ultimate Alliance meters set
they
up
are
so we
full.
can do these.
Oh, yeah.
Just press L and R. We can do a whole bunch of damage here in this
Do it.
Ultimate Alliance Extreme. You can see we're just racking up the damage there on him, which is nice.
Let's take down this other Sentinel on the
And
right.
we've almost got his stagger gauge
Oh, get out
down
of there.
too.
Get out of there. Get out of there. Nope, 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 nope.
There he goes. Okay, so let's all pile it on the big guy. Use
Coming
your
over.
abilities, we can get some synergies going.
All right.
Yeah. Well done.
All right. I see
Yeah,
a
we got him
core
on
over there
half.
somewhere. I'm gonna try to go pick it up. Is that it? I thought, yeah. it is.
Got it?
Yeah, get the core.
There we
Oh,
go.
no, 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 no.
Try to get out of the way. I'm gonna take
I'm gonna
out
stay
some
away
of
from
these
these blast areas for a
Sentinels
second.
here when I can.
Yeah, the small ones, it's good to get them, and then you can get more cores. Lethal Force authorized, you
Nope,
think?
nope, nope, nope.
Ow. I'm just going to hit his foot.
I'm gonna get these little guys out of the way.
You can see where they're dropping
there we go.
these items that are going to help us power up our characters.
I see another one. Pick it up.
Yeah, throw that core at him.
There we go.
Yeah, he's gone.
Nice.
Those
we're gonna
Infinity
really-
Stones aren't that powerful.
Oh, yeah. Well, a Sentinel just doesn't know how to use them.
Hopefully they don't fall into the wrong hands.
It does not compute.
They're no match for our teamwork. I
That's
guess
right. This isn't our first Sentinel rodeo.
Oh, that's a lot of mutants.
There's all the mutants.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well.
That seems like a poor design flaw.
Something's taking them apart, and the parts are floating.
Not the Power Stone.
Come now, Cyclops.
Oh, boy.
When has following you ever done our kind any good?
So the thing that's awesome about this game, you never know who's going to show up next.
Yeah.
It's just always this really cool surprise, like, are they going to join me? Are they not? What's going on?
Yeah. There's so many villains and heroes.
Yeah, and this morning in the Direct, we got to show a lot more of the villains, which was
Yeah.
really fun.
Yeah.
MODOK and Hela and Surtur and the Destroyer
Yes.
and Doc Ock. So
Yeah.
the roster of villains is growing too, which is exciting.
Yeah, and the cool thing I like about the villains is just that each one sort of has their own way to defeat them, I'll say, without giving away too much.
Yeah, the choices on the costume design are really interesting too, looking at some of those classic characters and
Yeah.
some of the ones we have who are newer. We've got a real interesting mix. If you've maybe seen the character in one context, you might not recognize some of these older costumes
Right.
or things that maybe didn't show up in the movies, but it's a really just cool walk down memory lane for a Marvel fan.
Yeah, it's kind of a synthesis of all of those different mediums that they've appeared in. You know, we wanted to kind of distill them down to their core and make sure that we had the best possible version of each character that everyone would enjoy and recognize.
Here's Colossus meeting with Magneto.
It's a bad
Seems
team
like
up.
it happens all the time. Oh, and there they go. They'll be fine.
I feel like one of them will be fine. The other one's kind of fleshy, meaty bones.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about
Colossus
Cyclops.
stands a better chance of a safe landing.
He's got a hard
No.
head. As long as he lands on that, I'll be okay.
This is why I think if I was ever a mutant, I'd probably be a bad guy because I would just want to talk trash and throw people around.
You want to
Makes me
monologue?
sound like one person, but
Me too.
they get to say the coolest stuff.
All right, so let's see if we can't convince Magneto to join the Alliance. He's with Juggernaut and Mystique, which is going to make it probably pretty
Very
difficult
hard.
where we're at right now.
I'm going to convince you with my
But we can
fists and my claws.
practice.
There we go.
There we
Oh, we stunned him.
Very
Really
good.
Nice.
Come on, get a movie.
You better shape up.
All right, we're getting there.
No.
Nope.
Well, there's no way to beat him right now, but that may change when we get more powerful. This is
Clearly apparent right there.
We're not convincing enough.
Fall by my hand.
So now, what's going
And
to
I will
happen?
watch as all that they hold dear crumbles to the ground.
Oh,
around
Leave
not
the
the
mansion
mansion.
alone.
See what I mean? He says the coolest stuff.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Done
Villains have all the
anything.
good lines.
Juggernaut. Nothing can stop him.
Oh yeah, that was right. It's almost like you wrote that. So here's kind of going to be a challenging part where we need to run from the Juggernaut through this debris field of the mansion. And
Wolverine is short. No, it's slow. Come on, buddy. Run, 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 run. Keep jumping.
I think
boy.
Psylocke's down. It's up to you, Cap.
Oh, no, I'm out.
Oh, gosh.
Cap,
Get it closer. Oh, no. Oh, did he get me? Oh, he got me.
What?
Well, this is somewhere where maybe if we'd chosen a more agile
yeah, why don't we go
character.
back to a shield point and we'll pick some
rethink
characters
our
who might
loadout here.
be better at fleeing from.
Splatted me into the wall.
And with such a large
unstoppable.
roster, luckily there's a character
Yeah.
for every situation.
And actually, the mobility side of it's really interesting because some of the characters can fly, some of them are web slingers,
Yeah.
and it actually really changes your mobility,
Mm-hmm.
even as far as who has a double jump, who doesn't, what they do when they're up in the air. But that kind of flexibility is something that's really useful to keep in mind when you're thinking about a moment like that.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's go in here and
All
switch
right.
to some more mobile characters.
Okay. And then I will switch to Thor, because Thor can fly.
Yeah,
So I'll
Thor's a good
take
choice.
Thor.
The spider characters are good.
I got Miles.
Remember that Captain Marvel.
All right.
All right, everybody press B. And we'll give this another try. We can do it.
Honestly, this guy's just my boy anyway. I want to see him in
Oh yeah,
action.
Venom's awesome.
We're getting lots of team bonuses too. That's cool.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to the.
The team of snappy dressers.
All right, we'll just talk
Let's
to
do
him,
this.
talk to Beast again to trigger. Oh, we may have to lose to Magneto again.
Oh, we can take him. We got some burly
This time we got
characters here. We
stronger
should be all right.
characters.
We got this.
Oh, we can.
Can we skip this?
Yeah, we can skip it.
Okay.
So, Mark, I know you've been writing Marvel comics for years, and you've had a chance to work with a lot of these franchises. Before that, you were actually a Marvel editor as well.
I was.
I imagine that skill set really comes into play when you're trying to manage such a large project and such a large roster.
It does. Having that ability to balance where everybody is in the story at the same time was something we needed to do in editorial a lot because we'd be overseeing 10, 15 books a month.
And where
we
is
have to
everybody
know
right
in
now?
an Avengers title where Captain America and Thor were going to be that month in their own books. So being able to take all of these characters and keep a constant eye on them while I was putting together this story, it was very helpful to have that background.
There we go. Sorry, I'm so focused on beating this guy.
Yeah, we got to get.
Oh, we staggered him already. Good.
We got a lot of synergies going on.
Very good. Come on, symbiote. There we go.
Let me get in here. All right, should we take these smaller Sentinels out first?
Yeah, let's get rid of
Get
them.
their cores.
Yeah, that'll really help. There's one. I see a core.
Oh, no.
Ooh. Ow.
Swing out of here for a little bit.
Okay.
All right.
There we go. Get this other guy. Jump in the air. Oh! Oh, Thor down.
What?
Thor down. I got bombed on.
I gotcha.
My bad.
All right, then. Venom cares.
And there we
Okay,
go.
we're
We're
back.
good. We're back. We're back. Look out for the surrounding fire there.
Oh, get out of there.
Okay,
You can
now
dodge.
we're good. Ooh. Okay, let's get back in there.
All right, I think we got him. Let's do the Ultimate Alliance. and get
Yeah.
him.
Got it. Get all that
Hey,
damage.
I think that he won't like that. All right.
There we go. A lot quicker.
Everybody leveled up too. We
Now
got
we just
rare
gotta deal
items.
with Juggernaut.
It was worth it.
All right, let's
We got
skip
more
this.
experience points.
Let's
Yeah.
get back to where we were.
Yeah.
We got this.
Skip some cinemas.
Okay.
All right, try to persuade you. We already know what's going to happen. But it's all right.
If we can,
Just jump right in there. All right.
come on.
Should we try and see if we can take down
Oh,
Juggernaut?
it's fun.
Oh, okay.
You can see Mystique throws out these explosive grenades that are trouble.
Almost.
So the characters all have a good variety of attack patterns, and I love how that captures, the same kind of things that they would do in the actual comics.
Aww. But we
All right,
live in a school.
All right, yep. skip that.
Okay.
All right, we can do this.
All right, here we go.
We got this, guys.
Juggernaut, take 2.
I think he just kind of took us by surprise, even though we've done this before.
Just gonna swing out of here.
Gotta watch out for chandeliers,
Oh no, I got
though.
stuck on the chandelier.
Watch out for chandeliers. He has like a shockwave in front of him, too, that you have to watch out
man.
for.
He is just getting us. Come on,
Yeah,
you
we
guys got it.
though. I got it.
Keep going, keep going.
All right, so here's the payoff.
Juggernaut is no joke.
So just in time for tacos.
I sincerely hope you practice
That's
this
the
out
money
loud
shot
while you're
right
right.
there. That's the money shot.
Taco song is working.
Yes. In the mirror, I sang that many mornings.
Your family's just like, what's wrong with you?
Okay, that's it. Someone's about to get a kick square in the chimichanga.
Wade's got to be fun
Such
to
a
write
great
for.
character.
He was.
Oh, and then why? The mansion didn't do it.
More patchwork.
Clean up and I'll next.
All right.
Will destroy you.
Oh, okay.
I think one of us is knocked out.
The nice thing about
Come
Deadpool
on.
is that he didn't seem to care that the X-Men mansion was getting attacked by Sentinels or by Magneto,
no.
but when somebody ruined his tacos,
Priorities.
he's joining the fight.
Do we want to switch characters again?
Yeah.
I think I want to stay
Sure.
with Captain Marvel, but
Oh, we could stick with these then for a little bit. We didn't
I
spend
think
too
I'm
much
going
time
to switch
with
out to somebody with a little bit of more brute strength. 'Cause
Yeah,
I know
I'll
Juggernaut's coming up.
Yeah, I'll stick with Thor then.
I might stick with my boy here. He makes me happy.
all right, we're ready.
Yeah, we're ready. Drax.
Drax.
Wants pizza.
I'll take pizza. we got pizza?
I thought we were
Well,
having
the tacos are ruined, so we got to
Tacos
order
are
something.
All right, so we got to go to chase Deadpool and Juggernaut.
And I don't. Oh, we're going to talk much about this, or are we just going to
We're
let folks
just going
wonder
to run
about
past it,
that?
but that's a little box that's kind of locked behind a force field that you need special abilities to unlock. We're going to leave that to players to figure out.
It's a secret. All right. Okay, rematch of the Juggernaut. We got this.
All right.
No, get out of the way.
Yeah, when he's charging
Nope,
like that, yeah, there you go.
There we go.
All right, pile it on now. Yeah.
Come on. Oh. One thing I do love about this game is honestly, no matter who you play, you just get to feel so awesome. Just throwing these abilities around and playing as your favorite characters, it's just a blast.
Yeah, and with each of the characters having 4 different abilities, you can always switch it up while you're playing. It's a lot of fun to try out their different attributes.
We're stunning him.
Got it.
He's not having a good day.
Oh, I think is he about to charge again?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
There he goes. Fly in the air.
Gosh. Web slinging is so awesome.
There we go.
Come here,
Pile
you.
it on.
Yeah, oh yeah. Thor, I like that simultaneous Thor and Captain Marvel just descending from the sky.
Got first
Oh,
punch.
we will try.
Oh, we are trying.
Uh-oh.
That punch again.
Nope, nope, nope. Get out of here.
Oh, so close. Oh, yeah. There we go.
We got him. Almost. Uh-oh.
No, no, no.
Oh, that's on all three of you?
I was too
I'm good.
overconfident.
Oh, I'm trying. Oh, no, no, no.
No, we can do this.
I'm
Swing
down.
around, Venom, swing.
Just revive us instead now.
Your
Okay, I'm
only
coming,
hope,
I'm
Venom.
Venom recovery service en route. Don't,
You got this.
Do
You
not
got
touch
this.
me until I've got them up. Oh, wait. I'm going to try to get Drax over here if you can get him up.
I got Captain Marvel.
You're
Yeah.
good.
Thank you.
Oh.
I'm healing here. What are you doing? That was
He's almost
rude.
there.
Now I'm out.
Okay.
Man,
Oh, he's so tough. So
Yep.
good, though.
take him out.
Almost there.
We almost got him. Oh, there we go. Got
Nice.
him.
Nice.
Good job, guys.
We did it. We stopped the unstoppable Juggernaut.
Thor is mightier.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Oh, this
Cyclops
Cyclops
is back.
Yeah,
he
he's
survived.
Looks relatively
He's
unbruised.
fine.
Oh, can you bring us back, guys?
Nope, we're out.
Gonna leave us
Look at
behind.
you.
He's running after us.
You think you cannot be stopped, Tovarish?
This is a classic battle.
We'll let them do their thing.
We'll see them later. Oh, and now
right.
finally.
Got to avenge Taco Tuesday properly.
All right.
Okay.
Are we okay with these characters? I want to switch one more time.
Let's switch them up, maybe.
All right.
Sure thing. Go into the hero select.
Yeah, come on.
All right.
All right, who are you guys thinking?
I will be. Oh gosh, so many good characters.
I might actually grab Deadpool.
Yeah, I was gonna say someone should grab.
I'm gonna do Rocket and Groot.
Oh, that's a good idea.
All right, I'll be Star Lord.
Wolverine.
You are the best. You got it.
Rocket and Groot are really interesting too because their attack combinations are really unusual, I think, since there's actually two characters
right.
in one
Yeah,
there.
so Rocket does the bombs and the guns, and Groot's got his arms and his vines to attack with. So they get to have a lot of interesting combinations while they fight.
We're going to a secure location. Also, Wolverine's interesting because one of his abilities is regeneration. So not all the abilities are necessarily attack abilities.
Right.
Some of them are kind of more supportive or defensive.
Hey, Cyclops saved us. Oh no.
I thought he was fine, but
Cyclops,
apparently
no.
not.
He's still in the forest somewhere trying to find his way home.
He's on break. He's on break.
And the secure location is the danger room. I don't know
Very safe
why we fell
place.
for that one.
All right. Okay, here we go. Survive danger trials. Let's do this.
Okay.
So
here we
get
go.
in here.
And the cool thing about the Danger Room is it can generate any environment. So it looks like we've got background here maybe from Wakanda, but we've got prisoners from the raft that we're fighting. So it's a mix and match of different elements from different parts.
And I think throughout the game as you're playing, learning the different tells of different kind of enemies, every time you encounter a new either type of minion or a type of boss character, you really want to start paying attention to what they're doing so you can start learning those tells.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And you can see those synergy lines are just popping up all over the place because this team, I think, has a lot of great synergies. I love how you can just kind of, with Wolverine, you can just kind of juggle these guys across the screen. I get a little carried away here.
Nice.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm in.
Why not?
I'm on it.
Mess him up.
Avoid sphere. That sounds powerful. Oh, we've got another way.
Okay.
So we're not. I don't think we're going to be able to get through all of this, but
Shadowland.
we can.
Should we do a little bit more?
Yeah, we can do a little bit more.
Okay.
Right.
Playing Star Lord is so fun. He's got some really cool air
I could
combos
honestly
and
just keep
stuff.
doing this all day. All right, get him, Wade.
Fire tornado.
Oh,
Yeah, see, there's a plane, added a plane element to a whirlwind attack.
Has anybody got Rocket and Groot?
I'm trying to, but these guys won't stop punching me.
Oh, that's because you're knocked out. Or Groot is knocked out.
Groot's knocked out. I'm trying to get him here, but these guys
Oh, I
won't
see.
back off.
All right, Wolverine, get in there.
Oh, man. Stop punching me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to be helpful. All right, here we go.
Wolverine is just so fast. He just goes across the screen. Like, whoa, buddy.
Thanks for trying.
No, I'm going to do this. One way or another. There we go. Okay, we're back.
I got knocked down.
I got you.
Boy. Oh, they
hit
don't
with
call
a
it the
bomb.
danger room. No.
Me too. Wait, okay. Almost done.
That was the
All
same
right, you're
bomb
up.
that did me in, Sam.
These guys are jerks.
Ah.
All right, I think that might be close. Or we got a little time.
Whoa.
We got a few more
Nah,
minutes.
it's okay.
Can we?
Can we? Do we have it?
Well, I guess as we're wrapping up,
We should wrap up.
any kind of final thoughts you want to share with viewers? I know it's pretty exciting to finally be able to talk about this game and show it off.
It's great to finally get it out there and to have more and more announcements of characters that are added to the roster and new villains and new locations. I think it's really exciting. And this morning, the expansion pass got announced where there's more content coming in the fall with Marvel Knights and the X-Men and the Fantastic Four.
My favorites.
So the roster's growing and growing, and lots of fan favorite characters getting added into the series. So we're really excited to introduce not only some classic characters, but some brand new ones to the franchise.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that wraps it up for Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, The Black Order. Stay tuned for a new trailer for a different game. Also, after that, we're going to have Super Mario Maker 2 with Akashi Tezuka. So that's coming up next. We'll see you soon.
Thanks for coming.
talking. Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2019. I'm Morgan from the Treehouse, here with Sam from the Treehouse,
hey.
Ethan from the Treehouse, who will be translating for our very special guest, Mr. Tezuka, producer of Super Mario Maker 2. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry we didn't have a warp pipe for you to come down. I know that's your preferred method of entering our events now, but we'll work on that for next year.
That's too bad, but no, maybe next time.
So Sam, I'm going to turn it over to you to get this segment started.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of great stuff to show folks today. Actually here, just hanging out on the title screen, we can see so many new elements. We've got the Super Mario 3D World game style. We've got the Koopa Troopa car down there. Tezuka-san, I know the dev team has worked so hard to put so many new things into the game, but they're actually not quite done yet. They're still doing a little bit of work, aren't they? Do you have any updates you can share with us?
開発チームが今まで新しい要素をいっぱい入れてるんですけれども、その仕事がまだ続いていて、でも新しいアップデートが何かシェアしていただけますでしょうか？
まだまだ今現在も作り続けてるんですけども、本当はあまり言いたくなかったんですけど、リクエストなんで言いますと、フレンドの、マッチング機能っていうのは今実装しようとしています。
So, yeah, we are continuing our work, and I wasn't sure I was going to talk about this today, but we are planning some, we're going to be making some changes to the matching with friends that you can play.
Oh, I was hoping to get that 50 coin. Well, that's awesome news to be able to share. And also kind of cool that we can just play a course right on the title screen here before we even jump into the game. So let's hop in here and do some playing. So maybe hang out in story mode a little bit, show off a little bit what we got there.
最初からストーリーモードに入っていこうかなと思います。
So I was wondering if you could share with us a little bit more about why you chose to add story mode to this game.
なぜ今回ストーリーモードを追加した理由について、語っていただけますでしょうか？
作ることに関して本当にいろんな仕掛けや敵とかいろんなものを追加したんですけども、やっぱり遊ぶことに対しても、前よりもずっとバージョンアップしたいなと思いました。
So we knew we wanted to add a lot of elements to the making side of Super Mario Maker 2, but we also wanted to make sure we upgraded the play side of the game as well.
でただ簡単なマップがあってっていうよりはこういう違ったスタイルで遊んでもらうということをちょっと考えました。
And rather than making a sort of simple map layout, we thought it'd be great to have a kind of small world for you to explore like this.
ここだけ 3D の表現をしてて結構スタッフが大変でした。
So just this part of the game is in 3D, and our staff had to work really hard to make these graphics look the way they do.
What's wonderful here is we've got over 100 courses that the dev team has carefully built to help inspire players, give them ideas of what they can do in the Super Mario Maker game. And right off the bat here, I'm going to try to not shame us in front of you, Tezuka-san, but I'm going to try something that's very hard for me. It's a course with a clear condition where I'm not allowed to really leave the ground. I can't jump. And every part of my muscle memory when I'm playing a Mario game is that I want to jump over obstacles, but I'm not allowed to because of our new clear condition.
Yeah, Mr. Tezuka, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about sort of where the idea for clear conditions came from. We're obviously seeing one of them right here that you can't jump, you can't even leave the ground. There's ones where you collect coins, defeat certain enemies. If you could tell us a little bit about the thought process on the dev team, we'd love to hear that.
今回ちょっと難しいこととして、クリア条件のあるコースをチャレンジしてるんですけれども、今回はジャンプできない地面から離れられないコースになってるんですけれども、そのクリア条件についての追加について語っていただけますでしょうか。
3DS 版でも条件ゴールっていうそういうお題の遊びがあったんですけども、それを見てやっぱこれをエディットに組み込むべきだなって考えました。
So some of the courses that we made available for people to play in the Nintendo 3DS version of Super Mario Maker involved some clear conditions, but we thought we'd like to try and make that available when making courses too this time.
同じコースでもこう条件を変えることで何倍にもこうバリエーションができて遊びが広がると思いました。
So adding a clear condition to a course that you may have already played, or adding a clear condition to courses just allows the type of way you'll play that course, the challenge you'll have to be almost multiplied.
It's interesting with the clear conditions making things that are more like puzzles. In this course, for example, there's a lot I have to do because jumping not being in my arsenal, I have to find other ways to get around.
ジャンプできないから他の進め方を見つけないといけないですね。
そうただジャンプできないだけじゃなくて、床から足が浮いたらダメっていう、ジャンプより難しい条件ですねこれ。
And that's really, like you said earlier, even more difficult than not being able to jump. You can't even leave the ground, so that makes things really difficult.
And it's very creative the ways that there are different lifting mechanisms. I've seen Monty Moles here. We've seen some trampolines. So other things that will get me up to a platform as long as it's not that I have initiated the action and I don't like hop off too early, I'll be okay. But it's like I almost don't want to have my right hand on the buttons because I don't want to risk it. And this is unfair. This is way too much temptation, like a 30 coin right there.
これどうやってクリアするか楽しみですね。
So you have to think about how am I going to get that?
Come here. Stay. I got them all. Nice.
これなんかすごいアイデアですよね。これ考えた人。
So whoever thought of that really had a good idea, huh?
Oh yeah, it's so clever. And one thing I love about story mode is, if you're a course maker, it's a great place to just go and get ideas. If you feel like you've got a little bit of creator's block, the development team has so many interesting ways of how they use these parts.
自分のコースのメイクに悩んでいるなら、ストーリーモードに入ってそのアイディアを見ながらアイディアが湧いてくるかもしれませんね。
そうです。もともと前作でも簡単なサンプルコースはあったんですけども、今回はそれがもっと長いコースですね。でそれを見ながら本当に実際に自分がコースを作るとき参考にできると思いました。
Yeah, and we had some short sample courses in the first game, but we wanted to include longer, more fleshed out courses this time around to really give people the ideas they would need to make interesting courses in the making part of the game.
I'm trying to collect as many coins as I can. There we go. Nice. Since a big part of the story mode is something has happened to Princess Peach's castle, we need to help rebuild it. The Toads spent all their money, so we're helping them earn coins. It's really important for me to get as many of these as I can.
ピーチ姫のキャッスルが何かトラブルがあったそうですので、お金をコインを集めて、それを修理しようという活動がメインですね。
So I'm going to hop into another bit of save data in a second so we can show something a little bit later on in story mode. But one other thing I wanted to show off that's really cool, I think especially for folks who are coming to this game who maybe haven't played a Mario game in all these different game styles, is this little spot, Yamamura's Dojo. So Yamamura, folks who played the original Super Mario Maker might know he is our course-making master pigeon. Some folks might not realize Yamamura himself is actually not a pigeon. He is a veteran course designer over at Nintendo. But overall here, we've got a really interesting mix of new educational tools. Over here in Mario's Move, for each of the game styles, I will see all my moves. So if I'm not sure, okay, how do I use Cat Mario?
And there's some advanced jumps that there's some advanced jumps you might not even realize in some of these styles. So I think this is actually going to be a really cool thing for veteran and new players to review.
Yeah, and in story mode, I will get a separate pause menu option where I can see exactly what the controls are for the game style I'm playing. So if I haven't seen it before, if I'm somebody who's newer to Mario, maybe a younger player, it's a great place to get familiar. But also we have these maker lessons. And Tezuka-san, I wonder if you can tell us a bit more about this new way of educating the player, because it's a little different from the tutorials in the original game.
今回は山村道場に入ってきたんですけれども、これは結構たくさんのレッスンがありますが、これもスーパーマリオメーカー1の時のチュートリアルとちょっと違いますので、それについて話していただけますでしょうか。
まず山村道場ってネーミングいいですね。ツリーハウスの方が考えてくれたんですけども。
So personally, I'm a fan of the Yamamura Dojo name. This is actually something that folks in the Treehouse came up with, and I really like it.
日本人だとあまり道場って自ら思いつかなかったと思います。
So as a Japanese person, with dojo being a Japanese word, we probably wouldn't think to call it that, but yeah, I really like it.
でも実際には道場っていう場所を鍛錬するとか、レッスンするとかそういうものではないんです。
So a dojo is a place where you would actually do some serious training and studying and practice, but these lessons aren't quite that severe.
で作るヒントがたくさんここに詰まっている。で、
どうぞ。
割と任天堂のレベルデザインのノウハウが実はこの中にギュッと詰め込まれている感じです。
So there's all sorts of little hints and tricks about how to make levels in here, and I think a lot of Nintendo's know-how that we've accumulated over the years is really packed into all of these little lessons, and it's there for you to find.
そういうふうに思ってくれる人はどれくらいかわからないですけども、これで刺激を受けて、面白いコースを作ることにチャレンジする人が増えたらいいなと思います。
And so, I'm not sure how many people will make full use of the lessons here, but it's my hope that people really do and get inspiration in making their own courses from what we've got inside the Yamamura Dojo.
And the writing, honestly, is just really fun and entertaining in them as well. So what I'm going to do now is actually hop us into a different save file. So in this save file, we're a little further along, so we're not going to show you how the castle has shaped up. We're not going to show you the course list anymore, but we are going to show you a few different courses. And again, they're over 100, so this is a tiny slice. And some of the other things that folks can expect in the story mode. So I'm in the first course, and this one is a lot of fun.
Yeah, right away. So we've seen that 3D world style, Mr. Tezuka. I was wondering if you could talk to us about, this is a brand new game style for Super Mario Maker 2, the 3D world style. I wonder if you could talk to us though about adapting, adding that to the game, adapting that game style to Super Mario Maker. Love to hear some of your thoughts on that.
今回は 3D ワールド、マリオ 3D ワールドのレベルを見ているんですけれども、今回スーパーマリオメーカー2の新しいゲームスキンとして入ってきたのですが、もともと 3D だったゲームを、2D の形式にアダプトすることについて喋っていただけますでしょうか。
はい、新しいマリオメーカーを作るにあたってどんな新しいスキンを入れようかってすごい迷ったんですけども、最終的にこれにしました。
So we knew we wanted to bring in some sort of a new game style for Super Mario Maker 2, and this is the game that we ended up deciding on.
で 3D で作られた世界をこの 2D の、遊びにこう込み込むっていうのはすごくチャレンジングでした。
And it actually was pretty challenging to take a game that was originally in 3D and bring it into a 2D format like this.
仕様の面からも、グラフィックスの面からも、いろんなことにおいて、新しすぎるっていうか、我々にとっては新しいことだらけでした。
So, there's all sorts of different features that this game has. The graphics are different as well. And so this was kind of a new challenge for us and represented, one of the larger things that we had to challenge when making this game.
だから普通に移植するということだったらすごく簡単だったんですけども、もうこれ用に専用に、このシーンを作る、シーンとかスキンを作るっていうことになりました。
So sometimes our titles, are ported from one system to the other, and at times like that, you're able to bring the game as it was on one system over to the other, but we're bringing the game, like you said, from 3D into a 2D format here, and that was a big challenge for us.
そういう割り切りがあってやっとできたので、本当に他のものとはちょっと違う要素をいっぱい詰め込むことができました。
But I think we were successful in bringing Super Mario 3D World into the game, and I think people will be able to kind of get a different sort of flavor of play from that game style.
Yeah, it's really fun. I think it's not just has that new moveset, the new art style, the new mechanics, but also you saw, even though it's a 2D version of 3D, where you've got those bonsai bills flying into the screen, you've got this sort of depth happening. It really feels great.
グラフィックスも新しくなってるし、新しい遊びもありますけど、奥行き感もあるんです。例えば、キラーが裏から表に出て、それも新しいですね。
そうですね。でエディットするときはちょっと、斜め上から見た絵でエディットして、遊ぶときはそれがまたカメラが変わって真横の絵になるっていうちょっと面白い表現もしてます。
And when you're making courses in that game style, you'll actually get a bit of a diagonal view while making courses, and then it goes back to a flat 2D style when you're playing.
And so this course has a couple of my favorite things: a night theme, which really mixes up how you think about the course. Can you tell us a bit more about the development of these? Because it's so interesting how they change up the gameplay in some pretty significant ways.
またすごいコースに入ってきたんですよね。今回は夜のコースにあるんですけれども、夜という設定を作っているコースに加えるといろんなエフェクトが出てくるんですけれども、それについて語っていただけますでしょうか。
ただ夜の環境っていうか、その絵が変わるだけだったらこのゲームらしくない。
そうですね。
だからその シーンごとで、どんなことが起きるかっていうのは、いっぱい詰め込んでいます。
So yeah, it wouldn't be very much like Super Mario Maker if we just added, night and that was it. So you're going to have to try adding the night setting to different courses in different types of game styles and see what the effect is. You can see one here, but
The
there's
first
a
time I saw
variety of
this, it
them.
broke my brain.
これ初めて体験した反重力初めて体験した時は、脳が壊れたとか頭が
おかしくなった感じ。
おかしくなった。
そうですね。こういう風な、変な体験っていうのはこのゲームに合ってるかなと思います。
So yeah, you might feel, these types of levels make you feel a little bit strange, but that's okay too.
Well, the fact that in the go ahead.
だからいろんなシーンを変えてみてどんなことが起こるかっていうのは自分の目で確かめてみてほしいと思います。
And I really hope that people will enjoy adding this setting to their own stages in different game styles and see what the effect is with their own eyes.
I think that's what's so exciting is I love to make courses, and the fact that the night theme, it changes the game, not just how the way it looks, but it changes the gameplay, and you could have your sub area with that night. A player's going to go down a pipe, and they might not know what's going to happen. Is it going to be upside down gravity? Is it going to be something else? So it really, I think, it inspires you as a creator to find new ways to surprise the person playing your level.
モーガンさんが本当にコース作りが好きで、よりについて本当に好きなのは見た目だけじゃなくてゲームプレイも違ってきますので、例えば作っているコースの中で土管を入れてサブエリアを作ったら、そのプレイヤーがその土管に入ったら何が起こるかがまさに分からないから、そういうことを作れてモーガンが嬉しいです。
本当にね、ノリのいいスタッフで、いろんなことを試したくなるっていうかね、作りながらいろんなことを試してたって感じがします。
So our staff, this was one thing that they were able to try out, all sorts of ideas that they had, and it just inspired them as well. Like, oh, what else could we add to this?
企画担当者だけがこう考えるんじゃなくて、デザインのもサウンドの人もみんなこう寄っていろんなアイデアを詰め込んだ感じですね。
And it's not just the person who was kind of guiding development of the game, but we had our designers all throw ideas, up on the board as to what things might occur when you added the night effect.
Oh my gosh, I would have loved to have been in that brainstorm section. I'm sure that was a fun day at the office.
そういう企画会議に本当に入りたかったんだけどね。
Okay, so the next course I'm hopping into, I really love because it gives us a really fun look at some things you can do with clear pipes. And they are an incredibly fun new course part in the Super Mario 3D World style.
And you guys also saw there's a clear condition for this course. You can see that she needs to collect 100 coins, and there's a little counter up in the upper left counting how many Sam has collected.
今回も100枚のコインを取らなければならないクリア条件もありますよね。
条件ゴールです、ね。
はい。
そうですね。100枚取るとか敵をね、何匹やっつけるとか、本当に自由にいろんなことができるようになっているのがすごいと思います。
Yeah, and with clear conditions, there's a variety of them you can set when making your courses. For example, needing to defeat a certain number of specific enemies, things like that as well. So.
And top as you're creating a course, the clear conditions reflect what you've already placed in a course, so you don't have to necessarily plan ahead for it. You could just make a course that feels really good to you, and then when you're done, take a look and see, okay, which clear conditions are supported by what I made.
まずコースを作って、作ってからどのクリア条件を追加すればいいかと考えてもいいんですよね。
そうしてほしいと思いました。
Yeah, that's actually what I'm hoping people will do is finish their course and then decide, okay, maybe I'll put a clear condition on this and what one would be good.
だから一つのコースを作って、でそれにどんな条件を入れるかっていうのをもうみんなでワイワイ一緒に考えて作るのもいいし、ずっと自分でじっくりと考えるのもいいし、いろんな作り方があると思う。
So you can make a course and have people play it and then have them help you decide what sort of clear condition would work well for this course, or you can do that on your own and make that decision all by yourself.
So this guy kind of looks like trouble, but I think I can use these clear pipes.
Nice.
Pathing fireballs through clear pipes is so satisfying.
このね、透明度感も今回新しく 3D ワールドから取り入れたんですけども、すごく良かったと思います。
So I'm really happy we were able to include these clear pipes from Super Mario 3D World.
Oh, look at that. That's so cool.
They can't escape. Oh, no, don't chase me, don't chase me. Oh, stay away. And these guys can use the clear pipes too, so I gotta be careful not to just have it chase me through. There we go. Okay, you just go hang out down there.
Mr. Tezuka, I'm tempted to ask you how fireballs work underwater, but maybe that's a company secret. So
まあどうやって水中の中でファイアボールが燃えているかについて聞きたいんだけど、それは秘密かもしれないので、まあ
それは言わないでください。
So yeah, please don't ask me.
でもね、普通の我々の作り方だったら水中でキラーとか、まあこういうことはできるだけやめようとかいうようなことも自由に自分で作るときはできるので楽しんでもらえるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
But that actually brings up a good point. Whereas in a game where we might not include things like bullet bills or fireballs in an underwater course, in a game like this, if you want to do that, you can do it. And you know that's the kind of game we wanted to make.
Yeah, it really is like the ultimate Mario playground toolbox.
I know we've been having a blast with the office and building the invitational courses as well, watching you guys have fun iterating on that and trying out new things.
I still learn things. I think I know everything, and then I like trigger a certain thing, and I realize an icicle can trigger an on-off switch, and I'm like, I did not know that.
Okay, so this is a really tricky course.
We're seeing another.
Largely because of the desert wind here at night. So let me see if I can get this moving.
Yeah, so this is
first.
if you have desert and then turn on night, you're going to get this intermittent wind, which completely changes the feeling that Sam is having as she's playing.
Yeah, so here I've got a quiet space I can just hang out. So I'm just going to stand here. I'm not touching anything on my controller. Mario's good, but then as soon as the wind picks up, I'm sliding. I'm not doing anything. It makes platforming challenges so much trickier, and it's so interesting when you're dealing with boss fights, trying to make sure, okay, I need to time this also to the wind. Sometimes it's actually going to give you an extra boost to get somewhere. Other times, it's going to push you right where you don't want to be.
砂漠のコースを夜設定に設定すると風も出てきますよね。
そうですね。
And here it's going to make things a little careful if I don't time this right.
あんまり言っちゃうとこれから買って作る人は楽しみが減りますね。
So I don't want to give away all the secrets about what's lying in wait for you in the nighttime courses because people might get bored, but yeah, there's a lot.
Definitely. And folks who are watching at home might notice there's a new little icon at the lower left of my screen that you haven't seen before. That's something special that we actually wanted to introduce during the segment as well and talk about a little bit. So we triggered that earlier so we could show it off. And I'm just going to make sure I'm somewhere safe. Okay,
Nowhere
this is a bad spot. So here, for example, if I was having a really hard time with a course and the game noticed, hey, you're maybe having a rough time, my brother turns up and gives me access to a little collection of course parts. So Luigi's going to say, hey, you seem like you're having a hard time, bro. Let's see if this can help you out. And here we have a small assortment of course parts. What's cool is I can actually use these to modify the course I'm playing. So it might be I'm having a hard time with a jump. Maybe I'm going to use some blocks to make a platform for myself. Or I'm just going to go all out and toss this guy in there. But can we talk a little bit about this help feature in Luigi and how this is going to be interesting to folks who are playing the game?
はい、ここが難しい進めないと感じたら、ルイージのアシストを設定することもできて、限られたパーツも与えてくれますので、それを使って進めるように自分でコースを調整することができますよね。それについて喋っていただけますでしょうか。
このモード自体自分が遊んでみてもすごく楽しかったんですね。だからこればっかりずっと遊び続けてしまうんじゃないかなっていう心配しました。
すみません、もう一度お願いします。
このモードだけでも楽しめてしまうので、作ることよりももうずっとこれ遊んでしまうんじゃないか、ずっと遊び続けてしまうんじゃないかという心配をしました。
So I was worried that some people might get so hooked on this mode that they would just continue playing it and just go right through it.
で、このゲームの場合お助けっていうかあまりアクションゲームが上手じゃない人でもクリアできるようにしたいなっていう考えもあります。
But I wanted to make sure that there was something for people who might have trouble with some of these stages, so that they would also be able to make their way through it, and so include some way to help people that might not be as advanced as other players.
これ作るゲームなので、 その遊ぶ中にも作るっていうことを少し取り入れるっていうのが、割と最後の方で思いついたアイデアです。
And so, you know, this is a game about making, so I thought it would be fun if there was a way to include a little bit of course making even when you're playing a course like this. So we included this Luigi assist mode.
だからできるだけこう気軽に遊んでる中で作るっていうことを、体験してほしい。そういうふうに
And yeah, I wanted people to just have a, you know, a lighthearted, casual way to be able to add some making elements to courses while they were playing them.
我慢してこのまま、何も自分でカスタマイズせずにクリアするっていうことじゃなくて、本当にちょっとこう変えてみようとか、そういうふうにこう気軽に思ってほしいんですけどね。
And so that means that you don't have to just persevere, you know, stoically and make your way through the course without, you know, making any changes. This gives you the ability, you know, if you want there to be a block here, you want to make a small change, you can go ahead and do that.
これ日本のお祭りを意識した演出です。
Yeah, and this little music and animation you're seeing is something from like a Japanese festival that we thought would be fun to add.
It's really cheerful.
Yeah, that's one of the new sound effects. It's really cool.
Okay. I think we got time for one more, so I can pull one more course up here for us. Yeah, that one's hard. You want to stump me, put a desert wind in there, and suddenly I'm flying all over the place, or I'm overcompensating because I think the wind's about to start, and I'm like, oh no, I'm going to jump the wrong way.
風が難しいんですよね。とにかく。
でもね、自分で作った難しいコースは自分でも許せると思うんです。
But you know, if that's a difficult course that you have made yourself, you'll be okay with something like that. You know, with it being that difficult.
で我々が用意した作ったコースが難しいと嫌がる人はいると思いますけど。
I do think that you know we made those courses, so we're okay with them being hard. There may be other people who are a little bit upset with us for making some difficult courses.
I think there's a really nice mix in there, which is good, and especially once we get into people sharing their own courses, it's going to be such a variety of additional courses for people to play. And if we're lucky, I'm going to try to pull this off in one shot. This is another clear condition. All I have to do is beat one enemy. And you think, I'll take one enemy. That's no problem. Just beat a pom-pom. But the problem is where I'm fighting the pom-pom is a little complicated. So I've got these blinking blocks. And she wants to use them as well as me. So if I don't give her somewhere to stand, she's not going to end up somewhere I can fight her. No. Come here, Pom-Pom. Come on.
And I like that that key warp block is right there. So it's very clear. You cannot move on without. This is a really classic looking boss fight too. It's really
Hopefully
cool.
I've redeemed myself.
Yeah.
At least I got the
That was
Pom-Pom.
really good.
And here, so I've got the little flag above my head. I managed the clear condition. And it's almost like forgiveness, this little blinking block's like, it's okay. We'll just take you up to the top. So, thank you. I wanted to make sure while you're here that I play okay. And I think that's about all the time we've got. But thank you so much for joining us. And as you said, the dev team is still working on things in the game, wrapping things up, and that new ability that's going to be coming with an update to be able to play with your friends online, I think is something that hopefully folks will really enjoy when the game launches, and then we get some of the update work get done.
先ほど言ったように開発が今でも進んでいて、でオンライン友達とマルチプレイができるようなアップデートが来ることが皆さんが嬉しく思いますよね。
そうですね。このゲームのユニークなところは我々が、遊びを作るための環境を一生懸命こう作ったんですよ。
So, you know, the point we really wanted to score with this game was to make sure we had an ability to create an environment where people could play.
でいろんな人がこのツールを使っていろんなコースを作ってそれをみんなにシェアしてそれをまた、みんなで遊んでっていう、こういうサイクルがちゃんとできて初めてこのゲームの遊びが完成する。
And so, you know, this game really is completed when we're able to create a cycle where people get ideas, use parts, create courses, share them with others, people play those, and that cycle continues. And that's when we really feel we've done our job of creating a complete experience.
だからこう発売してからどんな風に遊ばれるかという我々もすごくワクワクして。
And so we're really looking forward to see what people are going to do with this game once it comes out. And that's something that we're super looking forward to.
まだまだ我々開発はこれのために時間を費やしていくし、皆さんも遊んでくれていろんなフィードバックを返してくれると、みんな一緒にこう遊んでる人と我々と一緒にこう盛り上げていけるんじゃないかなと思います。
So we're continuing our work with development, and we're really looking forward to seeing what people say about the game and hearing their feedback and continuing to think about it as we go forward.
Well, I know just anytime we've given our fans a chance to make their own creations, they never cease to amaze us with their creativity and their inventiveness. So from our side, we've been having a wonderful time with this game in the office, but I can't wait to get out there and see what the world does with these tools and these parts and all the cool courses that they're going to create.
世界、にリリースされると世界の皆さんがどのようにパーツを使ってどのコースを作って、どのようなコースを世界にシェアすることも我々も楽しみにしていますよね。
Yeah, and people don't have to wait too much longer.
I know, June 28th, this game comes out in 2 weeks and change. So, yeah, I hope you guys are excited to get your hands on it. We certainly are excited to show it off here, and I can't wait for it to come out myself to start making courses and making people play them. Yeah, so from here, us at Treehouse Live, I want to say thank you, Sam, for all that nice gameplay.
No problem.
Ethan for translating, and Mr. Tezuka, thank you so much for stopping by and sharing your thoughts and passion about Super Mario Maker 2 with us. So, yeah, so we'll be right back with some more gameplay. We're actually going to pivot from here to Luigi's Mansion 3. So don't go anywhere, and thank you guys.
Hi, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live. I'm Dan. I'm here with Roxanne, Ayaka, and Tanabe-san and Ikebata-san. We are going to look at Luigi's Mansion 3. We're going to see a few things from the show floor demo to show the basics, and then we're going to go into some live gameplay from the full game. So, Roxanne, why don't you take us away?
Thanks, Dan. I'm going to start off with the show floor demo. This is available to folks attending E3 Nintendo 2019. Some basic moves Luigi has up his sleeve. The Straw Ball, which stuns ghosts and makes them vulnerable to attacks. He can also charge the Straw Ball up to hit a wider area. And one of the new moves we showed, a few other basic functions of the Poltergust, G00, the ability to vacuum in air and of course blow out air as well. And one of the new moves we showed in the presentation is Burst, which shoots air below Luigi, and this is great for repelling enemies when they are surrounding Luigi.
Mm-hmm. That also makes all the background items fly all over the place.
Right. We start off with a cutscene that sort of introduces this particular floor and the unique floor boss that sort of inhabits this floor. And this is sort of an introduction to the fact that Luigi has to traverse up and down this haunted hotel. He has to defeat ghosts that possess this elevator knob in order to advance floors.
Tanabe-san and Ikebata-san, what was the inspiration behind the hotel setting and behind the elevator knob?
ですね、まず3作目っていうことがあって、舞台をこれまでとは変えたいっていうことがあったんですよね。それで、エレベーター、そのフロアを、全部クリアするとボスを倒すとエレベーターのボタンが手に入る。でその手に入ったボタンで次の階に行くってそういう構造になっています。
So we wanted to move away from the mansion setting for this rendition of the game, and we also made it so that the player needs to collect the elevator buttons in order to progress in the game.
で、そのホテルの階層構造にすることで、そのフロアごとに全然違う、環境を作ることができるんで、それでホテルっていうのを選択しました。
And additionally, we wanted to make it so that each floor, as you progress through the hotel, features a dramatically different scene, and that's kind of why we chose the hotel setting.
Yeah, this is a crazy hotel. It's got medieval settings, and we'll see some other settings soon.
I'm starting off a little bit of gameplay of battle. We're using Luigi's new move, Slam. So when he vacuums in ghosts, he can fill up this meter, the A button indicator, and when I press A, it allows Luigi to slam ghosts. And this is great when you're surrounded by other ghosts. You can slam ghosts into other ghosts, and that allows you to control the area a little bit better since you can deal damage to a wide group of enemies. This is a great room to introduce Gooigi, who I can summon by... One second. Who I can summon by clicking on the right control stick. Gooigi is sort of Luigi's all-green doppelganger. He has access to all of Luigi's moves with the Poltergust, but he has a few special abilities on his own. Would Mr. Ikebata or Mr. Tanabe like to elaborate on sort of Gooigi, how he came to be in this game? He was present in the 3DS version of Luigi's Mansion, but
そうですね、3DS バージョンにも登場したグイージなんですけれども、今作にもグイージを入れることになった背景について教えていただけますか？
そうですね、グイージはもともと今作用に最初考えたキャラクターではあるんです。
So Gooigi was actually a game that character that we had created in order to add to this game specifically.
はい、スイッチのハードウェアを初めて見たときにこのお裾分けプレイっていうのを活かしたいなと思ったのがきっかけです。
So when I first saw the Nintendo Switch system and I saw that you could split the two Joy-Con controllers and give it to someone to play together, that's when we decided that we would like to incorporate two-player mode.
で、ネクストレベルゲーム社に対して今回ルイージの分身を登場させたいっていう話をしたときに、そのエネルギーがしっかり考えてくれてグイージっていうキャラクターが生まれました。
So when we went up to next level games and told them that we were looking into letting the players use two players, Next Level Games had already thought of a character called Gooigi.
He seems very useful.
Yes, as Ikebata-san mentioned, you can play story mode with two players. Right now I'm playing a single player, so I have to switch between Luigi and Gooigi. I can control one at a time, but if you're playing two-player co-op, of course you can control both characters at the same time. In this room, I want to show off another one of Luigi's new moves. This is the suction shot. He can shoot out a suction cup, and if he vacuums one end, he can then use this move to disarm enemies. This also works on the environment as well. So I just opened the barrel door using the suction cup.
I mean, the ghost has a shield that blocks the strobe bulb from stunning him, so you want to take that away from him.
Right, so some ghosts are a little bit better prepared to deal with Luigi. Slash shield attack here. I love the animation of the ghost just like climbing back up.
Oh yeah.
And of course, you can cause damage by continuously vacuuming up ghosts as well. But Sam is much more satisfying.
Yes.
Oops. Uh-oh, he got away.
He got his little taunt before he ran away too, didn't he? Oh, you cleared the room.
Yeah.
Nice.
You're really good at this game, Roxanne.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm very nervous since Mr. Ikebana and Mr. Tanabe are here, so I'm concentrating on the gameplay.
Perfect.
So we did get to see a little bit of this castle-inspired floor. We're actually going to switch gears a little bit and jump to a different floor a little bit later in the game. So give us a sec to switch over to a different monitor. And here we're going to be able to see that each of the floors of this hotel are themed very differently. So the puzzles, the enemies you might encounter, they're all very different. And that's sort of the fun of, advancing to the next floor. You never know what's waiting for you.
Mm-hmm. What was the inspiration for some of the different floors and the idea behind that?
そうですね。各フロアごとに、雰囲気やテーマ、またその各階にあるパズルや仕掛けもだいぶ異なるわけなんですけれども、その点についてどのようなインスピレーションがあったか教えていただけますか。
そうですね。最初はね、なんかハリウッドのホテルみたいなそのジェットコースターがあるようなところを作ろうとかってやってたんですけど、ちょっとそれだけだと変化に乏しいなと思いまして。
Yeah, so initially we were considering a hotel that might exist in maybe Hollywood or something that has like a roller coaster inside of it. But as we were playing it, we were thinking, maybe that would be kind of too repetitive.
だからさっきのとこはお城でしたよね。
So as you saw, the previous one was the castle.
でここは映画撮影してるスタジオなんです。
And now it's a production studio.
Even though it's haunted, it looks like it'd be a fun hotel to stay in.
楽しそうなホテルですね。呪われてはいます。
ホテルらしくないかもしれない。
It's not very hotel-like, actually.
大体ホテルにこんなにお金落ちてないもんね。
Well, first you don't see like that much money just lying around in the hotel.
Yeah, that's true. That was the other thing that was appealing to me too. Is that there's gold bars everywhere.
素晴らしいと思います。
Oh my gosh, I love that the trash can has just like a bunch of popcorn and money inside.
Yep. It's just everywhere.
All right, showing a little bit more of Luigi's ability to slip through the tight spaces here. I was able to get through this fence, which Luigi is not able to do. There's also this little area I would love to show whenever I run through this floor.
There's a hole in the wall, so Luigi just goes right in.
またお金が出ました。
More money.
奥の扉の方にも行ってもらえますか。
Please head towards the door back there.
鍵かかってますね。
Looks like we need to get a key somewhere on this earlier part of the floor. This looks like a
さっき
good.
ちょっと見てたんですよね。
Oh, I watched this earlier. Saw the key back there.
ああ、なんでしょうこれは。
What's this?
Seems dangerous. I better check it out.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Luigi's nose.
そう、これテレビを通じてモニターからモニターにワープするっていう仕掛け。
So you're able to warp between the two TV screens.
でこのステージはこの仕組みを利用して解くパズルっていうのが仕込まれてます。
So this stage heavily features this warping through the TV mechanic.
Oh. Let's get it on the center.
There
There we
you go.
go.
ちょっとついてます。
Gonna line it up. Yeah. You got the key. Yay.
I love how Luigi just instantly goes back to looking super scared.
He's excited for 1 second, and then he goes back to terrified.
All right, let's see if that key was a match for this set of doors.
Yeah.
開きました。
There's a ghost.
So, yeah, we see a ghost in the center of this area here.
The ghost has a monologue.
なんか嘆いてますけど。
Really sad.
Yeah.
There's that elevator button Luigi needs to get somehow in order to progress. Of course, if you could get it this easily, looks like we need to put in a little bit more work.
He's a bright red megaphone. He's really obsessed with that.
まあ映画監督にとってメガホンは命ですからね。
Yeah, if you're a movie director, megaphone's your life, basically.
That's your power over the
Yes.
actors. Those cutscenes are so expressive. How do you work with Next Level Games on creating those?
かなりキャラクターの感情表現がかなり豊かなんですけれども、まあ、こういった点についてネクストレベルゲームズさんとどのように作っていかれたんでしょうか。
はい、そうですね、まあ、前作のダークブーンの時からそうなんですけど、NLG の皆さんはそのルイージとかお化けの感情を面白おかしくアニメーションするのがすごく上手なんですよね。
So I worked with NLG on Dark Moon, the previous title in the series, and they're just so amazing at doing those facial expressions of the characters.
で、今回も最初にそのお化けの性格付けっていうのは相談して決めたんですけど、まあ、その後のアニメーションに関しては基本的には NLG の皆さんが作ってきたものを確認するっていう形で進めていきました。
So we at Nintendo would provide a kind of a brief description of each of the characters, and then we give that to NLG, and then they come back and create something amazing for us to check, and we review those.
That's really great.
あ、ここにもテレビありましたね。モニターが。
TV
Oh,
here
there's
too.
another TV.
さて、ここのセットでね、どういうことを見せてもらえるのか。
Looks like, yeah, the TV that we encountered in the first set of doors is connected to the 4 TV sets here. So the core puzzle mechanic of this particular 4 involves teleporting between TV sets. And there is a puzzle that you have to traverse between sets, and they're all connected, but of course we don't want to show the solution here.
That's right.
We do want to show off sort of the rich environment and the different aspects that make up this floor. Just one hint, in the full game, if you're ever stuck on any particular puzzle, you can access the main menu, and Professor EGAT has a hotline that you can call, and he gives you hints if you ever find yourself stuck.
This looks very familiar. That it must be inspired by the Virtual Boy. Where did the idea come up for this?
今の UI がかなりバーチャルボーイを元にしているように見えるんですけれども、このあたりのインスピレーションや背景について少し教えてください。
そうですね、まあ、このルイージマンションシリーズって毎回その任天堂のハードウェアを模したツールっていうのが毎回登場してるんで、まあ、今回も何か出そうっていう話にはなりました。
So in the previous titles in the series, we've always kind of featured a slightly old Nintendo device, and so we wanted to include that in this one as well.
ここは知らないけど、まあいいわ。続けて。
There's a ghost in there.
はい。
Yeah, and it's called the Virtual Boo, which I think is hilarious.
そうなんですよ。NLG からその今回はバーチャルブーだって言われた時に、その名前がまあスタッフ一同みんな気に入ったんで、もうそれでこれでいこうって決まりました。
When we heard the suggestion, Virtual Boo from NLG, we just really liked it, so we stuck with that.
It's great. Yeah, I know how hard it is to name things, and that one is just a normal, natural, perfect name.
ここのセットはどんなんですかね。
Kind of set as this one.
Right, as Luigi looks into the camera, the set really comes to life, and Luigi sort of becomes the protagonist on all these different mini movies that all these sets represent. Looks like the castle's under attack.
The little recording lights going off at the top, but Luigi doesn't really seem to be.
He's not very,
excited.
he's not phased by
He's
too
not
many
fazed
things,
by the
which is a great contrast
arrows.
with Luigi, who's
Fire.
constantly scared. Aww.
これ全部で4つこういうセットがあるんです
So the camera makes
four total
the
sets
set
here.
come to life for Luigi, basically.
All right, looks like we have a city setting for this particular set. Uh-oh.
火事です、火事です。
There's a huge fire here.
That's not good for Luigi. He doesn't like fire.
Looks like some fighter fighters are coming to save us.
It's a disaster movie.
Uh-oh. That doesn't look good.
Now they're actually helping.
So these set of ghosts have a helmet and sunglasses on, so the strobe bulb doesn't quite work on them directly. One way I like to combat that is to use burst to disarm them first. Uh-oh.
これでやっつけたら消火活動の邪魔になるんですけどね。
We're totally getting in the way of them doing their job.
Yeah.
But it's just too fun.
Yeah.
So it seems like Luigi has a lot
Uh-oh.
of new moves with the slam and the suction shot. What were some of the inspiration behind those creations?
今作では、サクション、9番ショットやスラム、バーストなど新しいアクションがかなり増えているようなんですけれども、このあたりのインスピレーションや背景について教えていただけますか。
そうですね。LG の人たちといつも話をするんですけど、やっぱり新しいゲームには新しい要素、新しいアクションを入れたいなっていうことをいつも最初に話するんで。
So I always mention this to NLG when we start working on a new game. When we're creating a new game, we always want to include some sort of new element.
で実はこれってもう Wii U の頃から実は実験をずっと続けてて、でその時に彼らが作ってくれたのがこれだったんです。
So these moves actually were something that we came up with when we were working on the Wii U version, and something that NLG came up with.
でプロトタイプでこのスラムとねバースト触った時にすごい気持ちよかったよな。
めっちゃ気持ちよかったですよね。
So when they made a prototype and let us use slam and burst, it just was so satisfying when you played it.
どうですか？気持ちよくないですか？
What do you guys think?
Oh
I
yeah,
feel
it's
so
great.
powerful with the slam move. This is my favorite.
Yeah.
かなり最高です。
だからもうこれ見た時にもう半分ゲームできたなーってね。
はい、そうですね。
思いました。
So when we saw this, we were like, well, the game's pretty much done. Then
Yeah, it really helps me. I'm not as good a player as Roxanne, so to be able to slam the ghost and hit the other ones and do damage, I think is really helpful too.
So we're looking at our final set here. Hold on, I'm just distracted by money. Make sure I get these first. We see a few spiders in this area and a lot of cobwebs sort of decorating this part of the set. And I love that attention to detail. You know, you run into spiders and there's a bunch
Yeah,
of
there's
cobwebs.
pizza boxes and other kind of debris that you can interact with. I mean,
お、メガホンがありますよ。
oh,
see the megaphone up
you
there?
found it.
Yeah.
Of
There's so
course,
many
it's in the
things.
last set that we visit.
Yeah. There's so many things you can interact with in the game, though. I mean, are there any favorites that you had as you were developing the game?
そうですね。今回いろんなものがこう画面上にこう散らばっているわけなんですけれども、特にゲームの中で気に入られている点などありましたら教えていただけますか？
ああ、そうですね。
Luigi's just like, okay, this is fine.
ちょっとこっちに見てましたね。そうですね。結構いろんなもの本当に散らばってるので、そのバーストで一気にこうバンって吹っ飛ばすと一気に綺麗になるんで、それがすっごい気持ちいいですね。
So as you can see, there's always a lot of little things scattered around Luigi at all times, and so by using burst in the middle of all those things, it just scatters everything, and it's so satisfying, and I love that.
Yeah. But also, I'm compelled to clean up the mess. I wish I had a poltergeist of my own to do that at home.
Yes, I will voluntarily clean my room if I have the poltergeist.
掃除が趣味になってしまう。
I'd actually make Luigi do it.
Oh, smart. Alrighty, so we took a look at all the different sets in this environment. Again, we don't want to show the solution, so we are going to switch gears once again and jump to a little bit later part of this floor so we can show you some exciting boss fights. Alrighty, so we're going to hand over the red megaphone to Morty here. Luigi's a super nice guy.
Yeah. He's still a little nervous about it, though. He doesn't know if he can trust the ghost.
ハッピーになりましたね。
He seems very happy. Oh. When I first saw this, I thought he was going to be mad that Luigi had stolen his megaphone. I was like, no, don't hurt me. I'm giving it back.
ルイージで映画を撮ることにしたみたいですね。
So it looks like they're going to film something featuring Luigi.
Yeah, he's going to be a movie star. He definitely has the acting chops. I think we've seen that. Oh.
Action.
We're starting to get a sense of what kind of
Yeah.
movie this is. Uh-oh.
As soon as that first footstep goes boom, like, okay. Oh, nice. I think someone is a fan of kaiju movies.
そう僕パシフィックリムとか大好きでした。
Huge fan of Pacific Rim.
Yeah, those kind of giant monsters.
I
Well,
love that tail end of the ghost just sticking out of the
Yeah.
huge suit. Oh dear. Alright, so whenever I encounter a new enemy, I try using all different moves that Luigi does. It looks like suction shot and burst. None of them quite work.
It just made him mad.
So the gust of air the boss is using to push this fireball towards me, that's a bit of a hint to the player as to how to counter this boss. So I'm using the poltergust to use air to blow it a little bit back. Looks like that was the right strategy. Thank
Yeah,
you, Morty.
Morty's happy. Morty's happy with that first part of the scene.
That does not look.
So he's breathing fire, and there's water all around the island. It seems like this might be a dangerous place for Luigi.
Yes, both of water and fire, water and fire, yes, are weaknesses of Luigi. So this is not a great spot. But it looks like this fireball's a little bit bigger, and Luigi doesn't have enough strength on his own. So I'm going to borrow someone's help. Alright, slowly. Oh my gosh, the car's just blocking traffic right now. All right.
Nicely done.
やっぱり上手ですね。
You're making
Good at this game, Roxanne.
Not at all. My palms are sweating. You just can't see. All right. And Luigi's not great with fire.
He'll be okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Not much of the city is standing.
I love it. I love how even Luigi destroys the terrain as he walks over the trees.
He does. I love, the
And
trains
the cars.
just tremble before Luigi's feet. Uh-oh.
Oh no,
You got this, Roxanne.
This is your big scene.
I'm glad the camera's not on me because I look really ugly mashing intensely right now.
Oh, you did it.
つけました。
It's a little embarrassing. Oh yeah, wait, don't congratulate yourself yet.
Not just yet. You try to get a sucker punch in right there.
There, see, muted its megaphone for that.
多分いいのが撮れたみたいですね。
Looks like it was a great take.
すごい満足げですから。
Looks really satisfied.
No, they're just great cutscene. Such a great character.
Yeah, you think when you encounter the boss ghost of that floor, you think you have to defeat
Yeah.
them. But Morty's a little bit unique.
Made a different trade with you.
Right, he gives you the elevator knob as thanks for starring in his film.
そうです。まあ本当はボスを倒してエレベーターボタンって手に入れないといけないんですけど、このボスだけちょっと特別で撮影に協力したおかげでボタンがもらいました。
As you mentioned, yeah, most of the floor bosses, in fact, all of them, require you to defeat them in order to obtain the elevator button from them. But with Morty, it's kind of different. He just gives it to you as a present for helping him out.
Yeah, there's so many unexpected things in this game. I can't wait to explore it more myself.
Yeah, and all the ghosts have so much personality too. So it's just wonderful getting to the next floor, discovering what awaits you.
Yeah.
It's a very different experience.
And the new abilities of Luigi and Luigi and the different ways you can use them, I think it's really fun. Do you have any other?
ちなみに、今の撮影した映画ですけど、このゲームの中で見ることができますから探してみてください。
So by the way, that movie you just filmed with Morty is something that you can actually watch in the game somewhere. So I hope you look out for that when you're playing the game.
Was it a good movie? Did I do okay during that boss fight?
Mine will be bad. The whole city will be destroyed.
All right, so we took a look at some of Luigi's new moves: slam, suction shot, burst, and Luigi's role in the game. Any other lasting comments for viewers?
そうですね、今おっしゃっていただいたやっぱりそのスラムとバーストの部分っていうのがやっぱ新しいアクションだし手応えもすごくいいものなんで、それをこういかに駆使してたくさんのお化けを効率的に倒すかっていうこれが上手になってくるとすごくうまくできるのでそこを一つ楽しんでほしいですね。
So as you mentioned, the new moves such as slam and burst, as you improve your skills and get better at defeating multiple ghosts at the same time, it gets more and more satisfying. So I hope that you're able to utilize that when you're playing the game.
彼女できていたけど。
Well, you're actually doing it perfectly, but yeah.
That was a great demonstration.
そうですね。その爽快なアクションに加えて、今回そのグイージというキャラが増えてるんですね。
So in addition to the actions, as you also mentioned, there's a new character, Luigi.
で、ルイージマンションシリーズってアドベンチャーゲームなんで、その頭を使って考えて先に進んでいくっていうパズルがいっぱい入ってるんですけど、今回そのグイージっていうキャラクターが入ったことで、そのルイージとグイージの違いを生かしたパズルっていうのがたくさん入ってます。
So since this is an action game, or action adventure game, there's a lot of parts and puzzles and traps and things that can only be solved by using both Luigi and Guigi.
なので皆さんにはこのちょっとひねりが加わったパズルで楽しみながら悩んでいただきたいなと思っています。
Yeah, so because there are so many puzzles with a twist, I hope that everyone can feel aptly challenged and enjoy playing this game.
Great. Well, thank you for all the insights, and thank you for coming on Treehouse Live. We're all looking forward to playing the game more. And I think next we're going to go see some Astral Chain live gameplay, so stay tuned.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live 2019. My name is Roxanne and I'm joined by my colleague Demetrius, Sam, Mr. Tara from Platinum Games, who is the director on the brand new action game on Nintendo Switch, Astral Chain, and Ryan, who will be interpreting for him. Would Mr. Tara like to open with any opening remarks?
まず最初になんかお言葉とか。
はい、プラチナゲームズの田浦隆久と申します。今日はアストラルチェインをですね、初めてプレイ動画を、プレイを公開させていただくので、ぜひ皆さんお楽しみにしてください。
So I'm Taura-san from Platinum Games, and today is going to be the first time that we're going to be showing off play footage from the game. So please, everybody at home, we'd like you to enjoy.
All right. All right, good. So I get to
Keep
jump
going.
into it? All right. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we got a special treat. We're going to show kind of the beginning of the game for you guys. So what you see here is kind of a character sheet. You can select between a male or female, but it's kind of note that these are actual sisters, brothers and sisters. I'm going to today go ahead and select the male character here, and I'm going to go through and customize this character real quick. Let me put my name in there. Let me do the name. That's right. I got to make this important.
Yeah, while Demetrius is naming his character and customizing his look, I did see a police logo in that background there. Could Mr. Tara sort of elaborate on the game setting, the story, and the characters we'll be encountering?
後ろに警察のロゴが映ってますけれども、ゲーム全体の世界観についてお話しいただけますでしょうか。
そうですね。地球を舞台にした近未来の世界なんですけれども。異世界からのですね侵略を受けていまして、もうほとんどの大陸が汚染されてしまっている状態で、人類はですねアークという人工島に逃げ延びているんですけども、そこにもついに魔の手が迫ってきて、今まさに事件が勃発しているっていうところからゲームがスタートします。
So the game starts. The game is set essentially in the near future on Earth. And all the land of the Earth is under attack from another dimension where it's being polluted by this mysterious matter. And there's essentially an attack from the other world, and that's how the game starts. The game is also set on a place called Ark as well.
実際ゲームの本編はこのキャラクター選択の前にもちゃんとシナリオが入ってたりするので、そこも楽しみにしていただきたいなと思います。
Actually, the game also has a part that you can play as well that happens before this, so we'd like you to look forward to that as well.
And I want to highlight this rad transition.
Ah, we love this.
It's so good.
Here we go. So we're in File 1 Startup. So the file is actually kind of like a chapter for those who are wondering. And right off, you're going to see it right at the bat. We're actually kind of more in a motorcycle chase. I'm on a hot pursuit. So we're going to see a lot of different styles of gameplay in this game. It's really, really, really great.
Yeah, jumping right into the action, wasting no time whatsoever.
Okay. So we're going to start taking down these enemies. And then Sam, why don't you just kind of describe it?
Yeah. Actually, while we have Tara-san here, I was wondering if he might want to talk a little bit about this sequence and about some of the enemies that we're encountering here.
今タウラさんに目に見えているシーケンスについてお話しいただけますでしょうか。
ここがまさに今事件が発生した場所に主人公が向かっている最中のところになってまして。で攻撃ボタンだったり移動の操作だったりとかっていうのをシューティングゲーム風に学ばせてくれるような演出になってます。
So this actually is taking place just as the player is heading for the place where an incident has taken place. And to make the controls easier to understand for the player, they're set up kind of like a shooting game.
アクションゲームとしていきなりシューティングゲーム始まっちゃうんでちょっと驚かれると思うんですけども、ここでいろんな会話とかも展開して世界観を最初に分かりやすくなってるんじゃないかなと思います。
And it may be a bit surprising to start an action game like this with a shooting sequence. However, it allows for a lot of exposition to happen concerning the story. As you can see, that people are talking.
I almost thought I was going to get hit by that. I'm glad I still dodged it. All right, so we're almost there. I'm making our way. Whoa!
And about what Tara-san was talking about starting the game with the shooting sequence, I think that just kind of highlights a lot of the gameplay variety that we're going to see in this game.
Oh, I don't want to get hit. Come on, get him. There we go.
Nice.
And we can see Akira is talking to the main character currently. Akira is the name of the younger twin sibling, so the gender you did not pick becomes a very central character in the story.
That's right.
And then right now you notice that I actually using what's called an X-Baton. It's a weapon that's actually going to transform into many different styles that I can use. It's going to go back in my little holster there.
Yeah.
Okay, so file 1, Hot Pursuit. There we go, and S.
All right.
So one thing to note too is that this game has different play styles. Right now I'm set to standard play style, so you'll see that I got an S rank based on time. I'm a defensive driver, and I got run and gun. And I got some bonus medicine that I can use to heal. So what we're going to do now is we just wanted to show you kind of the intro. I was really happy to show this off. So what we're going to do is actually jump to a little bit more in the future of this game, a little bit like play it up a little bit later. So I'm going to actually cut to something different. Okay, let me grab this other controller here. All right, let that play. Okay, now once I see that switched over, I'll be ready to start. There we go. So now you can see that I'm actually in the Neuron Police headquarters, I guess you would say, right? Right here, I'm still the same character design. So what I'm going to do now is I want to kind of get to show you guys the basic action. This game has a lot of depth to it. So what we're going to try to do is just kind of break this down for you guys a little bit at a time because there's so much to it and it's super, super great.
Yeah, and to elaborate on what Neuron is specifically, Neuron is a special police task force whose members are equipped with legions. These are sentient weapons. We've shown a little bit in the trailers, but you do need legions to be able to defend against chimeras, who are the interdimensional invaders that are sort of threatening Earth.
So just to kind of break it down real quick, if I tap ZL here, you'll see that I bring up my legion. My legion is actually going to attack on its own, but if I hold down ZL, I can actually move it around with the right control stick. So it's going to allow me to have a greater finesse. Now you'll notice that there's a little energy bar down there. As that dissipates, it's the amount of time I have for my legion to be out. So when my legion is attacking, I can actually tap the ZR button and get into my own form of attacks. Now this is just kind of the basics. So what I'm going to do here is go into some training with Jin. It's kind of like my first real assignment after I got my legion. I'm just going to kind of bash through this. I'm just going to explain. Jim wants me to train. He's going to give what's called a Legatus unit. It's kind of what you see right there, house in the back. Everyone that has a legion needs to have this unit strapped to the back. It's like a casing, I guess you would say. It's also going to grant me use to the iris. That's why you see my character's eyes light up.
Great. Looks like it fits.
All right, it does fit. So I'm now going to go back. Go back.
That's your Legatus.
Okay, Legatus Cradle. Legatus Cradle, excuse me. I'm going to skip to this. Now I need to go train over here, so I'm going to press close this out. And kind of just start with this iris right here.
Yeah, and a little bit more about the iris. The iris is like an augmented reality layer on top of the environment that will highlight special items, and it has other uses that we'll see a little bit later.
So what I'm going to do now is hop into a training program real quick just to kind of show you guys some basic action. I'm going to fight some chimeras, the humanoid form. And why don't we ask Taro-san about kind of just the creation of legions.
今レギオンの話が出てきましたけれども、そのレギオンについてお話しいただけますか。どのように発想。
まずそもそも2体で戦いたいというところからこのゲームの発想はスタートしてるんですけども、単純に、敵に圧倒的な力がありまして、その敵を捉えて、その敵の力を使って戦うっていうような設定になってます。
So from the beginning, we wanted to create a game where you controlled two different characters at the same time, but the enemies have this like very extreme power, and so yeah, we wanted to elaborate on something where you captured an enemy and made use of it.
なのでレギオンと、その敵がキメラっていうんですけれども、すごく似た形状のものとかも敵として出てきたりします。
And the enemies, they're known as chimeras, but among the legions, there are legions that will show up that look a lot like the chimeras that you'll face.
So taking a look at some of the stuff that Dimitris is getting into here, you can see he's using that feature where you can control your legion to wrap them up and bind them. And that'll hold them for a few moments where you can get in some good attacks, just like this.
And I could switch freely back and forth between what's a small baton and what's also going to be called the blaster. All right, I'll just keep playing this. I got to stop. Oops, I don't want to pull the iris. By that, let me stop real quick. Training menu. All right, we want to quit training.
Enough of this program?
Yes, I have it enough. That's enough for now.
That'll do for today.
And again, that's just the basics. There's going to be a lot more options that we'll show later on. I think it's so much fun.
今やってもらってたトレーニングとかはこの警察署でいつでもできるようになっているので操作が難しいなと思う方はいろんなトレーニング用意しているのでぜひここで練習してもらいたいなと思います。
So the training that you just saw is one of many that are actually available to use at the police station. So for anyone who feels that they haven't gotten used to the controls yet or they want to practice more, there are lots of those specifically for those types of people. So we'd like them to make use of it.
他にもなんか服を着替えたりとかショップを利用したりとかいろんなことがこの拠点の中にはあるのでそのあたりも楽しめるんじゃないかなと思います。
Besides that, there's also places where you can change your clothes and buy goods as well. So we'd like people to check out those stores and they'll have those other features and they'll have a good time, I think.
I think so. I gotta say, us all at the office have been kind of gushing over this game. Especially us, the action fans. We really, really love this game. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go and kind of go out on our first real mission using Legion. So I'm gonna go up to this heliport here, meet Max. I'm gonna skip this first little cutscene, then I'll let the rest play so you guys can get a sense of the game world. So I'm gonna skip this one.
And the police headquarters is really cool. Like Taro-san was saying, there are areas of the police headquarters where you can do training, but you can also go to customize your character and to purchase other goods and those sorts of things. So it's like an open environment, and the music in there is rad.
Oh, yeah. Great, great music. All right, so this is going to be another cutscene coming up here, so I'll just let this play out.
We're getting a look at the city environment here.
Mm-hmm. Very futuristic.
ここが今回発生した事件を解決するためにやってきた場所でさっきトレーニングルームであったアイリスっていう3D ホログラムを見る機能を使って最初操作を開始します。
So this is the first time that you're going to be able to use what is called the Iris, which you guys mentioned before, to be able to solve an incident that occurred before you arrived.
そういった3D ホログラムの表現とかSF っぽい部分っていうのがこのアストラルチェーンの特徴的なグラフィックになってます。
And I think that these kinds of like science fiction type elements are very exclusive to Astral Chain.
Listen up.
Sounds good to
We've
me.
got nothing to go on right now except that our purpose probably a chimera.
Okay.
If it is, we need to know as much as we can before we engage.
All right.
Time to look for clues.
So we're going to look for clues, starting with right here. You're to see right there is a little bit of red matter. We're going to actually use our iris to start kind of using all this investigation sequences.
Iris is on, people.
All right.
First, let's see if the security cameras caught anything useful.
Okay. We're going to use this. So I'm going to go and use my iris.
Yeah, so what you're seeing is a holographic playback of what the security cameras captured, what happened before your arrival here.
Yeah, so I'm getting a look at everything. You'll see that there's a lot of different clues. I can see the falling debris. But this right here is going to grab the most detail or most interest. So I'm going to start with this.
We call that red matter. Solid corruption. It's all around us, and thanks to the Legion, now you can see it.
All right.
Your Legion can clean it up for you. Go on, try it out.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now is, like the captain said there, I'm going to actually tap the ZR button, have my Legion, hold it down, and then move it around to clean up this.
What do we have here?
It's going to be a handprint.
Between the size and the red matter, I think we can say this isn't a human handprint.
I can say that as well.
It's one with giant hands.
All right, so giant hands. And you're going to see here is we have that first police note. So something we want to keep in mind when we're actually trying to solve this mystery, this investigation rather.
I
So
really
now-
like this part of the game because it highlights legions are not used just for the battle element
Correct.
of the game. You do use them during investigations, the exploratory elements. So it's very balanced in how you use legions going forward.
And we were talking about red matter just now, and I was wondering if Taro-san would like to talk to us a little about the general detective gameplay elements, but also go into a little bit more detail about red matter.
今ちょうどそのレッドマターの話が出ましたけれども、レッドマターの由来とか、 アクションゲームにはめったにないこの水類のエレメそれについてお話しいただけますでしょうか。
そうですね。まずレッドマターに関しては最初にお伝えした通り、この地球が異世界によって汚染されているっていう表現を表すためにいろんな場所に散りばめられています。
So just as I said before, the world is under attack and being polluted by this mysterious force, and the red matter is located in different areas to show that the world is actually under attack.
でそれをレギオンを使って先ほどのように除去することができるんですけど、それがアクションゲームとしてはマリオのコインを集めるような遊びになっていたりします。
And actually you can use your Legion to steer it around and clean up the red matter that's scattered around, and that becomes kind of like using Mario to collect coins within the game.
I think that's a good way to put it, though. For all of us who like to collect all the coins or all the red matter. Like
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't move on until I've cleaned up absolutely every bit of red matter there is to clean up. But so what Demetrius is doing here is he sent out his Legion to kind of spy and listen in on this conversation. And that brings up an important point about Legion that I don't know that we've touched on just yet, is the Legion, as a member of Neuron, you're special. You can see the Legion, and you can see the Chimeras, and other regular folk that aren't part of this special task force cannot see that. So that when that Legion was spying on those guys, they didn't know it was there.
Correct. Okay, so and with that, we gathered 3 police notes, and now we're trying to put it all together. So, what can you tell me about the physical characteristics of the Chimera that caused this mess? Well, it has giant hands, obviously.
Seems to.
All right, so big handprint. All right, so why did the Chimera come here? Sam?
Probably to drag someone through the gate.
All right. Excellent choice.
We've been through this before.
We're no rookies.
Yeah.
Now comes the hard part. There's no doubt we're dealing with a
All right, so we know essentially what the captain is breaking it down, whereas we know that something serious is happening. This giant hand means that something's threatening this area, and it's going to be up to us to kind of look for this creature, this Chimera. We don't know what it looks like. We don't know what it could be, but we're going to hunt down its tracks and kind of get through that. And so here's another use of our Legion and how we're going to do it. I got good listener. Oh, I'm just dropping S's all day. Yeah, perfect. All right, I'm like, where is this going? Okay, so right here, I'm going to bring out my Legion once again, and I'm going to find tracks, and I'm going to use it to essentially... There we go, yeah.
今見てもらってるみたいにレギオンを使えば敵のキメラが残した足跡のような痕跡っていうものを具現化して追いかけるようなことができるようになっています。
So just like you did right now, and like people saw, you can actually use your legions to pick up on the trails that are left behind by enemy chimeras and follow them.
それを追っていくことでターゲットの敵にたどり着くこともあればまた別のものにたどり着いたりとかそういったところもゲームの至るところに入ってたりします。
And there are all over the game there are places where you follow these tracks and you may wind up at the enemy that left the tracks, or you may wind up at something completely different.
Right.
Oh, before that though, hold on. Let's just take a quick bathroom break. I gotta use the restroom.
Restroom.
It's too much water. Right?
That's not right. It said it was an automated toilet.
これはステージに隠されているものでこういったものを見つけると後々いいことがあったりするような隠し要素が他にもトイレ以外にもたくさんあります。
So the toilet that you just saw is hidden in every stage. There's a different toilet, and if you they're a hidden element, and if you find them all, then something good will happen.
That's amazing.
事件解決のためにまっすぐ進むもいいんですけど、あえて寄り道してもらったらいろんな発見があったりするので、そこも楽しんでもらいたいです。
And you can just plow straight ahead and go straight to solve whatever the case is that you're on, or you can explore. And the game is made with lots of places to explore in mind.
Yeah, if you explore these environments, there's lots of different things you can find, namely a red matter to clean up, which there's a percentage that appears on the screen when you clean up red matter. And I invite everyone to try and get 100%.
Oh, I know this. Everybody's probably watching like, you missed something.
Yeah.
Clean it up. All right, let me try to concentrate so I don't get beat down.
Yeah, we've got a giant gorilla-looking Chimera here.
I gotta get in this. What I'm gonna try to do is actually move to the back so I can start getting some crits.
Yeah, you can see the damage numbers. All of the white damage numbers are doing a normal amount of damage. But if you attack the enemy from behind, you'll get those critical attacks. And those are indicated by the yellow damage
no, you
numbers. Nice dodge.
今プレイヤーキャラクターは銃を撃ってるんですけれども、銃以外にも他に2種類の武器がありまして、合計3種類、あとレギオンは5種類あるので 3×5 の組み合わせでいろんな戦い方が楽しめるようになってます。
So what you can see right now is Demetrius, as his player, is using the gun mode of the X-Baton, and the X-Baton has 3 different modes. And as far as the number of legions is concerned, you have 5 different legions. So 5 times 3, you have that many different playstyles that you can combine with weapons and legions.
ここまだ序盤なんであんまり持ってないんですけども、どんどんゲームを進めていくとそういったところが増えていくような構成になってます。
This is still the beginning of the game, so Demetrius doesn't have that much to choose from, but as you progress through the game, you get access to more things to use.
Oh, wow.
He's
taking me down. All right, let me do this and then get some heals.
Good idea.
ナイス。あと今警察官が敵になってしまってるんですけども、これがさっきお伝えしたレッドマターだったりキメラの影響によって人間が変異してしまっている状態ですね。
And you may have seen right now on the combat field that one of the police officers actually transformed into an enemy. And this is actually due to the influence of the Chimera or due to the influence of the red matter that's polluting the world.
Right.
主人公はレギオンとつながることによってその汚染への耐性が強くなっているのでキメラとも対等に戦えるようになっています。そのあたりがシナリオにも深く絡んできます。
And because the player is connected with the Legion, their resistance to red matter is actually stronger, and also they're able to fight on equal levels with the Chimera. And this is actually going to play a bigger part in the story as it goes on.
That's right.
There we go.
Nice work. Oh, I love that, like, kung fu action film 3-cut that you get.
See, I jinxed it. I was getting S's, and then I get to the boss. I knew better than that.
Yeah, there is an option to replay any previous files you've completed. So
you can try and improve your rank.
Yeah, you can.
I got hit too many times there.
Jin here. Do you copy? It sounds like a gate just opened up not far from you two.
Okay. So essentially what you're seeing here is that actually wasn't the Chimera that we were looking for. It wasn't just quite the one. We still know there's something out there with giant hands and that was coming to that gate.
Right.
So what we're going to do here is just kind of keep investigating. And right in front of us, we're going to see that there's a small little rift. So what I'm going to do here, so I'm going to use my Legion to actually take care of it. There we go. Let's get rid of that. And I'm just...
Are you out of medicine?
I am out of medicine. Right. It's okay. We can get
his health
this.
is low, so that's why the screen is a little bit
Yeah, that's why. I'm wounded.
But I really like this attention to detail. It actually reminds me of Nier Automata, which had a similar effect when your health was low.
Okay, so now you can see 2 people being a little bit rowdy, so I'm just going to subdue them.
Yeah, just because you're a member of the Neuron Special Task Force, that doesn't mean you get out of doing regular police work.
Correct. Let's see if I can find some medicine outside. I think there's a chest, so I can get rid of that. Right here.
Oh, there are a couple of them. There you go.
There we go. Okay. Now let's continue on. You can see I still see this path here. The trail ends, but we're going to keep continuing on. I'm going to clean up as much as I can.
Thank you.
Sam won't forgive me, and I can't forgive myself here.
Right, and as Demetrius is cleaning up red matter, we can see the limiter gauge, which is that blue gauge that determines how long a Legion can stay on the field. That goes up, and he's also getting duty points, which is indicated by that logo on the top left.
Kind of looks like a flower to me. All right. I don't think a gun's going to work there.
Yeah, so once again, even though this is a fellow police officer, she can't see the Legion. So she's a little surprised.
All right, so we're going to go around this corner here. and you see, oh, I get bowled over. People are scared.
But you were standing in the way.
I know. I was trying to set up the drama. All right, snatched. So we wanted to kind of end like right here. I think that's where we're going to have for today.
Right.
But I'm sure that maybe Taro-san would have some notes to say at the end of this.
Yeah. 何か最後にお言葉とかありますでしょうか。
そうですね。ここからさらにどんどんいろんな展開が待ってまして、物語が動き出していくような冒頭の部分なんですけれども、さらに楽しくなってきますので、ぜひこれからの情報をお待ちいただきたいなと思います。
So this is just the beginning of the game, and right here, from here, there's a lot of different twists and turns that are going to happen. So I hope that everybody is looking forward to seeing exactly what happens and waiting for more information on this game.
Okay. And again, I just want to iterate that was also the tip of the iceberg of combat. You're going to see some crazy stuff coming up soon. All right. That's all for me, I think.
Yeah, as Demetrius mentioned, the battle system and the moves that you have access to, it does get deeper. We are going to show a little bit of more depth tomorrow on Treehouse Live. So after there's a little bit more Astral Chain to look forward to.
Some good stuff.
Yeah, really good stuff. We're really excited to show that off. As a reminder, Astral Chain is out August 30th this year. Next up, we have 2 new trailers, so stay tuned. And after that, Nintendo Treehouse Live will return with some Daemon X Machina.
Oh, yeah.
There's something else here. A creature. It's big and it's lethal. Ripley, hold on! This is about survival.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live 2019. I am joined by Demetrius, Teresa, Mr. Tsukura from Marvelous, and we have Raymond interpreting for Mr. Tsukura. We're going to take a look at Daemon X Machina. Take it away.
I'm so excited already. Hi, everyone. So we're going to be looking at Daemon X Machina. This is another great game, as you said, from Marvelous and Tsukura-san. And what you're going to see today is we're going to actually go on 2 brand new missions. And we're also going to kind of show some changes that you will see from the prototype missions demo. Before we begin, would Mr. Scooter like to have any opening remarks?
まず最初に何かコメントいただけますでしょうか。
はい、デモ X マキのプロデューサーの塚田です。今日は時間の許す限りいろいろと説明できればと思ってます。
Great. As you mentioned, I'm Scooter from Marvelous, and I'm really excited to share all the things that we're going to talk about today.
Right on. Okay, so we'll get right into it. All right, so what you see here today is a character that I personally created. You can see the baldness represented by me. And what we're going to do is I'm going to first go into the mission, the hangar, but what I want to do is kind of show where it all starts. So when you first start this game, you are a mercenary who's kind of taking on these missions to kind of defend the planet. What happened is part of the moon kind of fell from the sky, and it caused all different kinds of commotion, allowing you to kind of become a pilot, I guess you would say. And you pilot what these things are called arsenals. Arsenals are these big robotic suits you can get into. So when we released the prototype mission demo, this is kind of the first arsenal that you may have been able to put together. And what I'd like to do now is kind of go into my hangar here, and I'm going to change my loadout to the ones that I have personally created. So I'm going to go with what I called Soul. You're going to see that there's different stats here. The very first original loadout, you can tell that the stats are pretty low. This is like the starter arsenal. And then this next arsenal, you'll see that I've kind of loaded out and with all different kinds of weapons. You'll see that I have 2 weapons on my left and right pylon, and I have 2 guns in my front hand. They're kind of like assault rifles. And I really wanted to load up with some ammunition, so I have like an extended ammo clip on my back, and then I have a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. So I'm going to go ahead and load this up. Load. Yes. All right, I'm going to back out. Now, just to kind of show you what that looks like, if I actually were to back out of this, speed, you can see that now my hangar actually reflects the actual arsenal that I have. And even since I named it, it actually even has the name of my arsenal. And I put my name as D, so those who are wondering. Now, to get into that, let's kind of talk about the changes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the hangar here, and I'm going to go to our testing grounds. And while we load up, why don't we have Mrs. Kuda just start talking about the changes that we've had since then.
はい。まずここはいろんな装備とかをテストするエリアなんですけど、これからはデモ版から何が変わったかとちょっと説明できればと思ってます。
So as you said, this is testing grounds where you can really test out all of the equipment and the parts you can equip, and I'll just go over some of the changes we made from the demo version.
Okay.
皆さんの要望でなんかすごくたくさんいただいたんですけど、ジャイロへの対応はしました。ただ、使いたい人使いたくない人いるので、オプションで全部切り替えができるようになってます。
And so, first of all, we got a lot of feedback that people wanted some motion controls, so we've added that. But I understand that some people may not want to use motion controls as well, so we added it as a customizable option within the menu.
はい。今開いてやってくれてますね。
And like you saw just in the menu right there.
あと敵がちょっと見づらいとかっていうのもあったので、敵の方にマーカーをつけることで見やすくしました。
And we also got feedback that the enemy units are a little bit hard to identify, so we added some markers so it's easily identifiable.
あとちょっと攻撃をちょっと食らってみないとなんですけど、攻撃が来てる方向も表示するようにしたので、ゲームは随分分かりやすくなったのかなって思います。
And also, when you're receiving damage, we added indicators to indicate which direction the attack is coming from.
あと小さいところもたくさんとにかくユーザーの皆さんからいただいたものは直そうと決めていたので、ちょっと時間をかけて直してきた感じです。
And there's also some smaller changes that we made based on the feedback, and we've tried to adjust almost all of them.
特に地上と空中を自由に遊べるゲームなので、なんかいろいろと見るところとか、多いゲームなんですけど、いろいろ見やすくしました。
And because this is a game where you can really traverse on ground and in the air, we just made it the experience a lot more easily viewable and easily enjoyable.
他のところはちょっとまた後で説明できればと思います。
And for some of the other changes, I will point them out as we play along the game.
I'm noticing a yellow line on the mini map on the top right. Could Mr. Tsukura sort of elaborate on the out of bounds area that we can see
はい。
or encounter?
デモ版だとはあそこのエリアは最初プロレスみたいな感じでこうバウンドしての遊びとかを入れる予定だったんですけど、思ったよりちょっと難しそうだったので、そこを超えてもタイム制限があって自由に行ける形にしました。
So in the demo version, we had it so the yellow boundary acted sort of like the ropes in a wrestling ring, and we would be able to bounce back and forth. But it actually turned out to be a lot harder to deal with. So we made it so that you can go across the yellow boundary and the countdown just starts, but you can move around freely within that area.
ただあんまりもっと行くと赤い場所があって逃げるなっていうことで設定的にはそれ以上行くとダメですよっていうところでそこに行くと動けなくなります。
And then once you go past that yellow area, there's a red area, and that's basically kind of out of bounds. So it's there to really warn the player that you can't go out in that area.
今出てますね。2人右に出てるキャラクターが出てると思うんですけど、あれは仲間のキャラクターで、一緒に行ってると仲良くなったりして協力プレイとかで一緒に行く NPC として使えるようになります。
And so you see the characters displayed on the right of the screen there. These are characters that you can go on missions with, and as you complete missions together, you get to know them and develop affinity towards them.
ただ敵でも出てくるのでちょっと複雑ですけど。
But they actually sometimes come appear as enemies, so it's kind of a complicated relationship.
They're kind of rivals in a way, it feels like. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start this first mission. And in this first mission, you're going to see me pretty much take down a lot of enemies. And there's going to be some opposing arsenals up here, just like Scooter-san was saying. So you'll see me do that. On top of that, you'll see me actually, what we would say, loot them so that you get new stuff. Now, what I'm going to do first, and I apologize, I'm actually going to turn the gyro off because I can't play too well with it. I'm still getting adjusted to that. Let's go to gameplay. It's too sensitive. All right, there. Okay. Now, for those who've never played this game at all before and haven't had the chance, so I'm piloting the arsenal in the middle. On the top of the screen, you're going to see I have a time limit. Right below is VP, or what is also known as health. I have stamina, which allows me to use my boost. And then femto energy will cover in the next mission. Just know it's used for some really cool tricks. Now, what you're seeing is I have 6 remaining targets, so any of the orange targets here are going to be my enemies. Which one was just taken out, so I'm going to go down here.
ここはとにかく敵がたくさんどんどん出てくるところなので、もうどんどんやっつけてもらえればと思います。
So this mission actually has a lot of enemies, so I think your goal is just to kind of take care of them one by one.
今戦闘機が来たと思うんですけど、あれもこう掴んで敵に投げ飛ばせるので、上手い人はできるんですけど、なかなか難しくて。
So as you just saw, there's some fighter jets coming in. You can actually grab those and throw them at your enemies. But it takes a little bit of getting used to, and but if you're good, I think you might be able to do it.
I think I just got called out. Where's one of those fighter pilots? I'm going to take out these guys first because they jam my radar. Ah, there he is. Come here. Ah! More reinforcements! Let's see if I can catch him.
So while D is
so close.
While D is working on taking out the opposition, Tsukura-san, can you tell us a little bit more about the goals in creating this game and what your vision was for Daemon X Machina?
このゲームを開発するにあたっての目標といったり、ビジョンというのは何だったんでしょうか。
このゲームでいうとやっぱりこのアーセナルっていうのを着てこうなんていうんですかね。アイアンマンとかウォーマシンじゃないんですけど、やっぱ自分がヒーローになった気持ちでどんどん戦えるっていうのがまず楽しいと思ってます。
So first thing, it's not like I'm not saying it's like Iron Man or War Machine, but to be able to don this mechanical armor, the arsenal, and be able to fight, it's sort of like being a superhero.
で、あとはやっぱり地上と空中を本当に自由に行くゲームって少ないので、こう気持ちよくこう自分の空間を楽しむ空間でバトルするゲームとして楽しんでくれるといいなと思って作ってます。
And also, I feel like there aren't that many games where you can traverse freely on ground and in the air. So I wanted to create a game where you can really enjoy the freedom of traversing anywhere you want.
だいぶ they're blowing up. Hi. Okay, I'm almost there. I got 6 more targets left. Just gotta keep looking around. Oh, there's an enemy arsenal. All right, let's get into a good old dogfight. Oh, I'm too good. But let's see what you got. Access. Oh, okay. New item. Looks like that was going to be a new missile launcher of some type.
今すぐ拾いましたけど、ちゃんと後で拾える時間もあるので、好きな時間に拾ってくれればいいと思います。
So I know Demetrius just went ahead and collected the parts from the fallen unit, but there's actually time after the mission to collect that, so you can do that at any time.
でも欲しくなるんですよね、やっぱり。
But I know that when it's there, you just need to grab it, right?
I can't help myself, so I apologize, but I have to.
Loot hungry.
Mission accomplishment recognized.
All right, so let me go ahead and get these 2 guys down here then. There's one. I'll take the guilty throne. Which, oh, there's another one. Here? Yes. Oops. Oh, is there more? Oh, there's one more.
これはですね、他の傭兵がこの作戦の中に乱入してくることがあるので、その時は逆に倒すといい装備を持ってるので、倒してもらえればと思います。
So what you see here is during some missions, other mercenaries come crashing your party, and because of that, sometimes they have really great equipment. So it's a good idea to defeat them and take their equipment.
特に今は仲間もいるので倒しやすくなっているので、もうチャンスだと思います。
And especially now that this mission you have fellow allies that are battling with you, so I think it's a great opportunity to take him down.
Oh, I was gonna use those.
あれはさっきの爆発で敵にダメージもいくので、うまく使えばすごく強いものとして使えます。
Yeah, and as Dee mentioned that if you are time it well enough, you can use those explosions from objects in the environment to cause some big damage against your opponent.
僕は結構ある程度やったら仲間に任せてたりすることも。
So I personally sometimes when I'm playing, I just kind of do a little bit of battle and then just let my allies do the rest of the job.
Impudent.
Okay.
Got him. I'll just heal up a little bit just to help. Gotta take good care of myself. I really don't need to do this, but I just want to make sure I'm going to get my health back a little bit.
You're returning to base.
I know. I just want to take good care. It's like having a car, right?
A little self-care.
A little self-care. Okay. So, mission complete. You'll see that we have a mission complete screen. You'll see that my total income, I got 27,000 credit. I have a little bit of expenses there, so I made a total of 17,000, which I can use to purchase new parts in the shop. And you saw that I also got a bonus objective, so I earned a little bit more. And this is a list of all the loot. So I looted a lot of good stuff. I also got some additional tags. And I also got, the tag that I can use to kind of like name myself. And I got a little piece of paint so I can use that as well. So there's a lot of customization in this game. One thing I actually didn't get a chance to touch on was the customization of your arsenal. So I'll do that next real quick. We got a little bit of time. So I just want to make sure everyone understands. This game has an incredible amount of customization. So what I'm going to do is go back into the hangar. And if I go to the paint options here, you'll see that you can actually have different patterns. There's a lot to unlock. And then you can actually color your arsenal in many different ways. You can do it by full body, or you can actually do it by different parts. I personally love doing stuff like this. It takes me a while to do it. I did this a little bit right now for you guys, but I could spend hours on crafting like all kinds of fun stuff. And then you can actually get decals too, that you can put on different body parts as well. So lots of cool ways to bring your personality to life into this game. All right, so let's go ahead and go back into what is the final mission. And this one's a toughie. What I'm going to do actually is go to hangar. So I actually think I'm going to change my loadout to Soul Mark II. Forgot to do that. It's going to be this one.
So you're talking about customization, but on top of customizing your arsenal, you're also able to customize your actual character. So
yes.
You've actually done some bionic enhancements to your your character.
Yes, it's something that we're going to show a little bit later. One thing I want to do real quick is change something. I actually goofed and I saved the wrong part, so that's on me. But that's no problem. I can just go into weapons here, and I'm going to change one of my... I'm going to change the right pylon, and I'm going to go to... where is it? Oh, gosh. I'm looking for a particular... Ah, there it is. There. I'm just going to switch that. I really needed this, or it would have been really hard. I think Mr. Sakuda would have been like, I told you, you should have used that weapon.
Because he knows what's coming up.
All right, so I'm going to use that flamethrower to take down this boss because it's a really tough boss, and I really needed that. So, all right, I'm going to go into offer missions. So one thing real quick, free missions are missions you can play over and over again. Offer missions are where the story comes into play. And so what we're going to do now is take down what's called a Colossal Immortal, a boss. And this guy is no joke, so definitely need everyone to help me out as I just concentrate and not get blown up. But it's super fun. It's super fun. All right, so we'll go ahead and just pass this part. We'll see it's an unknown enemy, so I'm just going to dive right into this.
Right, and to just to put what Immortals are in context,
Yes.
this is a hostile AI that's sort of corrupting arsenals.
That's been corrupted.
So this is the force that has been corrupted. So this is the force that your main character is trying to battle against.
Yes, one of the things, and I'm sure Mr. Sakuda can elaborate on that too if you'd like to kind of dive a little bit more on what a Colossal Immortal is.
巨大イモータルに関してちょっとご説明いただけますか。
はい、この敵は地面に潜ったりこう地面に突進してくるんですけど、こうなんていうんですか、岩石とか砕く機械がこう AI として敵になっています。
So this particular colossal immortal is buries in the ground, and it's basically was a machine that destroys rocks and breaks down rocks, and so it's going to be a challenge for you.
でもともとはそのなんていうんですかね、こうモグラとかがいるんですけど、モグラってこう見たことある人はあると思うんですけど、地面の上でもめちゃくちゃ速くて、もうそういう感じでこいつ地面に上に出てきた方が怖いみたいな。
So I don't know if you've ever encountered a real life mole. If you haven't, they're actually surprisingly very fast on the ground. So actually, when this immortal comes out, he actually travels faster. He seems like he travels faster on the ground, above ground, than he does underground.
あと今こうフェムトアーマーって言われてるものをこう使ってくれてるんですけど、今こう羽になったりとかしてたと思うんですけど、この肩のところのやつで変形して、こうアサルトモードっていうのとウィングとシールドモードって3つを使うことで自分の好きなスタイルで戦えます。
And so what you're seeing here is actually Demetrius is using Femto armor, and Femto you can use it to get advantages in battle. So you can do it assault mode, shield mode, or wing mode, and it gives you different advantages like increasing attack, increasing mobility, or increasing defense.
さっきミラージュっていう分身モード使ってたんですけど、あれをやると自分と同じものがもう1体できるので、2倍の攻撃力を持って戦うことができます。
And what you saw earlier was you can use this skill called Mirage, and you actually create kind of a duplicate of your unit so that you can do twice as much damage.
Woo! That almost landed on me.
あと気をつけないと今ジョニー G っていうキャラクターいるんですけど、あのキャラクターはこの戦いにおいてはちょっとVP が減ると逃げちゃうので。
So one other thing that you should be aware of was one of your allies, Johnny G. He's going to help you out, but when his VP gets a little low, he's going to duck out. So you better be careful.
Very true. So I'm trying to bring as much firepower as possible to this battle.
さっきのミラージュ含めてアサルトモードですね。アサルトモードの時は逆に防御力が下がるので、よく考えて使うっていうのが必要になってきます。
And like I mentioned earlier, you can go into assault mode, which will increase your attack, but at the same time, it will decrease your attack. So you're going to have to put a little bit of strategy in deciding when and where to use that skill.
ウィングモードだと速度が速くなって、シールドモードっていうのがこう全体のバリアが張れるような状態です。
And so wing mode basically gives you more mobility, and shield mode gives you a barrier and increases your defense.
There's got to be something we can do.
Right, so it sounds like you kind of have to adapt to the current situation when you use Femto to bolster any three of those attributes. And the femtometer is shown on the top right over there. It looks like Demetrius is right now maxed out at 400, but as he as he enters assault mode, ring mode, and all those other different modes, that consumes femto.
Yes, it pretty much all these different types consume a lot of femto. So you'll see me balance it out. And in this particular mission, you'll see I get it back pretty fast. And it's just based on this mission alone. Oh, gotcha.
今こうデミトリスは火炎放射器ですごく温めてると思うんですけど、あいつ熱くなるとそのスタミナ不足になって潜らなくなるので攻撃しやすくなります。
So as you've been seeing, Demetrius has been using his flamethrower to kind of warm the enemy up, and once he overheats, he loses stamina and stops burrowing into the ground.
なので協力プレイの時なんかこうみんなでこう役割を決めてやるとすごく戦いやすい。
And so when you're playing the game in co-op, it's really helpful to designate some people for certain roles, like using a flamethrower. It makes the battle a lot more easier to handle.
Okay, where is he?
でも上手ですよね。この敵結構慎重に戦わないとこう戦っててこうだんだんこう怒って強くなったりするので、自分のスタイルと敵のスタイルを見ながら装備なんかを変えていく必要があります。
So Demetrius is actually doing a really good job. This boss, actually, as you're progressing through the battle, he gets stronger and stronger. So really, it's about realizing what your fighting style is and what the fighting style of the boss is, and then based on that, strategically changing your loadout.
There we go. Hitting these weak points does a lot of damage, so I'm trying to get... Okay, now he's getting really tough. This is where he starts firing lasers at me, and I gotta make sure not to get hit by that. So I have not much health left. Actually, oh, my enemy, or not my enemy, my teammate. Oh, I'm bad. I'm short of femto. You can help yourself right now. I almost got him. Oof. Woof. No, don't face me in that direction. No!
今時間もあるのでこう回復せずに戦ってくれてると思うんですけど、普通に回復とかも置いてありますので、こう慎重にやれば倒せる敵だと思います。
So because we have limited time, I know Demetrius isn't going for the health and just trying to beat him, but when you're playing normally, you can go out and recover your health. And I think you can beat it. Very nice job.
Great. Yeah, I could have recovered my health and got into the field like Mr. Scooter was saying, but I was making sure I get it on time, and woo! It's like a fade shot at the buzzer. Stay down!
But now you get to reap the rewards for eliminating him.
Oh, poor Sif.
Yeah, probably reboot him. Get him back on his feet.
Did Johnny G already duck out?
Johnny's gone. I don't see Johnny. Oh, no, wait, Johnny's over here somewhere. Yeah, thanks a lot, Johnny G. Hiding behind a rock. Okay. So that's pretty much what we have today. We do have one more thing. We do have some, I believe, concept artwork to show. I believe we can switch to that. There we go. And Mr. Skuda can talk about that.
小崎さんにこう書いていただいたこうキービジュアルなんですけど、この世界の重要なこうキャラクターたちをこう描いていただいています。
So this is artwork provided by Mr. Kozaki. It's kind of encapsulates the main characters of the world that this game takes place in.
バトルの中でやっぱりこういろんなキャラクターたちがいろんな過去とか思いとか人生を背負っていて、その人たちがこう絡み合って、主人公と一緒に、世界の謎を解いていくようなお話になっています。
And story-wise, it's really about in battle, all these people have different experiences, different backgrounds, different thoughts and determination towards life. And all of these characters' lives intertwine along with the main character. And together they start to unravel the mysteries of the world. And that's the kind of game this is.
すごいこうかっこいい絵を描いていただいたので、僕らとかスタッフみんな喜んでまして。
And so myself included, the staff of the development team was really, really excited to have Mr. Kozaki provide such wonderful artwork for us.
Right on. And the one thing, too, we want to iterate is we also revealed the release date as of this morning, if I believe correctly. Would Mr. Kuda like to elaborate on that, too?
今朝発売日も公開されたので、それに関して。
そうですね。ここまで ちょっと、体験版からお時間いただいたんですけど、皆さんの要望を直してまして、で、それも含めて、発売日がようやく発表できたかなと思います。皆さんこれまで応援ありがとうございます。
So I know it's been a little bit of time between the demo version but we've been hard at work trying to address all the issues, and really we've put a lot of work into it. So I really hope that you'll look forward to and enjoy this game.
Okay. And that's all we have. Roxy, take us out.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for tuning in. We took a look at some of the improvements since the prototype demo, some gameplay, some bosses. Release date, September 13th, 2019.
Yes.
Thank you for watching. Tomorrow we'll be back with more Nintendo Treehouse Live. We'll be starting off with Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Stay tuned. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.